welcome everyone to the final stretch that we have to do. We got a lot of work to do. This is not an easy budget. And I think that we're going to have to do some really hard work on it in order to meet the criteria that we have to do. And after thinking about it, I listened to every department head that came in. There were a few departments that asked for additional staff. We had departments come in that needed raises. They felt that, their assistants should make more than them. So I think that we're gonna have to, really look through this box. But let me take a moment to congratulate our new DA.
I'm tired.
I know you are. So, we've got some really tough decisions to make. And I'm just going to throw lines out because I think, as I said on this council, everybody got shared in the pain. There should be no sacred cows that can't be touched. And I looked at it, I think, I want to, I'm throwing this out, so don't get upset with your ideas. We should look at cutting $500,000 from all overtime. That means police, fire, public works, because people think that certain departments get more benefits than other departments. So I think we should look at that, and I think we should take $500,000 from the rainy day fund. Those are things that I know we've never, ever, since I've been on the budget committee, thought about doing. So I'm gonna throw those out as a thought process, and anything people throw out, still gotta get the votes to make a judgment. So I think the public, everybody's crying about education, give the kids the money. I do agree we should. My most concern is the kids having to walk that long distance. And last year, the city council stepped up and we earmarked that money to go for the busing. And we give it to the board of ed to make their decisions, spend it any way they want. And so if you could just write on that board.
You write on.
You got markers.
Yeah.
Just that I'm recommending that at least $500,000 come from overtimes for police, fire, and public works. And the other reason I think we should do it, because guess what? They don't run their budget anyway. And they don't listen to us at one state when we ask them to do. They don't do it. So I think this might send a message. It's $500,000
From each of those departments?
each of those departments. We'll start here. I'm not, trying to bankrupt. Just a minute, Ken, before you ask me. I'll let you speak on that. $500,000 from police, fire, public works, and $500,000 from the rainy day fund. These are just thoughts, and we'll discuss them and go through them. And I think that we really need to look at certain things. Ken, go ahead.
I'm sorry, through the chair, I don't mean to, I don't know, is it being started, regular doing those instructions? And
So we don't really,
but
this
do
is.
you want,
Go ahead.
my question is going to be, do you want the OPM director to, what he usually does, give you kind of the first lay of where we're at and the suggestions that came up during the meetings? In other words, he has a sheet, so that you can.
Not yet. We'll get to that point. have the two co-chairs
Thank you.
give an overview and their suggestions, and then we'll let them show us where they found money to help offset. Scott?
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Co-Chair. Just a couple points I want to emphasize, and yes, we'll get to Frank's spreadsheet to help us work through the day. Number one, I ask as strongly and kindly as I can to please stay focused. We've had our time to express our opinions and thoughts and feelings, but at this point, you know, if you want to be here all day, we can do more speeches. If we don't, then let's just make decisions and keep moving. I agree with Councilman Newton. There can't be any sacred cows. We should be able to look at things in a matter-of-fact way and make the best decisions for our city, and that includes the Board of Ed. We have all indeed heard and seen the issues there. And there have been many asks, even if our new OPM director has sent out the message of, yeah, don't ask for much. But there are still asks and things we gotta look at, including our own department. And my last piece will be, if there's some things that fly in this budget that I don't like, I may end up voting no. Just being very forthright. We gotta make sure this works and is effective for everyone. So, you wanna
We can have introductions now. I'm Amy, co-chair of the budget committee.
Yep, Scott Burns, co-chair budget committee.
Amy Marie Rizzo-Panicia, Councilman 134th District, and Budget Appropriations Committee member.
Jeanette Herron, budget.
Richard Ortiz, 35th, budget.
Maria Valle, 137.
Heidi Nieves, Council President.
Anita Martinez, 139.
Josh. Oh, I'm sorry.
John Smith, 132nd.
Josh Esposito, 132nd.
Any more council people? All right, staff people?
Tom Gaudette, Chief Administrative Officer.
Kathleen Brickett, OPM.
Franklin Neary, OPM.
Anthony Pelleto, Mayor's Office.
Ken Plato, Finance Department.
He's one of the ones that secret.
11?
Pastor Barry Jackson, Victory Productions.
Pastor Linda Jackson, Victory Productions.
Now, I didn't mention this, but he is also in mind, there's another prong of this budget, it's the mayor. So, depending on what we come up with, there's no guarantee he may sign it. So just understand that these things that we're gonna be talking about, there's another piece to it. That he has to agree to it. If he doesn't, and that's another battle. So just keep that in mind. I'm going to turn it over to Frank so he can begin the process of telling us where he found some dollars at that will go to close the 10 million deficit, 5 million deficit, okay? Take it away, sir.
Yeah, so everybody should have this sheet. What I would suggest is these are lists of things that may have been discussed during the meetings, list of things that I have found since I went through another review. So I would say this is kind of your starting point, right? You guys have $5 million to cut in the budget as it is, right? There's about $3.9 million in cuts here. And so, I think we could go through this list and say yes, no, and then that's going to adjust your baseline, right? Once we get through this list, if you guys agree to everything, you'd only need to find another $1 million. If you don't agree to anything, we're back at $5 million. Sorry,
Frank,
go ahead.
let us exhibit this, okay?
Sure, go ahead.
So that we can- Jeanette, can you exhibit this, please?
This is Office of Policy and Management FY26 budget and appropriations committee proposed changes. That will be 0510-2025A.
Second, Amy Marie.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, go right ahead, Frank. wanna go through it?
Okay, so like I said, how I would suggest it is, let's go through this list. Yes, no, maybes, maybe we'll come back to the end. And then this is gonna be your baseline, right, to get to zero essentially. So each page is, you have the first page is revenue increases, the next page is revenue decreases, page 3 is expenditure increases, and page 4 is expenditure decreases. So starting with the fun stuff first, for revenue increases that were kind of identified in the controller's office, a capital fund interest transfer, moving that up from $1 million to $1,100,000, so that's $100,000 in additional revenue. So that's number one. Number 2 is the school bus violation fines, just based on data that we have and experience. That's going from $750,000 to $1 million, so that's a $250,000 increase. Reflecting the motor vehicle audit that's going to be being done and estimates from them and from Ken, we suspect that we could get another $200,000 in arrears taxes from that. So that's going from 3.3 to 3.5, so that's a $200,000 positive increase. Housing tax pilot offset bill, there were some questions about that based on some back and forth. We think $300,000 is a good number for that, so that's plus $50,000. The next is the biggest one, current year taxes. That is $1,966,000 and some change. That's basically a result of the change you guys made or the council made to the motor vehicle schedule. So we got that, so we decreased in assessed value as a result of the legislation. You guys took action and you brought $2 million back into the budget essentially. So that's a plus $1.9 million change. The next, yeah.
Part of that is that $500,000
Through
that
the
is
chair,
actually,
through the chair.
I'm sorry, through the chair. It's $1 million for the depreciation chain. $500,000 of that is also the motor vehicle investigation fund.
Yeah, that's true. Yep. Yeah, thank you for that.
Okay.
Next one is just the library gets 1.3 mils. So you'll see a revenue increase here of $73,303. You'll also see an expenditure increase of $73,303 because that has to balance. Office of Planning and Economic Development, annual pilot for the amphitheater. That's just, there was $250,000 budgeted. We've actually received $350,000 every year, so that's $100,000. And then for the building department, they suggested that they could add another $500,000 to the budget. So we're going from 2.1 to 2.6. So all those changes add up to $3,239,460. And so I guess we could stop here and say, are there any that people aren't good with? Or is everybody okay with the changes that are proposed here?
Go ahead, Ken. Scott.
Monday again, all right, thank you. I'm not saying we need necessarily do this now, but I think if we are looking to squeeze a little bit, we might be able to up the school bus violations just a little bit, and same on the building permit line. So I think those two, if we need to come back, let's consider those.
I agree. Go right ahead.
The school bus violation, it says $750. Is that what they're paying us? Is that what's coming to us? Yes?
Yeah.
So we will increase it to $1 million. How?
Go right ahead, Ken.
So through the chair, Frank and I had a chat with a couple of people yesterday who were involved in the contract, and the money that's coming in has been averaging between $100,000 and $150,000 a month. It only started in October, that's why it's not a full amount showing in this year's budget. So it could be more than $1 million. But the issue is next year, as people get used to this, will there be less tickets? Hopefully, because people are going to drive safer around school buses. So that's why we thought $1 million. It probably is a potential for $1.2 million, but we don't know if there'll be a bit of a drop off as people don't want to get tickets.
Go ahead, please.
So you believe that next year it's going to be $1 million, right? So if it's gonna be $1 million, and then you just said that people might get the hint and not pass these buses, right? So that means it's going to decrease our amount. So if they decrease our amount, in order for us to continue putting money here, does that mean that we're gonna have to go visit the situation and increase the fees?
So maybe what I meant to say was, so it's been averaging over 100,000 a month. So based on that, if everything stays the same, we'd actually get like $1.2 million, maybe $3 million. But I'm worried there'll be a drop off from that. So that's why Frank and I thought $1 million instead of $1.3 million or $1.4 million. So in other words, the program is general. If you started from the beginning to this summer, the program is bringing in more than $1 million. But we're a little nervous that there could be a drop off. So that's why we want to go the whole way and say $1.2 million or $1.3 million. But see if we could look at that.
I mean, I'm just going to piggyback off of Ken saying, in any one of these revenues, these are just estimates, right? So in any one of these revenues, we don't have a full year of data, so it's hard to estimate. We have had some back and forth conversations. This is the number that people seem to be comfortable with. To your point, we could see lower revenues. We could see that in any line, right? And generally in a year, right, just because we may come under an estimate, doesn't mean that we go back and necessarily increase the fee, right? Because there are other things that do come over budget. So I think that if it did come, I don't think it would come drastically under. It could happen, and if it did, that's something that we would have to look at and manage.
I continue on. I don't think nobody had any opposition to what's been laid out before us. So let's do this.
Okay. That's good. That's
Yeah. Hold on one second.
Oh, yeah,
We
sure.
were joined by Reverend Lee and Councilwoman and Councilman Fred Hodges, who have just come in and joined us. So let me ask you a question, Ms. President.
Just really quick.
Go ahead.
Tom, did you send an email out to all of the department heads to have their phones available if they received a call regarding the budget?
No. My long list.
Because I'm about to call them right now. So if you can do a massive email to your department heads, say, hey, make sure your phones are on.
Yeah, he's on it. Okay, he's on it.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna let you continue do your presentation before
all right. Next page is it's a revenue decrease. It's just that the department head had come to me early on in the process and said they made a mistake entering their revenues, so it's just a correction. It's only a $50,000 decrease.
Okay.
Where's that?
On page 2.
Page two. Page two.
Outline.
Oh,
So that's that.
All right. Next.
All righty. So now we're on to general fund expenditures. It's page 3. First one, registrar of voters. I believe they requested $100,000 in temp and seasonal pay. They have had some busy elections the past 2 years. We don't expect the experience of prior years to be necessarily the experience of the upcoming year. And so bearing that in mind, there's a proposed $50,000 increase for seasonals. So that would bring the seasonal budget in the registrar of voters from $250,000 to $300,000. And there are 2 fringe benefit changes as a result of changing the pay. So that's for the registrar of voters. Labor relations, there was a request to just segregate the amount of one of the consultants into contracted salaries. So that's what this is doing. So you're seeing a $120,000 increase to the labor relations budget on contracted salaries, but there is a corresponding decrease of $120,000 in other services. So that's a net zero, essentially. It's just moving money from one account to another, but there's no negative or positive change. Information technology, on the list I sent out yesterday, there was a similar circumstance with moving money from one account to the other. The department had said, no, I actually don't need to do that, so the only thing that's proposed here is to go up $50,000 for a Berry Dunn study. Town clerk, there was a request to have the seasonal pay segregated from the full-time earned pay. So once again, expenditures are increasing for seasonal earned pay for the town clerk, but they're decreasing by $30,000 in the full-time pay. So it's just a shifting of where the money is budgeted. Very small change, but police administration, veterinarians, vet services came up during their budget meeting. I had cut their budget from $84,000 to $75,000, but there was concern that they weren't going to get the shot, or there was issues in the past with the animal care there, so I restored that back up to $84,000. This one is just kind of another one, the next one for police traffic. That's to reflect a step increase for a data analyst that should have been reflected in the budget. It's offset by a decrease in a vacancy that they have, so it's really just a net zero split. I could make this work without this being in here, but just to keep everything clean in a running list, I put it in here. Public and Facilities Administration, this could be looked as a placeholder for a position. There was a proposal to add an office administrator on top of, so the original budget had a special project coordinator being reclassed as a senior office manager. Public Facilities came back and said, we don't want that, we want to keep the special projects coordinator and have somebody in the office. And that is what this is reflecting, but it could be there's other position requests, so, and we don't have a lot to go around, so this is one that we could look at. Roadway management, I did decrease the Fairchild Wheeler seasonal line and move some seasonal money into roadway management, and then there were some other decreases and some other lines that increased the seasonal pay line, so that's what that is. And like I said, when you change anything with full-time earned pay or seasonal pay, you're going to see changes to Medicare, Social Security, and if they're full-time, health insurance and the pension. The next one is Fairchild Wheeler Golf Course. There's an increase here of $63,734. When I originally had the budget, this was just really a clerical error. There's a typist position at the golf course that I didn't pick up in my initial budget formulation, and so this is to reflect the position that's already there and to just reflect it in the budget. But the position's already there, and so that's what that is. The Department of Aging, these are just some changes to fringe benefits, kind of similar clerical thing. I could go into detail, but essentially when I do the budget, right, I do everybody's salary by detail, and then the system calculates its benefits, right? But you have to hit a button, right? So in kind of the final hours of doing the mayor's proposed budget, I didn't hit the button to calculate the benefits. All right, so as we were doing some final checks, that's what happened. Library administration, that I already went over. So here, expenditure increases are $727,970.
Okay. Next page.
No, because this is a negative. So the decreases pension. There was a pension line for ICMA pension employee contributions. Hasn't been used in 2 years. It's to the sum of $40,000. So that's proposed. That's a proposed reduction. Labor relations and the town clerk. I talked about how it's just moving money from one account to another, so it's a net zero change there. Minority Business Resource Office. So basically, this was for the disparity study last year. We know that disparity study, well, most of it was, so we know that this disparity study is done. 50,000 of this $140,000 decrease in SMB, in the Minority Business Resource Office. 50,000 of that's going to the IT department for the Berry Dunn study. I went over that. And then the remainder is just a reduction because the money's no longer needed. So that's a $140,000 decrease. Police unassigned, this is to remove 3 civilian positions from the police department. So you'll see a decrease of 233,000, 120,000, 61,000. That's all salary and fringe related to 3 civilian positions that are moving, that we're going to take out of the police department. The fire administration contracted salaries, reducing that and moving into vehicle maintenance services. That's just something that's for discussion. It would be a net zero that could be added to this list. We could get back to that. Facilities maintenance, we've had $150,000 in the budget in the public facilities line for like Board of Ed needs, but it bumped up to $450,000 last year. That was for a facility study, but you know, to be honest, when we went through this, the Board of Ed, this is like something that's not always on their radar. So I just said reduce it to 0. Contracted salaries in public facilities maintenance. It was an unused line, so I said move that to seasonal pay. So that's a $15,000 decrease, but like I said, it's moving to seasonals. In roadway management, other services, that's a $75,000 decrease. That is just to reflect, you know, they haven't used up to their full appropriation, so that's just to reflect a decrease there to chew that number up. Fairchild Wheeler Golf Course, I already went over. Board of Ed debt service actually lands on our side of the budget. So when I proposed the budget, I had 18.825, but I just transposed the 8 for a 4, so that's a $400,000 decrease. So the total expenditure decreases are $1.449 million.
I have a question.
Yeah.
When you remove the 3 civilian positions, are they planning on staffing them now with police officers?
No. No, because you'd see 3, you know, you'd see another 3, there would be an offset if they were gonna replace those with officers.
Okay, so, because I don't want, you know, we've been saying that police department should civilianize certain positions. Is that still part of the plan, Tom?
Yeah, excuse me.
We know you part
I'm a
of
hot
it.
mess.
I know you part of it, I know.
A lot of
He
driving.
graduated.
Yeah, talk tomorrow.
I appreciate everybody's text stuff. So on the civilianization, these are leftover positions. So as you know, we've been really pushing every department per year of construction to fill their vacant positions. These remain vacant because they have not demonstrated strong use for them. They have filled some others, right? And so there's been some movement by the police department to civilianize, which is a good thing. I think if they were to push civilianization a little bit more with like that outside overtime office, that would actually probably go to a third-party vendor, and so we wouldn't need these positions. So I feel comfortable with your change.
All right. Ken?
And through the chair, if it helps you feel comfortable, if you want to look at the budget book, page 183, you'll see that this year, from the year before to this year, there were 7 vacancies that had never been filled in 2 years, and a new position. So there were 8 total positions.
Okay.
They filled, as Tom said, they filled 5 of those to try to civilianize.
All right.
So these seem to be, you know, left over.
Okay, I mean, these, they did do some of the stuff we asked them to do. All right, is this your report, sir?
That is it. So if you guys said yes to everything I just said, you'd wind up with $3.9 million towards closing the gap, which would leave about $1.1 million to close.
Are there any discussions on what you all have seen? I think it's a good start for us to meet halfway there anyway. We're only looking at maybe another $1.5 million, and if we you stick to my plan, you got it, no, go ahead.
I'm going to agree with my council colleague, co-chair Scott Burns, on increasing the school bus fee if we need to, increasing the building. And I say that to say that, the majority of the work that's done with that school bus ticketing is done out of this building. So they are receiving benefits for being a company to utilize, you're talking about the school bus ticketing, right?
Right,
No?
yeah,
Right.
What are you talking, what are you shaking your head?
It's an outside company doing it.
No, outside company, but the hearings are conducted here, so the staff here is utilizing their time for the hearings, which is still costing the city money because the staff is part of who's conducting the hearings. You didn't know that?
But it's paid out of the contract, I believe.
Is it?
yeah,
The
it's paid out of contract.
the hearing officers are volunteer positions.
Oh,
They
so-
don't get paid anything to hear the.
I get that, but my point is to my council colleague, increase the fee because we are still doing of the work here, so I agree with increasing the fee, that's all I have to say. So I'm in agreement with what you recommended, school bus increase in building, if we're not in full support of this budget, which is good to me.
And just before we take a vote, Amy, Marie,
Thank you.
Ms. Bleacher.
I agree with that. There is also a fee if our officers have to go to court. So there is an expense on the city side. So before we make any changes, that will be any type of decrease or, we need to really look into, since it was our first year, what it's actually costing. And everyone's got to put their reports in to make it an accurate or as close to that accurate report as possible for the benefit of the budget of the city and the council.
Ken, we had a conversation about this prior, and what are the other municipalities showing in revenue on this that you talked to?
In terms of the school patrol,
Yeah, the school fines, yeah.
it depends on the share of the contract.
Ken, just give us a.
Can I speak to you?
Yeah, because Ken's already given the amounts, and
All
that.
right, so number one, we have a contract with the company. We have a contract. So those rates are established. They're doing the vast majority of the work. The best comps we have are from Long Island, and communities over there have gotten over $1 million. But, again, you got to consider the size of their community, et cetera. In actuality, and I had a conversation with Danny Roach yesterday, who's following us, the actual ticketing is over $2 million for this year. And we get 40, 45%, something like that. But that's the contract. Everything is outsourced. We just get the revenue. We do have hearing officers to the councilwoman's point, but that doesn't cost us anything. So at the end of the day, the good thing, we're trying to raise the concern of public safety. I think that's number one. We don't want kids getting hurt or their parents. We're not going to be able to change that number beyond saying maybe we're going to get more dollars, but we're not going to be able to change the rate of the contract.
but if we get more dollars, that's a good thing.
Right.
So this is low balling it, but if we get more, that'll help us even more. So we've gone through this, can I get a motion to accept? Or you still got some
Yeah,
increases?
I don't know if we want to vote everything just yet.
Okay.
I think.
Well, I just want to get a consensus, because if some people aren't in favor of it, they need to say it now, because we.
I'm going to say it now because there are other items I think we all need to look at.
Okay.
So,
All right.
yeah.
All right.
I mean, if there's, through you, Chair, I will say there may be individual items as a committee that you may want to vote on today that are, I foresee being contentious, but that's for the committee to decide.
All right.
Thank you.
Josh?
Can I make a suggestion that we review those items now, so we can move forward instead of coming back?
Well, listen, whatever way we can speed this process up, I mean, if you got 95% of the people in favor of this, that's on this sheet. I'm only talking about this sheet. I'm not talking about nothing else. Go ahead.
Just really quick, are we forgetting how we do the budget? Excuse me.
Yeah, I mean,
If you have your recommendations, we should go for revenue increase recommendations first. Does anybody around the table have a revenue increase recommendation? So we can put it on the line, add that to the line. Let's start there, because we gotta fill the hole, but we may have to cut. If you have revenue increases, that a department head, or that you know that we can add to this, to increase revenues. If you didn't send them to the chairs, you can name them now, and then we'll go to the decreases. And then we can debate them once we get the list from
I
you
got
guys
you.
during the quarter. What do you think about
I
that?
agree with you.
Because everybody has an idea.
Right.
Like, I had that email sent because one of the department heads was supposed to send us, like, vitals. It's not on here, though. She said to increase her revenue vital for, vitals check, for the online service. That's a revenue line that we should be looking at.
All right. I agree
I'm
with
just
you.
saying for example.
I
And then we
think
can debate it out as, you know,
All right. I agree with you.
on our changes.
I want to start with my three. I want to start with my three on increases. Since we talk about
Revenue increase. We're not doing decrease.
No,
Revenue, let's go to the revenue increases first.
that's what we're gonna go through.
Because the decreases are gonna be a fight.
Right.
So, let's get the facts and the quick enough.
if you
Everybody
can-
wants some money.
If you can add up those four things on that board right there, that I suggested. And that is $500,000 in overtime, decreases, and those four areas.
Oh, combined, so?
No, you said increases.
Revenue increases.
I have your dementia pill
I'm
in my
sorry.
bag.
Those are expenditures.
I'm sorry.
We can get to those, though.
May I ask a question, please? I have a red light facing me, right? So does that mean, are we on live?
Well, I'm not.
We are being recorded. Then you edit, right?
You're not live, though. You're not live.
I'm not
The
live.
recording will go on.
Just
We're not
record.
We don't edit nothing out.
We're just
No,
record.
no, I just want to know because sometimes we say things and
Can't take it back.
We
can't
can't,
take it back.
you can't take it back, you can't edit, because we don't know what to edit out. That's not our job. We can't edit unless we get instructions.
So, through the chair, can I just ask, is there a number that we're thinking of for school bus violation fines to increase it by? Because that's a revenue increase following the
How much
period.
did we do, how much did we project?
So right now I have it going up to $1 million, but everybody said, well, we may want to bump it up. So is there a number that everybody has in mind?
So, through the chair, I was thinking, again, kind of on a marginal safety, maybe 50,000, maybe even 100,000.
I would say 100,000 because I know somebody who's gotten 4 of those tickets already.
Tell your husband a story?
Not my husband. She's a senior.
Okay, we'll say 100.
Do 100 for him.
Buses are off the street when he goes to work.
People are gonna keep on doing it.
We're doing revenue increase.
Revenue
Yeah.
increase.
Making it 200.
That's right. Amen.
So from 250 to 350?
Increase, yeah.
Chair,
Yeah, Fred?
since we're talking about revenue increases, have we ever found out the amphitheater and the parking and the fees over there?
From my understanding, I could be wrong, our facilities have not, talking about economic development, have not come up with any solutions. Because you gotta understand, he's under a contract. His contract says one thing, we believe it should be something else. So that, they gotta handle that.
Through the chair, there was a request at that meeting, put into OPED, to have sent that to the chairs.
Yeah.
So just mark that on this board. They did not send
Didn't send it.
the information to the chairs.
It's been over a year.
Right.
It's been over a year.
So that they haven't responded to the council.
When we gonna find that out?
And that includes
Not
the
today.
You won't find it out today.
That also includes the
We
billboard.
can't call them up, they got
Time,
their
guys.
going on speed dial.
Through the chair, there already is a small revenue line in there, but we just haven't been getting it. So there is budget already has a little bit, I think it's $50,000, $80,000.
something like that. We've been joined by Councilman Cruz.
Okay, hold on. So it's $58,000. What do you propose we increase it to? Another 20,000 or another 50,000 to put the pressure on them to get some money?
I'm telling you, 75. No, 50,000.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, I think we should increase it to 50,000, 100,000.
Go ahead, Scott.
All right, so the line we're talking about is parking revenue amphitheater. It's on page 326.
326.
The actuals, previous 2 years, 0, 0. We budgeted 85,000 last year. OPM director cut it to 75 for this year, which is a $10,000 decrease.
What page is that?
I'm sorry, 326. Yep. And we don't have any information or feedback on that.
Ernie.
Councilwoman Martinez.
So to my council colleague chair's point on the parking revenue you're referring to, the amphitheater.
Yes.
So during our budget, on 415, it was stated that, when the question was asked of where the money, Tom Gill stated that the money is owed to the city by the state. So,
But I thought that was to the chair, a certain parking area, not the whole thing.
Right.
Not the whole thing that's owed to the state, it's a certain parking area in the garage, that's the parking.
Okay?
Yeah, so to clarify, I think we're all right on this. The garage is state-owned. We're supposed to get a share of it. Tom Gill said we're supposed to get $5 a car at the garage
Yep.
or the amphitheater. And the actual amphitheater parking, I think we're referring to the VIP parking that is sold through Ticketmaster. And again, as a council, we approved a contract which said there would be no charge on parking, and now there is. The arena charges for parking. We get a share of that, 30% I want to say. So I think as a council, we wanted OPED to get 30% of the VIP parking like we do from the arena. So, number one, I think maybe we should, I don't know what happened with the state parking garage last year. You know, it was, comes through as a 0.
The sad part is this. Neither one of them came before us at the budget hearing, because I think they went over to, were they there? Definitely. I remember, okay. And this question came up, I'm sure. And, but we've been asking the same question over and over, year in and year out. The way it was explained to me, could be wrong. Tom Gill and them would be the only ones to answer it. That their contract says one thing. And this has been some of the problems. So, you got one party saying one thing, you got another party saying something else. So the only way we're gonna be able to solve it is to have Tom Gill and them. They're on their job, get in touch with the amphitheater and handle it.
To the chair.
Hold on a minute, come on.
I put, if you get that, you can be called now, put him on speaker. Otherwise, it's delaying us more.
Can you get Tom or Bill on the phone? I don't know. If you can.
We got them on the phone if you want to move to something else.
Yeah, we're gonna move to something else until we can get them on the phone, if we can. Councilwoman?
Yes.
To the chair, I just want to ask a question. I heard Chair Scott said that the contract was saying that they weren't going to charge for parking. Am I correct?
That's what he
So
said.
is that a breach of contract?
From talking to Gill?
That's a breach of contract right now, right?
Hold on one second. I'm talking to Tom Gill. As speaking with Stefan, there must be a misunderstanding, because he claimed they're not charging people at the end of the day. Now, I'm telling you what was said in the two parking lots. So now, if somebody is going over there doing it, then he should know about it.
I went over there, I got
I
charged.
know they're charging, because
Yeah.
they tried to charge me.
Yeah.
So why don't we do this? We need to get, and maybe we should have a special meeting and call the amphitheater president over so he can give us his version. Because all we've been doing is going around in circles. Go ahead.
The version is the contract. I wouldn't take it from verbal from anyone. If you get the revised or the amended, if there's any amendment to that contract, get copies of that, and that will tell you if what his version and what is actual are two different things.
Okay.
And then if we have to figure out if the monies that they give us from the state garage are accurate, because they only accept cash in that garage.
All right.
So I don't know who's doing that record keeping there.
Come on, Jeanette.
My suggestion, I don't think any department should be following the money. I think once those contracts are done, I think OPM and finance should be watching and overseeing that money. Why we're still in a problem, and this is always like, I feel like we're playing Ring Around Rosie, and everybody's playing a blame game, and this is about money, regardless of who it is. And Tom, my suggestion as CAO, we've got to figure this out, because we're gonna waste an hour of this, call them on the weekend, and still not have an answer, because the contract's not in front of us. So, we've got to get it together in these departments. OPED, I get that what they do, but they should not be following the money. We should not say OPED has to collect this money, we really shouldn't. That's, to me, is risky. Thank you.
There are two parts to this, just to make this clear. Is the parking money from the state.
We know, we already know.
That's not
Scott's
what
talking
we're
about,
talking
we have parking from the state. I can tell you, we have 5 emails with the state and OPEB and myself, and they've asked 3 times, the state has said 3 times the check is coming. I don't know what else to do, that's what we've done.
But
The
that's
parking
all-
at the
that's not what he's
amphitheater,
talking
the
about.
parking at the amphitheater, finance department have no ability to know whether they're charging for tickets, and whether, if it's not in the contract, we can't, there's nothing for us to audit. So, we can do rents, and we do, we check all the rents now, these departments used to do. Everybody, the CEO asked us to track the rents, we're sending out invoices, they can't send an invoice for parking that doesn't exist.
There is parking.
But it's not in the contract, that it's supposed to be paid.
Go right ahead.
That sounds really good.
Ken.
That sounds really good, but I know, I've said it over there, I've called Tom Gill from the site. The 2 parking lots that they have, supposedly no parking is supposed to be charged, except for supposedly against the wall, which is a separate parking. I've gone in there and I've paid. I brought it to Tom, I brought it to anybody, and if we have to go by head, so you may not know, I don't know, because.
No, I know.
Okay, but that's what we're.
We have no staff to go out there and
Well,
stand there
but you know
to
what, we
watch
gotta
this
figure this
parking
out.
on Saturday night.
All right, we're not gonna, listen,
Do you want me to do it every night? I can do that.
If you
listen.
want to hire another staff, city.
I'm gonna ask Tom Woodard, who's the CAO officer, to be in touch with the powers to be so they can clear this up. That's not our job to clear it up. That's the department head's job to make sure that we're not being cheated out of any money. Real simple, because I don't work for the city, so I shouldn't have to worry about it. The city should do it, and I'm gonna talk to Tom, and we'll get to the bottom of it. Because we're not gonna spend all day on this. Come on, and then I'll do George and Beverly, and then Fred.
Going back to increases is where we were at, so I want to go back to our subject. Are we talking about increases with regards to departments, like items in the department, or are we talking about increases with?
How we can get more money.
Okay, so the vital check increase for vital statistics was not, it was discussed, but it wasn't submitted by Dr. Rodriguez. I believe that we spoke on, we also spoke on increasing in the health department, fines for out-of-house cooking. We also discussed the fines, CO fines for rooming houses, and we also discussed, the fines for ADA compliance, non-compliance apartments. I don't believe that, that fine has been increased according to Dr. Rodriguez. And, there were 2 additional requests, but we do not have ordinances for them currently, so we cannot, increase, which one was to, weight and measure to enforce the fine for businesses not reporting scales, but that's not an ordinance, so we can't do anything with that. So I think those were the only increases that, I recall from our meetings that we've had so far. Thank you.
Is there any figures on those,
Oh, hold on, we have the list. One second, please, so I can continue with that. So we have.
Is that from the health director?
Yeah, she just sent it.
Yeah, she just sent it just now. So, operating without a food establishment license, which was a $250 fine per incident. The full establishment priority item and priority foundation violation fee is $100. Cosmetology establishment, unlicensed professional penalty, working without a Connecticut license, $100 per employee. Use of presence of Credo, blade, and nail salons, $100. Performing services not listed on license, $150. Obstruction closure signs, $75 per day. Remaining open after a cease and desist order is issued, $250 fine. Failure to meet inspector at allowed appointment without notice, $100 fine. Reuse of single-use item in nail salon, $50 fine, and reinspection fee of $100.
did she give a total of?
No, but she sent it to Ivy, so I guess Ivy can send it to you all. She did put weights and measures. Ordinance 5.80, gas pump meters, $85 fee increase on that. And then she has the scale by the weight, quite a bit of increases on that. I think this email is critical that is sent, and instead of reading everything here, it has a lot of increases. Housing code not remediating after a notice of violation, increased to a $250 violation, and that's it. Weight and measure, she has quite a bit of increases by the scale amount of the weight.
Frank, if it's any way possible, could we?
I'll send it to Ashley so she can print it out and then.
Yes, you can print it out for you, so that could be some more revenue for us.
Yeah, I mean, she's got the fees, but I guess, does she know how many, right? Because to get a total revenue, we need to know the quantity of these penalties that she would expect to issue.
Scott?
So thank you, glad we're getting the data. Just a thought, maybe to simplify factors a little bit, but, I'll get a chance to look at the email a little bit. Maybe we just, hate to put it this way, but kind of put a couple lump items, line items, just, and then be aware next year that, might be some rationalization. So we're not trying to fill out 45 different penalty lines and things like that.
Yeah.
So just simplify.
I think that, I was just gonna have, do the chair, have Ashley print it out and then look through the health department budget line to see where we can stick these in real quick. Email Dr. Rodriguez and tell them like what lines they go in her budget, so that way Frank can have the actual line items and.
Beverly, you have a budget, an item that you want to add to this?
I want to know, this is my favorite topic on here, sidewalk paving. We haven't gotten to that yet.
You haven't got to that yet.
That's just what we're doing right now.
Not yet, Tom.
All right, I haven't, and I just talked to Tom Gill, and I'm sorry I'm not more on top of it, but I think I finally understand the arrangement. So what he explained is that they do collect parking revenues for the VIP tickets, and that is supposed to come to us. But they also, Howard runs the garage, the state garage. And so what they do is they basically say, okay, here are all the total revenues from parking, both from the VIP tickets and from the garage. but they net out the expense of running the garage, the state garage. So ultimately, and then like who's supposed to pay us? The answer is that the expense to run the garage exceeds what they make off the VIP tickets on the side of the building. So the net revenue is what we're going to get. Tom Gill actually said it is looking like it's gonna be at least $85,000, so this could go back up a little bit. And that's the check that we're waiting on from the state. And he said that he just was on the phone with them the other day. They were doing calculation stuff, but he says it's in order. So he recommended that we actually go back up to 85, and that this revenue that we're supposed to get does encompass the VIP parking revenues. That was what was represented to me.
Thank you. Councilwoman?
I think we need to itemize that and separate by division, parking lots, et cetera. And do we have an invoice from him for his cost of maintaining this state-owned garage?
I don't know. I
It
don't know
doesn't
how
look
he
like
does
it's
it with
actually
the state.
maintained as a tenant, so, and then that's an all-cash item. So how do we protect our interest for the taxpayers? Because it's cash only over there, and they do cards only on the lots, and that's on the arena side and the amphitheater side.
True.
Because I've seen prices for parking on the flat top for $30, listed on their websites.
Yeah, I would be open to more exploration of this. I just don't know that we're gonna be able to get really to the bottom of this today, with all due respect, so.
Whether today or tomorrow, it has to be done. They shouldn't just assume that we know what they're doing, or Tom shouldn't keep this information if it's supposed to come through the council, to the council. But I would like to see it in itemized form of what exactly are his expenses and income, and decipher what exactly is he maintaining and what his costs are with actual invoices. Thank you.
Yeah, Tom, I'm surprised I'm saying this, but income is income here regardless. And I know each one of us that have gone into that parking lot, it's not the VIP parking that we're paying for. That's the first two lines on the outside. That's a different type. So we're not talking about that. But whoever is at the entrances of that, they're charging. And that's been brought up for about 2 years now, maybe more. So that's where I think everybody has to sit at the table, and we need to stop with the stories. And I'm not saying you, I'm not saying you, but I'm saying, I know I've paid, I know they've paid, a lot of us have paid, which is not a problem. If we're gonna pay for parking, then let's be valid on that parking, and let's get that done.
I'd make one other question or raise an issue. If we're saying the amphitheater is running the state garage, is that year-round for every event? Is it also the arena, because people park at that garage for arena events as well? And if somebody is running that for us, again, I feel there should be some agreement, not just a handshake. Because again, I know a lot of us go back, and we had issues back in the day of handshake agreements, and particularly around the arena. So let's get that fixed.
I have my hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I know we're talking about revenue, but through the chair, if this is my thing about us as committee members, like Jeanette is whose contract, Nita?
Yeah.
You're in contracts, right? And this is what I mean about having committee members, right?
To my defense, only 1 month on contract.
All right, well, what I'm saying is the department heads, and we're talking about where's the money, or who's on first, who's on second. If department heads will honor committee members and come checks and balances, what we've been talking about since I've been here, that they don't come, then we would be having this discussion right now when we're talking about revenues. We could figure it out before we come to the table like this. So I just hope in the future that when we send out to department heads, contracts, which is very important because that's revenue coming in the city, that we start to make them come to our committee meetings for the checks and balances as far as, I just want to put that out.
That's fine, that's fine. All right, Ken, you don't have to respond to everything.
No,
Go ahead.
Chair, I was just going to suggest, since Mr. Gill said 10,000 more, I think we should get more parking, just raise it 25,000, and that'll put
That's
pressure,
fine.
that'll
Put
put the
25
pressure.
in there, add 25,000 to the parking.
So it would be $100,000.
So it'll be 100,000 altogether.
True, yeah.
That's what we said.
All right.
That's what we said at the beginning, eh?
That's fine, we got some more money. Anything else, Ms. Martinez, that, we need to, do the building,
Through the chair, for our co-chair Scott, where was the line item for vital check requests? I think you have pointed it out during the meeting. On page, it's on page 359, but where is it on the revenue summary?
All right, so if on 359, when Health was with us 36 hours ago, something like that. If you look on the bottom, midway through the page, just above the second, where it says total vital check request online. So she's saying that we get $3 per request. She was suggesting going to 6. Quite honestly, just do the quick math. It's like 3,000 to 6,000. It's not.
Where is it under the revenue for object description?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, you know what? That must be, because she said it's mostly birth certificates, so it must be lumped in between birth certificates, death certificates being requested online.
So, Frank,
So I don't think it's I mean, it's good that we'll get a few more dollars, but I don't think we're gonna get like plenty.
she's increasing from 3 to 6, so how would you detail that on the line item?
I would just say put it in birth certificates and up the line from 164,250 to 167,250.
Through the chair, since we're on that, she said to increase, the municipal ID to $20.
right,
Yes.
right.
So again, maybe we just choose one line item to bump
And
and
that is line item
so we're not.
41278
All right, hold on.
for the municipal ID, which it would be, she's estimating 250,
What's the line item?
about 500.
What line item did you say?
41278 to increase that fee to $20. I don't, it's at $9,000. And the actuals last year went to 12,500.
Increasing it from what to what?
I would,
From $15 to 20.
15 to 20, so that's a 20% increase.
yeah.
Yeah, and we're gonna exhibit this, okay, real quick.
I have an email sheet from Dr. Rodriguez for revenue increases in environmental health, weights and measures, and housing code. This will be item number 05102025B. Second, Amy Marie?
All in favor? Okay. Scott, does this need to be good? No?
No.
All right, we get there, slowly but surely. Any more, increases anybody can think of? Go ahead, Scott.
All right, not a big one, but I know we talked about the golf course being renegotiated. It's been 90,000 flat for a while. We know, I was thinking, hoping we get more like 120,000. I know they're picking up utilities, but, you know.
Is that about the restaurant?
Yeah.
Sorry for the jump.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're actually on the escalator already. They've been honoring the contract as though it had the escalator in it, even though it's way out of lease. But, and I don't know if the budgets ever reflected, I never paid attention. But they're looking to increase the base and then have an escalator. And right, they would pick up utilities, which is on us right now, so. But
What was the increase, Scott?
did you put an increase in
I
that?
did, it was what they told me at the time, which was.
What was the increase, Scott?
Frank, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Frank.
Sorry, I'm just going to the page.
Maybe I can try to call Aaron and see if
So,
he can get us a.
It's on page 294. We collected 80,000 2023, 90 in 2024. This year's proposed 90. Our fiscal 25 90, fiscal 26 90, and Frank added 2,700.
Yeah, at the time, this reflected what they told me the new lease was gonna be. It doesn't reflect them paying for utilities, but the base amount, this is what I was given at the time I was doing the budget. It may have changed since then.
So I think they've been paying still, let's just interrupt.
No, no, we've actually been picking up the utilities, so that was part of the arrangement.
So what you.
But you know what, let me, this can be resolved with a phone call.
All right, maybe the phone call, maybe.
Through the chair, this was discussed that night when Parks was with us. So that was, and it was also discussed that there's still negotiations to get the contract done and then before it comes back to the
Yeah.
council.
Is
So
there-
we can make some changes, but we don't know exactly what the agreement is, and we can't really talk about the contract until it's been presented to you guys and then to the council itself.
And Parks is gonna go first on that. And there are other things in consideration too, like they're gonna ask them to do capital repairs to the building and such, so
Well, they've
there's a lot
been
of.
doing that, but we've been,
But they're gonna be doing even more, and so I think
Right.
there's a lot of things in the soup.
and
All
that
right,
was
more than
discussed
just-
that night at their meeting.
All right, we're gonna bypass that one. Scott's got two more. Let's go.
Yeah, scroll around that page. Sorry. Seaside Park rental. I believe we heard that Sacred Heart's gonna be paying a rental fee for using the field. The Recreation Department as well, seeing a little increase. But really the main line item there, Seaside Park rental is the amphitheater, music festival. So I think between those two, I would feel pretty good leaving it about 500 as we had last year. But again, I'm not locked onto that, so.
Through the chair.
Go ahead.
I have that, to my council colleague's point, I have a note, highlighting Seaside Park rental. I have first the Roach, it increased from 100K to 265K. Do you have anything reflecting that?
Yeah, that was the driving range costs, revenues.
So what was your question?
The Seaside Park rental line. That was the one I was.
Why do I have that highlighted?
Well, that's part of,
Wrong item.
your point is about the golf course revenue, which we've increased, Frank's increased 200,000. I mean, I just, it's not perfect, of course, but I went back and looked at golf revenue through March, the last couple of years, and not surprisingly, April, May, June, we got a pretty good bump.
Right.
So for this year, but, even for this year, we're coming around 280. If it's typical.
It's money, man.
So, it's not, we're not way off from 2.7, I don't think. I don't,
I think it is.
yeah.
Andy Marie.
Thank you. Isn't UB still paying for rental there too, for that field downtown? I mean, at Seaside Park?
I don't know.
Because they're the ones that originated it and rented it and then rented it, and then they're supposed to have shared usage with the city of Bridgeport, students and taxpayer residents. Also, I know it's Parks Board decision, but I think we need to sit down and do some sort of discussions with the Parks Board and the Parks Department. We're trying to raise some fees, the rentals of our parks, and not just the parks, but we have like, the Cleveland Green and a lot of different areas within the city that it should be increased because they're being highly sought after and they're always heavily rented. And I think enough of profit across the board to cover a lot of the expenses and to cover if there's any budget situation. So I think we need to look into increasing those fees, so we need to sit down and find out the reasons why and why not enough.
We just been joined by Councilman Alfredo Castillo, who just woke up, told me in my ear that he had a long night. But let me just get back to the parks. No matter what we do, those revenues, help me understand, go into the park board's budget, right?
Yes.
Maybe I'm wrong. All right, Scott is saying no.
Now it comes to the city.
Okay, so come and then okay, all right, because I don't want to get in no fight with the park board, and we're overstepping their boundaries by taking their money, like some people else is. So, as long as we're not interfering with their budget line item, because I thought park revenues was going to
Well, that's why I said we need to have a sit down and just find out all the different avenues, and we can do that with finance and administration and with the public facilities director.
All right, does anyone else have any
I do.
generating revenue? I heard somebody said I do. You do, George?
Yeah, I was raising my hand.
You got any department meetings for us?
Huh?
No, just kidding. Just kidding, go ahead.
No, I just gotta,
What revenues do you have an idea on that we can make?
well, I have a problem with the revenue increase as far as the IDs is concerned. Those IDs are useless, really. They're useless. And I don't think it's fair to raise, those IDs for $5 more because the primary people that use those IDs or seek those IDs are people who are homeless or immigrants.
I think that when vital statistics came to us, didn't they said for some people, it's an ID, I think they said for immigration, people that come in for ID, that it works for them.
Yeah, but it doesn't work for a bank account. They
No, we
take cash
said
a
all
check.
that, yeah, we said all that.
So what's the use? The use of his ID, why raise it more? I just only my opinion.
All right,
To
come
answer
on
my
in.
colleague over there,
Go right ahead.
they know they bought a new machine.
Uh-huh.
Okay, the fee of the machine is expensive. That's why she raised it up.
Because it was a mayor's ID.
It's still my opinion, I don't, it's a useless ID.
All right, we all said
That's all it
that.
is, it's only one opinion.
All right.
I'm just saying what they were.
No, I appreciate you.
The Lighthouse program has been referring the youth to, they're accepting that ID now. So the students that are 14 and 15, they're utilizing that ID now. So there's been an increase this last week of the kids coming to use the ID for hiring purposes. So
it
it's
works
still
for-
workable.
For the
For the
kids,
kids.
yeah, local kids, right?
So they can go out and get, when they go to apply for a job, people are accepted.
But are they good for, I understand that banks don't accept.
Right, we get it. Names, nothing accepted.
No, regular Connecticut state ID.
All right, let's move this, hold on one second, because it's getting out of order now. I'm gonna go to Jeanette, because she had her hand up. Councilwoman, and then you stop.
You know, when we started that program, we knew very quickly, we found out it didn't get taken at motor vehicle and all this stuff. It helps the school because the non-documented that don't have IDs, their parents get that ID and they're able to put their children into school. It gives us a little bit more validation. They don't have to do it, but, it works for them. So if it works at least internally for our, roundabout what they really, really need at that moment, that's still a help. I mean, eventually, they're gonna be able to get other IDs if they do, but right now, we remember one thing, with the new president and with what's going on, a lot of people are leaving. We're having an influx of people getting out, and I just got a phone call last night, somebody connected just got detained, and we don't know where he's at, so we have to be cognizant of those things as well.
I know about the ID and I know you can get them, because I helped others. But is there a way to determine, who, like, let's say somebody from Jersey or Estonia might might come here to get an ID so that then they can say they live from Bridgeport? Is there a way to detect that?
They gotta show proof that they live here. They gotta show proof
That they live here?
Right, so we're not gonna, listen, all I wanna hear is dollars and cents.
Well, I just,
Yeah,
the
that
reason
is-
why I ask is because then, if there is a way to identify, right, then raise it up a little to stop the individuals coming in and lying that they live in Bridgeport.
All right, Scott,
Just simple, is there an agreement to add 50,000 to the revenue line for Seaside Park rentals? I just want to know.
yeah, I know what you think, yeah. Fred,
Through the chair, we're talking about revenue, I'm just looking at the, revenue for parking meters. Are we losing money there? On page 228, the item was 41664, parking meter collection? Yeah.
I can address this a little bit.
Okay.
come on.
I looked at this during the middle of the year, about halfway through. It's kind of under new management, sort of, with us. And they're actually as of when I looked at it with finance, they actually were trending ahead of where they were last year. But the council's been very aggressive. Well, as of when I looked at it halfway through the year, they were trending ahead. So I don't know if anything's changed in 3 months since I looked at it, but they were trending ahead of where they were last year or thereabouts. But the council's budget has been much higher than what they've actually achieved, right? So this correction is not because they're actually bringing in less than they brought in last year necessarily. It's just that they're bringing in less than what we put on a piece of paper saying that that's what they were going to get, you know what I mean? So this is a more honest number.
Because most of our, what they do is just a minute, they project. These are just projections on what we're hoping to get in. So that's what you're looking at, projections.
Now, just to correct what Tom was saying, remember last year at budget time, we voted the increase. And the council never took the action by ordinance, and then it was overturned.
That's right.
So actually, there's a loss of revenue because we didn't actually increase the revenue for July when we did it in May. We did it in, what, October was the big fight? Was it October? October, we went to change the ordinance and then everybody voted that we should not increase the fines in just the meter numbers by a minute. So we lost that revenue in the parking fines.
So that's why.
So that's why, it looks like we were overzealous, but we weren't overzealous. We had put the number in of what we were increasing it to according to the fine increase. But I'm gonna say they are being aggressive because it's in the neighborhoods where the community is paying the tickets, like in the east side and the east end, where they're ticketed Friday, Saturday, and Sundays, even around the churches. But the downtown area is safe because I parked my car down here the other day for 4.5 hours and never got a ticket.
Do we
I'm
have
just
to go?
saying, the encumbrance of the increase is not from the downtown area, it's from the neighborhoods.
Right, so do we have to go back to ordinance to change it, to up the fee for the fine?
For downtown, we should, yes, we should
Yeah,
go
we
back.
have to change that, okay? All right,
Because it's only fair.
go ahead, George.
All right, no, just quickly, thank you. I feel that the parking fees, of the fines specifically, not the meters, are going to generate a great increase, so I'm all in support of that. And the reason I'm saying this is the volume of ticketing continues, like I've been with Danny Pizarro. I am, in my district, I am enforcing the 24-hour parking. And they have come out there and tagged 4 cars that I told specifically they've been basically not moving. And I've told Danny to follow the ordinance and come back around. If they're still there, take them again, because I'm not calling Craig or anybody else to come and put the orange stickers, because the orange stickers are useless. They're just taking and move it. It's better to ticket them, $40 each. I had an issue with one of my neighbors, which I had forewarned her last year, basically, that, you know, you need to move the car, blah, blah, blah. And they refused. So The son was upset at me, and I told him, I said, listen, this is an ordinance, I talked to you, I talked to your mom last year. Now you're telling me the car's been parked here 35 years. They're gonna push the ordinance. And I pointed to his mother's car, I pointed across the street, I pointed to the other car, and I pointed to that car. And I said, if you don't move the car, they're gonna come and ticket you again. So all I'm saying is that that's the ordinance that I think that we all collectively should be able to have this parking enforcers enforce. Ticket them.
They also, I understand that they're starting to ticket trucks. And, as I rolled down this week, they had stickers up on them, orange stickers. So we may be receiving some revenue. They have picked up on these vehicles and tractor trailers in our communities by ticketing them in these. All right, does anybody have, Councilwoman?
Through the chair, just for clarification on the ticketing of the trailers, that is not a revenue to the city of Bridgeport. That is being done by Joe Estefan from the sidewalk department and Assistant Chief Greg. And it is, all they're doing is contacting Bud, and Bud is coming out and towing the trailers and the 18-wheelers or any abandoned trailers, and then they have to pay the towing company. The city is not receiving any revenue for any tractor trailer towing or any trailer towing, just for clarification.
All right, okay, Scott, and then, Councilwoman Michelle.
No, that was good.
Go ahead, Michelle.
I have a question. In the zoning, and planning and zoning department, for the infractions in there, what was the increase in there? Because, offhand?
I don't know what the increases were for.
What's that? What's that?
I don't think so.
Zoning,
For
planning and zoning
zoning, planning
department.
and zoning, I don't remember.
Typically, the zoning department doesn't have finding authority. The state statute allows them to. They force people to go to housing court if they don't honor the notice of violation.
Well, when they have violations, yeah, planning and zoning goes out and they give tickets.
I don't think they collect revenue on that.
Right.
I could be wrong, but I think their enforcement mechanism is
Yeah,
not.
because I know when I've sent them out, people gotten tickets.
We'll find out actually revenue and where it goes.
Through the chair, they're not, to my council colleague Michelle, they're not tickets, they're stop work orders.
Right.
So they place a stop work order on the building, and then they have to report to zoning, and then they take it from there. Basically, it goes from zoning to building, they have to pull their building permits, and that's where the revenue comes from, not from zoning.
So what if they get, ticketed, not very, but they should be actually.
All right, so we got that, we got that
I
taken
think,
care.
just to clarify, what Michelle's actually trying to say is, how many stop orders have we had because we're not accounting for that revenue? That's what she really means. To what?
Chair, my point is, it doesn't matter if they issue 1 or 1 million, none of them collect any money. The enforcement mechanism is to go to housing court. So like parking, when you don't pay the meter, the city council can pass an ordinance and charge a fee.
So then has the housing increased?
I don't know.
If they go to housing court to enforce the stop work
Right,
order.
but they still have, there should be a fee or something for that.
They can't, because they can only do what we're empowered to do by state statute, so they're not allowed to.
It goes to the state, or the fines.
If the court even, I don't even think that courts typically don't impose fines, they just say, follow the rules. That's the remedy to violating the rules, is follow the rules.
All right, we're gonna get this back on revenue, Reverend Lee, and then Alfredo, and then we're gonna find some more money somewhere. Scott knows where all the money's hidden, baby, so y'all get ready. All right, Reverend Lee?
Yeah, I would like to, I guess this probably to Anita, since she brought it up, the revenues, you say that we don't get revenues from the trailer truck that's being ticketed and other things, so I guess the state of Connecticut get the revenue, who get the revenue?
Well, the trucks currently with the new, towing implementation that just started approximately last week, what they're doing is they're driving to where so say you file a complaint with the police department. So Assistant Chief Brett and Joe Estefan, they're going to the location. Some, they've been running into the owners of these trailers or these 18-wheelers, and they've been giving them a verbal warning. Others, they're just towing them. So Bud's towing is just, they're getting a phone call from either the Assistant Chief or Joe, they're staying at the location, and they're towing the vehicle. So they're not being ticketed per se, but if some of those trailers are being ticketed, like all of those that are parked at Bass Pro, and the ones that are parked on Connecticut Avenue and Florence Street, if they are being ticketed by the police department, yes, we will receive revenue. But the new kickoff that's going on is not a revenue to the city. It's Bud has to deal with them getting paid and getting their trailer back. They just had an article in the Connecticut Post about the guy going into the place and stealing his trailer back.
They paid the bill.
Yeah. So.
Revelation?
Yeah, well, that's the one that I wanted, that at some point, the city do get some revenue from the part that.
If the ticket, if they're
Yeah,
ticketing
because,
from the
you know,
police department.
when I look at this budget, the thing that pops out in my mind is the taxpayer. How are we helping them to, maybe we can pay less tax somewhere? I'm not so concerned about saving the city money, because they have more money than all of us. But, I am concerned about how the raising of taxes for the parking meter and for Fairchild Wheeler and all of those places. You know, it might help the city to bring in revenue, but how do they help me as a taxpayer?
By not, yeah, I can answer you, by not raising your taxes. Now, you think about this city has not raised taxes, and I guess since I've been here. Now, that saves taxpayers, because their property tax and all that stuff, they're not paying. So we do, when they pick our garbage up, when they shovel the snow, that's helping the taxpayer now. They may not be putting money back in your pocket, but just think, if we didn't have those individuals to do that work, people would be screaming, what am I getting for my tax dollars? So they do something for the taxpayers.
I'm not saying that they don't do something for the taxpayers, but everything that we pass, because the things that we pass, have an effect on the taxpayer period, whether we are lifting up, and that's why we, our taxes not going up is because of the taxpayer, you know what I mean? So when we talking about downtown, you know, I don't go downtown that often unless I come down here, you know what I mean? But, you know, when you say that, and I know that this is off the revenue, I know this, you know, but when I do come downtown, and I go, people that don't have cars during it is not gonna worry about, they're gonna walk downtown, they're not gonna get fined, I don't care how long they stay downtown, you know? But if I go downtown and park my car and put out, got something right out in front of, you know, 999 Broad Street, the thing, I'm just concerned about, and it's just my little opinion, like George said, man, I don't have one opinion, yeah. I'm just concerned about everything that we do, you know, I think about the taxpayer, because there's very few of us that pay taxes in the city of Bridgeport, they pay it someplace else. That's all I have to say, and that's all I just want to know, that we get in the revenue from parking. Nita said that we do.
Yeah, we do.
So there you go.
Question, is it, I know Alfredo was next.
I called on him, but he's still asleep.
You look that way.
Go ahead, Alfredo.
Maria, you go.
No,
Ladies first.
is it okay to jump here and there on this, or
As
you
long as you,
specifically?
you know, as long, if you got an idea on how to bring revenues, okay, that's what we do.
No,
About
this idea is not mine, but just to throw it in, because I know she's busy over there trying to figure something out. But the public, no, not, the trash pickup,
Yeah.
right? You know, we have, the recycling. And the recycling is done every 2 weeks. But then we know that recycling, we're not really getting any money from recycling, correct? We're not.
No.
So why can't we go into once a month recycling and avoid,
If I may, Chair, again, that's a broad policy question, and we're not gonna solve today.
well, I could figure money is maybe.
Yeah, but it's an expenditure thing, and it's kind of baked in, and, I think it is something facilities needs to look at in terms of how we're doing routes and all that, but it's not anything I think we can change
Answer
today.
that.
Yeah.
Afraid of?
Another revenue, a big revenue is, the fire department, the marshal. Because when these guys pull out permits, the last stop to that permit is the fire marshal. And they only charge you $50. I figure we could charge for each permit in the fire department, $500. That's $450. And they have to pull out permits, like right now, there's a gas station in my district, they gotta pull 4 permits. That's $2,000. That's for a store, that's for the canopy, that's for the tanks, and that's for another building they're gonna build in the back, a 6-family. That's $2,000. They're only getting $50. But when they go to the building department is $13,000, $25,000. That's what they get for the permit. Fire marshal, they only get $50. So that's another revenue that we could look at and jack that up to $500 each permit.
Scott, that's a good idea.
50 to 500 is pretty good.
No, but it hasn't been done for years.
Yeah, I understand.
Retroactive.
But let me just say that
Nobody gonna be-
dangerous, Cruz, dangerous.
You need money, that's it.
But we did, Frank and I did look at that line item, the floor plan review line, to increase. So while we're on it,
Mine's gonna increase to 200.
that's page 196.
Yes, you can. It's Bridgeport. We're the last city to be developed. How are we gonna get money, Merv? They just talking about where we getting money from. That's how you get it.
All right, through you, Chair. I know,
Right?
I just, if we can, Frank and I were trying to connect with the chief and Fire Marshal Marrero yesterday. A little confusion. Did we settle on a number on that?
Never got back to us on the,
So we'll settle.
So what I can share is the actuals last year were 213, the year before only 64,000. We have 150 in here now. The fire chief relayed to us he could increase by 20%, but again, we weren't sure if that's 20% over what's in front of us or what was already, projected for collections, which is higher than 150, which is good. So, and if we do raise the fine, maybe, I'm sorry.
The fee.
Maybe we change that from 150 to 200?
Ken, come on.
Yeah, through the chair, I don't want to be a sad sack here. Last month, total year, 9-month total was 40,000.
How much?
I'm looking at the wrong one.
41,000 out of 155,000.
Well, they're the last ones to get the, we have to pay.
So I don't know why it's so low.
Yeah, it's low.
I'm looking at floor plan review line,
there's two floor plans.
There's 2 floor plans.
under fire department administration.
41,309. 40,853.
Yeah, so there's,
So I'm seeing our monthly is
So there's one-
134,000.
there's one in environmental health, and that's a smaller one.
I'm just looking at the line of fire.
Yeah, 175,000.
That could be a delay because they have to go through all those steps. That could be a delay in the buildings from going all the way around with the delay. Fire's the last one to get
Both
to.
the fires.
If Frank has an updated number,
And
it's
if
actually.
you remember, Ken, And remember, they were backed up on those inspections and all that stuff to get permits. But they're caught up now, so it should be, that's what they told us. So we're gonna move on, and, but we need to up it to 200 if we can.
Through the chair.
Yeah.
I had, a thought on increases. One, we can't do today, but consider it to our contracts committee members. Review the contract for the booting and increasing that amount. Not today, but what about our police department and our pistol permit, fees? Is that a state fee or is it a local fee for the pistol? Okay.
State.
All right, so what about the town clerk's office increasing our dog tag, certificate and the fee for the dog tags? Is that a local or a state requirement?
Regulated. Through the chair, it's regulated.
Everything is regulated by the state.
And what about the copies of the deeds and other filing documents that are in the town clerk's office? Are we able to increase those, or is that a state regulated fee?
That's a good question. Go ahead.
When it comes to the firearm part, when you applying for that, that's the city fee goes first. In fact, when you go to the state level, that's a different story. So on that part, can't up their fee. On the fingerprinting fee, is for your permit. On the local part. Now, when it goes up, that's a state fee that we don't have no control over.
So we
She is
can,
correct, through the chair, through Scott, because, they do fill out an application here through our police department, so we should be able to increase that fee for that application process. Do you
Right,
think so?
here.
Through your chair, what line item?
I didn't look at a line item, it's thoughts coming to my head about revenue.
Yeah.
We're trying
Just
to get
when
revenue.
you're doing your gun permit registration. In other words, you wanna issue a permit, gun permit.
Yeah. If I may, I don't want to squash too much, but I don't think we also want to get hung up over like $3,000 increases and things like that. So, you know, we can lump things together. No, I know. We
Application,
just don't want
dog
to.
tag deeds.
Yeah,
It
it does, but just try to keep focused on it.
okay.
All right, so
I think Reverend Lee says she got another question on how to raise some money.
Yes,
I'm
I
hoping.
do, I'm going with the dogs now. If all these people, if those dogs was registered, we'll make a lot of money. Maybe we should hire somebody to go around and check the dogs to make sure that they have their tags and stuff, because most of the dogs that, and I don't know whether they registered or not, but I think that there's a lot of dogs in the city of Bridgeport that's not registered, because every car you see a little dog hanging out the window. So, that's a good for revenue. You know that's the truth. They don't have just one dog, they have 2 or 3 dogs.
I'm guilty.
Right, we're real. Right.
All right, Rev, we're gonna look at the dogs.
Okay, pick it up.
All right. Anybody else have, Scott?
no, I just want to be clear. The floor plan review line, are we adding 50 to that? Is that the idea?
That's what I have in my notes.
Yeah.
Probably go to 200.
Yeah.
So,
About 3 dogs.
All right,
Through the chair, is that, Scott, is that something that has to go through ordinance for an increase or no?
I think if we're to change the fee, yes, but the projection from the fire department is,
Oh, okay, no
it's a
problem.
safe number.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think at the current fee level, you'd be okay with it.
yeah, so okay, we're good on that. All right, anybody else, have any ideas on where some more revenue can come from? Go ahead, Scott.
So I do agree, I think Tom was making the point that our parking violations, parking meter collections were pretty aggressive the last year or two, partly because of why Council President already noted. And I don't think it's on your sheet, Frank, but we were talking, I think I raised in the video, the idea of giving some overtime parking enforcement to do some evening and or weekend enforcement, because that's when a lot of us see in our districts issues, people parking on corners, double parking, et cetera. So if we invest a little bit in that, I think we're more likely to hit these numbers. So I think it's a good thing, and I do think the optics of having enforcement at activities, periods of high activity is helpful.
And just so everybody know now, the majority of revenues that we get from them parking meters, most of their money comes from our districts. So I want y'all to be aware, the majority of what we get in fees for these parking tickets come from our district. And most of them come from people parking up on the lawn, people blocking the street, you know, so you can't see around. So most of it comes from our district. So I just want y'all to be mindful of that.
In all the districts, Black Rock, North End, it's Bridgeport.
Come on. Oh, I'm sorry.
So I just want to say, Danny Pizarro had informed me that he was sending over the fine increases to the chair. I don't know if you got that. The ticket increases, the violation ticket increases, he should send them over.
He sent us an update a few weeks ago, like, you know.
He had proposed fine increases. He just sent it over.
He might be working on it. I don't know. He might be.
Well, you gotta work on it now, because you're passing the budget now.
Can somebody get in touch with Danny, please?
I was gonna say, I remember Scott's suggestion, and a number of people from last time, so I sat with Danny and Fred, and we talked about this, and we asked him, would you prefer, if you were gonna do overtime enforcement, or after-hours enforcement, weekend enforcement, would you prefer a new position for that purpose, or would you prefer overtime? And he said it is kind of challenging to get the current staff to want to do overtime in addition to what they're doing now. He thought the better way to do it was to allocate a specific position that was hired for the purposes of doing late night, because it's just not an attractive time to work. So you know, someone coming in to that position knowing what it is would be better suited, he thought. And he did think that there's plenty of after-hours enforcement that doesn't happen. He agreed with that point. So.
But one person is not gonna be able to do what we need now. And so I'm not in favor of just hiring somebody for the night shift. I ain't doing that. I'm not doing it. So,
With that being said, hiring at night, that has to go through the union as well. So that may not be a feasible plan anyway. They would probably prefer overtime.
Well, the other part of the analysis here too is he pitched us on, so right now there's this like awkward thing going on where Lines and Signs does a lot of stuff for parking, including like fixing meters and like doing stuff like that, and it's just not productive. He wants to bring it all in-house, and he said, you know, he would love to, he kind of asked for two guys, these employees don't get paid that, so it's not a huge hit, but he was like, I would love to have one person who's just dedicated to fixing, collecting meters. Oh, that's the other thing Lines and Signs does, they collect the meters too. It really makes no sense. Honestly, the Lines and Signs collects the meters they have forever. This is how it's been done.
okay.
And so the idea would be, if he had additional staff, what he would do is he would bring that into the parking department, have that person collect and fix everything, so that there's meters that are down all the time.
Right.
And Lines and Signs just can't get to them, that's lost revenue. And then the after-hours thing, so.
Okay, Amy Marie and Councilwoman Martinez.
Thank you. I agree, but we have to think about past practices of how the city operates. We did this years ago to hire, we put a zoning person in place to work nights and weekends, but then there was a change of a long extended leave of absence and a retirement. So that person that was hired for evenings went to days, and that was never fulfilled. So a lot of our issues are not being addressed after hours on the zoning part. Now with the parking enforcements, again, that's another thing that we have to think about, because we have to make sure it's filled, and that's going to continue. And then, again, contractual situations arise on that. But we have to figure out how to make that, how to implement it so it stays and it's enforceable, because there is a lot of problems citywide where we're having parking issues. And Bernie mentioned something about, parking on the sidewalks or the grass. Well, I've had people park at the curb when there's no sidewalks. I've seen pictures, it's just barely even touching the grass, and they get a ticket. They can't park in the middle of the road. where supposedly, oh, they should have a there's supposed to be a sidewalk there. There's no sidewalk on a lot of the streets, so they have to, and it's the right for them to park on a public street. We have to go after also, there's several places that put cones in front of their businesses and homes to reserve parking, which is illegal, and it's an ongoing thing, or they have garbage cans on the street, parking their, reserving their parking space. That's not been enforced in years, because it's a city favor of folks, I should say, and that shouldn't happen. We're hurting a lot of people, and we're not following our true policies and procedures on the city side. So we're letting a lot of people go for the just because. So if we want to make changes for the good of our city and our taxpayers, you've got to follow the letter of the law. If everyone else has to, so does the city of Bridgeport. But I do agree on getting folks to work after hours and weekends.
All right, Councilwoman Martinez, then, if you all don't have no other revenues you can find, I called you before. You said you had to yield to somebody, so come on.
So what I was gonna mention was, and we had talked about this previously, in regards to revenue, I know that people don't like the idea, but maybe we need to go to 7 days a week, the meters, because like, for example, right now, graduation, you know how much money we've been making, and plus people are parked illegally.
Something look at.
So that's another way of going. We can, maybe Saturday and Sunday, we stop the meters free after 6, but from the morning until, we need drivers. So,
We'll put that down. Councilwoman Martinez.
Let me just correct our CAO, Mr. Corbett. Lines and signs does not work on our meters. There's an outside contractor, because I saw it. See, I'm a PI Monday through Friday downtown Bridgeport, just so you know.
Oh, I know.
There was a contractor working on the installing of meters, and I don't know if this is costing the city any money or what budget is coming out of, but it wasn't lines and signs. And to the point of our Councilwoman Amy Marie, I have a very serious concern about these civilians emptying our meters, because we don't know if we're actually receiving the entire revenue that is due to us, because no one is watching them.
That's true.
So,
Through the chair, that goes for any department that's collecting cash. And that's why I had a question the other night to Michael, because they collect cash. And I'm not saying I don't trust anyone, but it's a cash item for a large municipality that has to deal with a lot of different things, but whatever the register says and whatever's written down, it can be 2 different things. And that includes, I'm glad they finally changed the entrance to the parks to cards and not cash, because situations happen where cash was missing.
so the money is going in a box, and then they're moving it onto their vehicles, and then they're bringing it to wherever they have to drop it off at.
All right, come on.
Just a quick to the chair, unfortunately, it's 5 years ago, we did audit this, and they do have a canister, but they require a second person. But I have not looked at it last year, so that may be.
Is the canister counting the money as it goes in?
They had a team requiring more than one person, so, but let me redo it.
All right, Tom,
So-
come on, then George, and then we're gonna move on. If we don't have no more revenue things, and we're gonna jump to some other stuff.
Yeah, my suggestion would be, if you want to increase the revenues, I think that's a reasonable thing. And if you want to say, to counter Danny and just say, no, we want you to try the overtime first with after hours enforcement, I think that's fine. I mean, again, it was a preference, but you tell them what you want them to do, and we'll make that happen. So I would recommend, but I also do think that, like, if you want to consider it, because they're not expensive positions, taking all these duties out of line of design. To Councilwoman Zena's point, when you saw the contractors out there, Councilwoman, you probably saw them installing the new meters because they expanded where their territory is. That's the new meters, but when something's broken on them, the solar panels out, something's wrong with them, our people typically fix those, and they want to bring all of that in-house within the parking division. So I would say maybe a body and some overtime, and we'll work with that. And then increase the revenues by more than those expenditures.
Come on, George.
Thank you,
and then we're
Mr.
gonna
Chair.
move on.
Attorney Gaudet just was thinking along the line I was thinking, God bless him. Because, yes, excuse me, I spoke with Danny. I know this about raising money. Yeah, we need a few more parking enforcers. You know, I can understand about the overtime, but, you know, we've got to think outside the box. Big cities, New York, California, 7 days a week, and hire a few more people for his department. And they be out there after hour, a second shift on the weekend. That would raise a whole lot of money.
All right, we'll keep that in mind. Come on, Scott.
Last piece, we've had a line in police admin about towing revenue. We know we've had a lot of issues, arguments on that. Ken has suggested, you know, we just have like a registration fee for towers. And we have an ordinance, in the books already, quite dated. I don't know that we're registering anybody in that regard, but it's a way to, you know, act on what we have. But
So through the chair, I did talk with CA, like Cassidy said a lot of the time, I guess they can't get quite the fee that towers are getting. We can charge an annual fee per towing company to have the right to tow. And other towns say do that. But the problem is you already have to get it, and it hasn't getting any money.
right.
So I don't think we can add a new revenue because we've already got 50 or 1,000. There's a towing, right?
10,000.
10,000.
I lowered it.
Okay, so I mean, if you want to consider, if Frank lowered it, if you want to consider trying to revise the ordinance, I would hope we can collect 30,000, 40,000, 10,000 apiece per company or something a year.
The way we're doing is not working,
Right.
okay? Because they're not paying us nothing. Maybe we do need to change it, so when you come to get the fee to tow, you pay us $3.55, whatever the figure is.
It has to be like an annual license fee because you can't do it per tow.
I agree, I say, come on.
Through the chair. I'm gonna say this again, I said it when the police was before us. The police department, when they were overseeing the towing, there was a big scandal going on. And I don't see why the tower should be punished for something that was ran incorrectly through the police department, whoever was overseeing it at that point. I have questioned this before, I'm still waiting for FOI documentations, almost going back 2 years, I have not received from one deputy chief that was overseeing this department. What I will say is that there's some checks that apparently they had held, that according to the deputy chief, were too old to deposit, which totaled thousands and thousands of dollars that the city took a hit on. So I think that, according to what I'm being told, is that the ordinance is being written. I don't know who's writing the ordinance because it hasn't come before our ordinance committee. But to my council colleague's point, I think that we need to come up with, and we can't do it today to vote on it Monday, but a plan to fix this department because it has been under a scandal for many years, over 20+ years, and it's still under scandal today as we speak. Applying this fee to the towers, I think they're already paying to get a towing license, a high amount, so that's just my statement on it.
Council President,
I have something else, but just to piggyback on what she said, I'm gonna say that it was about $25,000 worth of checks. And some people are still paying the $25 tower fee on their bills. So we need to do that. But, we've been waiting for the police commission to get it done, DC Baraha, Manny Carter, oh wait, he's retired. And it hasn't happened. So I'm gonna leave that there. But I have a question on zoning commission because Paul Boucher did not come before us. And I see that there's a revenue decrease of $20,000. No, he didn't get to talk because that was the day OPEC came and he didn't get to talk. So my question is, Frank, you decrease.
I do a page you on.
Oh, sorry, 346. Because we have all these things coming before zoning, we're not making, now we're losing revenue, so I'm trying to understand. If they gave you an explanation for that, Frank. Because we didn't get to hear from him that night.
When he came to us and when he was entering his revenues, he had made an error just in entering them. So, just 41253, So he's only, so year to date in this revenue line, he's only collected about $8,500. Yeah, so he put in, so for public hearing fees, he put in 80,000. That was a mistake. I don't know why, he transposed the number, whatever he did. So he came to us and he said, the number I intended to enter was 30,000, which is closer to what he had in the budget for prior years. Year to date, he's about 8,500, so collected. So the $30,000 seems more realistic, so that's why you're seeing a revenue.
So that accounts. I don't know. I'm just, okay. Unacceptable, but I guess we gotta accept it today. Thank you for that.
Tom, this gives you an idea of our CAO. You know, we really gotta get these people to, you know, do what they're supposed to do. Because it doesn't make no sense to me that we're only at 30, you said 30,000?
No, the budget for this year is 23,000.
Right.
So if you put 30 grand in there, he's gonna raise his revenue by 7,000, right?
But
But
he
year to
should
date,
be
he's
more.
only collected, there's only 8,500 in there.
Right.
Right
That doesn't
there.
make
I
no
mean,
sense.
respectfully though, we're putting these numbers in, he doesn't control how many public hearings he's gonna charge for, right? Like, I don't see what the issue is, because he's just collecting a fee for, I mean, it's not like lack of enforcement or something, like, I wouldn't know what to yell at him for, like, what am I, you know, I mean,
Okay.
he's
All right, he's
just collecting a fee every time the one is required to do one of these public hearings. However many he does, he collects out. I have no evidence he doesn't collect the fees.
So, no, and to counter that, I'm sorry. In 2024, his land use fees his actuals were 26,000. Now, it's 30,000, and then, it's a decrease of $15,000. So the proposed budget is 15,000. He's requesting 30, but then on the top, I see where it says public hearing fees. I get that. But then he's also losing land use fees when we're supposed to be building? So much, and he only has 8,500 as a total year to date? Is that for the whole department, a total year to date 8,500? Because there's other fees here. I'm not even asking liquor certification fees. You know, there's a bunch of fees here which amount to a $20,000 decrease in revenues in the department. So I get the 80,000 mistake.
I mean, the mistake aside, I guess what I'm saying is zoning is very much, those fees are set by state statute.
By state statute, you're right.
And so like, they just collect what they collect. Again, unless someone is saying that he's not collecting a fee that ought to be collected, which I have no evidence of, whatever he generates is based on, all right, more development, things happening in the city will lead to more development here, but I have no evidence that the zoning office has not done something they're supposed to do, you know? That's all. And if you have evidence, that I'd like to hear it, because that would be very interesting to me.
That's all I have to say.
This public hearing fees, they are paid by the lawyers, correct?
By the applicants.
The applicant.
Right.
So given the fact that lawyers make a lot of money, why can't we double the fees?
I think those
There's
fees,
revenue.
I believe those fees are set by state statute, I could be wrong.
Right. I think they are.
Yeah, these are very state heavily regulated areas, these fees.
I'm just gonna say, I have some concerns. My pad is down and I'm trying to remember the things that I wrote, that's why I'm all over the place. But I'm just saying, there are a lot of revenue-driven departments that are decreasing in revenues and not increasing in revenues. So this is my frustration last night that I was looking through the book, is that we're putting these numbers in, and then we're seeing decreases year to year, but we don't wanna raise taxes to Ernie's point. So we don't wanna raise fees either, but then, you know, our departments are not collecting the amount of money that is slated in the budget. And some of these haven't even been changed for years, it's just been the same one. Like, I can't believe, that's why it's driving me crazy right now. He only does 2 per zoning maps for the whole year, 2 $2? $2? $44? 000? Like, I'm just baffled because this is not just the one department staff. And, we're talking about increasing revenues, and I feel like we're talking about increasing, but what we're hearing from the departments and what we're getting from Frank is that the department heads are telling him they don't think they're gonna meet their current quotas, and that, you know, it's just, I'm just expressing frustration. So my thing is, we're gonna increase the fees, revenues, and they just have to do the work.
Yeah,
Because
again, I
that's
just,
the point.
I think in the areas that matter, that the council's taken some action, so building permit fees and what Fredo brought up about the fire marshals, which you've taken action on, those are very much development driven and stuff, and you've taken big action, hundreds of thousands. Again, these small items are driven by whatever comes through the office, and there's really no control there, you know?
All
So
right.
I would just move on from that. You know, I think you've taken the big actions that you need.
Hi, they only pay 175.
So you get up
So
there.
you add that up.
Right. They only pay 175. You ain't gonna get a whole bunch.
I'm just saying,
Right, but we
if
should
for instance, like, if there's no real
Yeah, okay, Scott.
control.
All right, two things. One, we mentioned building fees at the start, but I don't think we made any change from the proposed 500 increase, which OPEB said, yeah, definitely do 500. We do have a few things in the offing that look like big ticket items, like a hotel, maybe two. And we do have a concern about, you know, possible recession. But on the other hand, you know, this year, building revenues already are approaching 8 million, and we had budgeted 5. So I feel pretty comfortable adding 100 for that number.
Okay.
Unless Frank and Tom, Fred have concepts have different thoughts.
Yeah, I went through that number with them the day before they came to present to you, and I asked them, I mean, like, this looks low, would you offer 500? But that was kind of a guess, so I mean, your guess is as good as anybody's. I would say 600,000, sure, right? But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Based on the developments that are coming forward, I think this is a year-to-year analysis, but I think for next year it's pretty safe.
So we're gonna
We'll move to 600 from the 500 increase. The last piece, just if I may, airport, gosh, don't get started.
Please.
But truthfully, we have not gotten good reports on how things are going there. You know, so I don't even know what to say, but you know, their reporting has not been good. It wasn't a couple of years ago, it seems to have solved it, and now it's still not very clear. We did have the acting manager with us, and he really didn't help us much either in the deliberations, so I don't even know what to say.
Thank you. Through the chairs, did the acting airport manager contact you in regards to finding out if you found out about revenue for that WASP event, the air show is coming to the Bridgeport Airport?
Nope.
Okay, because that's highly advertised. I've responded to the company itself. They're excited about coming here because they're doing the whole US thing, and they're coming into the Bridgeport Airport, whether it's on Fairfield side, Stratford side, or our side, it's still the Bridgeport Airport. So we should be, and even though you have, and that should be a no-no, but we should get some sort of revenue from that.
Okay, come on.
Just through the chair on the airport, I had reached out to the airport about one of the revenue lines, and one of the employees there, I think, has taken the initiative to try to, you know, do what she needs to do. But I did offer training to her, or we're going to offer training to her for some units and to get them up to speed and to get them in a better place. So that's a development that's Thursday, Friday. So I'm trying to work with them to get them.
Okay.
All right, so, all right, listen up. I guess those are the revenues that some people had on their minds to generate some income, more income. And Frank, could you, because I know you wrote everything down, put it together to see how much we've come up with, you and Tom Bordette?
Attorney.
He didn't pass the bar yet. He's a
Student.
lawyer.
I don't care, attorney.
He got past the bar.
Intern.
All right, Josh. Josh. Come on, y'all.
Intern, go ahead.
When was sitting in front of us, we talked about pilots.
Yeah.
Did we ever get the list of pilots that were expiring, that should be paying full taxes now?
I don't know if they sent us ones that were expiring. I don't know.
That's revenue right here.
Frank?
So you guys, through those actions, I'm just gonna use round numbers. So at the beginning of speaking about this, right, through all the things, you guys had 3.9 million in gap closing, you're at about 4.26 million. So you added about $300,000 in revenue amongst all those changes.
Well, actually, so for parking, we haven't done those out.
Right, we
Figured those
haven't
out.
done the
But you might
parking.
gain another, so you gain another 100,000 on top of that, so you're really at like 435. So you got about, of the parking violation. So we're gonna bond that, so like add, let's say 200 minus, let's say 100.
No.
You can say it out loud.
Y'all can say it.
Oh, I'm sorry. So, I mean, maybe increase the revenues by like 200,000, and then let's say the
For
net.
what? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, for parking violations in general. And then,
So
is that too high?
I'm nervous, yeah, because we just haven't been.
Well, and then because I was thinking then there would probably be between overtime and a position, there would probably be about $100,000 offsets, and then that would be plus 100,000.
All right, let's move.
So that would put you at a,
So for the actual number, what I would suggest is it sounds like we're okay with the overtime increase and adding a person for parking.
yeah.
So let me,
I'm not excited about having a full-time person for parking.
okay, all right.
Just
Okay.
because
I didn't hear
I
that.
want to see how the evening thing works.
Right.
I think.
Yeah, I'm not, I'm.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, that was for the meter collection and fixing issue,
Right.
if you wanted to do that. That was not for the evening shifts issue, that was for the other issue of just like taking all the responsibilities away from lines and signs and just parking it all on parking. That sounds,
Is that a transfer or a new position?
I think it would be a new position. Lines and signs is just can't be alone. They just can't do it, so. So I would say, like, if we can come up with a way to keep the expenses to $100,000
Okay.
and then increase by 200, that would net you 100, and we kind of see how it goes. We really try to track it.
Through the chair, do you want us to give a list then for 6 items, I think? Do you want?
Well, let me take Councilwoman
I just.
Lyons' concern.
And I just need you to clarify something for me, because I asked a question, but I do agree with taking the situation from lines and signs, because every time you want to get something done, they're so busy, they don't get to it. But can you clarify the money for those, I wasn't.
Yeah, I'm going to, as soon as I was generating revenue so that it could close this deficit. And, but it's not something that everybody, is gung-ho or ever did before. But I threw out, we'll talk about it, I just heard Councilwoman Lyons saying that the company that's doing whatever it is that they'll need the extra person for, is not that good, is that correct? So maybe we need to think, if that's slowing up progress on these meters, then that's something to look at, if it's gonna generate
No,
respect.
because lines and signs should be just doing lines and signs.
Okay.
And if we're losing money, we're losing time and money doing that, because they're not doing their job, well, not because they can't. With the school busing, that's what we do, we get any money with that?
We've already covered it,
Yeah, but I
so we
did,
got,
we
how
got
much
it
did
or
we
we
do?
don't?
We're gonna add 350,000.
All right, we might as well talk, we've done what we can. I want to talk about these 3 items. And these are items that you all have probably never done in the history of Bridgeport. Well, I won't say the history, because I wasn't here. But, no, I don't want to talk about, because that's revenue.
Councilwoman asked about the pilots, and I do want to hear from Frank what our updated number is.
I already gave it to him.
And then maybe just summarize what, just so we're clear about what the summary position is.
Yeah, where we're at, and then we're gonna
We're all
talk.
on the same
We
page.
get this one, we don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, that's what
All right. Tom, Frank, do you guys have numbers clear for us?
Yeah, hold on, give me 2 seconds.
Okay.
One thing that I wanted to talk about.
Fred,
One thing, in the zoning commission meeting, because I have, we have 31 fees that we charge a technical fee of $15 for. That comes to the city. A one-time technical fee applies only once. It's a city fee, because some of them have a 15 and a 60, so they would have to pay 60 to the state, 15 to the city. I said we increase that by $5. I know everybody gets mad, but you go to 20. No, it's still a revenue, even if it's by 10% or 5%.
how much does it bring in value? Let's ask them how much it brings in.
Frank,
Yeah,
We
hold
got
on.
something else, I will tell him so he can look those numbers up and see how much it brings in.
Because I have written it out, but I can't think of it all.
What line item are
One line item value.
It would be line item, on the website, it's called a technical fee, so I'm thinking that it's not a public hearing fee, and I don't know where we encumber that fee at that $15 technical fee, how we, because there's a base technical, and then there's a
Are you talking
total.
about zoning again?
Yes.
Technical fees are just, yeah, that's like a $15 fee, it's a state charge fee.
No, that's not a state charge, that's our charge. Because some of them have a state in the city, the state is $60. It's our $15 technical
Oh,
charge.
I'm sorry, I just meant set by the state, but I think,
I don't think it's set by the
So
state.
can we up that fee if we wanted to?
I don't know. I don't think so.
You don't think so? I looked up the state, and I believe that is, the way I read it, that's our technical fee.
Scott,
What's it gonna change? Maybe
I'm
substance.
just saying,
I know.
substantively, it's still a schedule change.
how much can we get off in,
I know you don't wanna do it,
Frank?
but
Well, I think if I can channel his energy, which I feel today too, because I'm sluggish, if we're not talking about like at least, $20,000 increases or changes, like it's not worth, I mean, we could sit here and do $500, $1,000 increases and changes all day in this budget. You know what I mean? There's 1,000 numbers that are guesstimates in here.
But you know what? You're absolutely right. We could be frustrated about it, but then we sit here all damn year and complain that the city's not making any money. But then when it's time to up the fees, we don't do that either. So either we encumber it in a little bit of ways or we don't. Because this is where we're actually losing money. But okay, I'll rescind my request. Forget it.
Amy,
I'm
Maria?
trying, I agree with you to make the increases, no matter how big or small. Number one. But number two,
Because unfortunately,
as
that
a
department not doing
as a
anything.
council, we need to know which ones we are allowed to do. Now, if we had that information today, we can then say, okay, let's require this and require that, but we don't know for a fact which ones are state regulated, which ones are the city, and how much we have to give to the state from our city.
Well, we did ask for it, because that goes to speak to, and I'm gonna express my frustration again. There are 3 departments that I asked at budget time, right after their hearing, send me the numbers for these 3 items. And we're sitting here today, and I asked yesterday, and I asked on Thursday, for people to send me those things, and I still don't even have them in my email. So yeah, I'm gonna be a pain in the ass today. I'm gonna be a pain in the ass.
That's why you're council president.
But
Because that just speaks to, they don't listen to us when we ask for things. They're not listening. The parking thing, which was a big deal, which is a lot of money because there was no side contract to be made with that garage. And that was the biggest fight we had at OPEC, and he was supposed to deliver some numbers. Paul didn't get called back in. We never got to address this with Paul. And I asked Paul for these numbers, never got the numbers.
Got you, girl. Come on.
Facilities asked the same thing. Send me the numbers on your seasonals. Right now, we still don't have the right numbers on the seasonals. And I asked them 3 times. I asked Louis, I asked Aaron, and I asked Catino, because their seasonal number is a big impact in this budget. Nada, Nina. That means nada.
Come on.
Nothing.
Come on.
And I like
like these guys. Imagine if I didn't like these guys.
Come on, Amy.
That's been an issue with the communication and the lack of sort of respect value that we're giving of the city to the city council side, and council to the administration. I'm not blaming or anything else, but we both have to become more better. We have to become better at becoming partners with this, because we're all at the same table. We're all after the same thing. What's better for our city? What's better for our taxpayers?
Right.
We're not just compartmentalized to do certain things. We have to see the whole picture. If we don't see the whole picture, then why are we here? Why are we fighting and working so hard to do this if we're not gonna make any changes that's gonna benefit our city? So I think that that you're here, the assistants here, the deputies here, we need to do better with communication and the respect value. When we ask for something, we need to get it. We're not asking it just to ask. We're asking because we need actuals. We actually are being dependent upon by our constituents to get this and move it forward. I'm tired of fighting the fight. We work so hard all the time, put in the hours, put in the time, put in the changes, corrections, etc., and it's not being heard and not being taken care of. So I think that to increase the revenues, we need to find out where the money is, what the actuals are, and where we can increase appropriately to the max to get this done. Yes, it's going to affect the taxpayers, but we have to look at the whole picture, because if you want work done, you can't tell Joe yes, John no for the same project, because you know one and don't know the other, or you like one and don't like the other. The city's got to stop acting like that and working in that capacity.
If now we raise taxes, that's it. We're gonna have to raise taxes.
And that's not what we want to do. We want to raise awareness to what the city needs to do and what the actual, because I'm getting calls. People, oh, you're passing your budget today. No, it's not my budget. It's not the city council's budget. We're working on changing what the mayor proposed to us. We're not passing anything until we work on it. You know, the meetings are open to the public, I told them. Come on down and this is where it's going to be. And these are the approximate times that we're going to be here. So we need to work harder on that.
Let me say this. We go through this every year.
Yep.
That we ask departments to do certain things, they don't do it. Or they feel like they'll do it when they want to do it. You asked us for that, we haven't gotten it. We asked for it. Okay? Now, I don't know why we go through this every year. The same thing, we go through this every year. You want us to put a budget together. But your department heads haven't given us what we need. Majority of them have. And all credit, a lot of departments did a hell of an improvement on what they used to give us. Did a good job. But the big ticket revenue places that we really have the biggest budgets, those are the ones. Not all of them. And that's why I did what I said I wanted to do. Because council president wasn't getting the stuff she needed. This committee wasn't getting the stuff it needs. We have heads of departments, and I don't want to call none out, that don't, want, we summons them to come to us. They pick and choose if they want to come or not. Okay? And think about it. I don't want to call no names because you know who I'm talking about. And that's why I did what I did on that one. That'll close our deficit tonight. Easy. But it's big ticket stuff. And I came here and y'all put it down because I said we're going to talk about it. Overtime, police, fire, and public works. We cut them $500,000. They still going to have an overtime budget. Because guess what's going to happen? They still going to overrun the budget, their overtime. But everybody got, I don't want to say feel the pain, but this city has never included those departments. And they're the largest departments. But if we're looking for money for schools, those kind of things that we need to do in this city, they're not gonna close up shop tomorrow because we got $500,000 from police, fire, and public works. They're not gonna close up. But it means that everybody has put some skin in the game. So those are 3 things that I need you just to think about. And we've never done it, I agree. But we have to do something, or we're just gonna keep nickel and diming. That's what we're doing today. Nickel and diming, trying to get somewhere. And they won't even miss that money right there. Now, I know taking $500,000 from the rainy day fund, we have a good credit rating. Rainy day funds are used for emergency situations. That's what it's used for. And it's not used to sit there to just look pretty. It's supposed to be used to help the municipality when you're in not trouble. But that's finances. And they're not gonna miss it. I don't think our rating is gonna drop because we use some money that we're entitled to close the budget deficit. So I'm gonna let Frank, because I know our people that control the money are probably ain't in favor of it. But we don't have no other solutions. And you're not gonna raise taxes because the mayor's not gonna support it. Go ahead, Frank.
Yes, I'll just speak really briefly. I've heard a lot of what people have said at this table. You know, I think part of the job of my office is also to try to build this capacity within the departments, and this is something that, you know, we are going to try to work on helping if departments don't have the tools to pull this sort of information, because a lot of times I share the same frustrations that you guys have, and it's information that I need to build a budget, right? So it's not just your interest, right? You know, you could be rest assured that it's my interest too, right? Bearing that in mind, right, I got here in November, and then I had to kind of start the budget, and then there's a lot of administration things that start with the budget, right, where I can't look into these things. But over the next year, after I get through this, right, this is going to be stuff that we have to look at. Because at the end of the day, we have $5 million that we had to close, right? But there's still state revenue there that's uncertain. There's federal money falling off the table that's uncertain. And we're going to need to be very tight within the next coming years. On doing some of the more drastic things, you know, when I looked at this budget when I got here, right, people say, you know, don't make any big decisions when you have a big change in your life, right? Well, for governments, we have a big change in our lives. From the federal government, right, with them decreasing grants, from these tariffs that are going to be, there is a lot of things changing. And so I don't think the fate of all of these things has to be decided today. I think we have to balance the budget, right? But there's going to be work throughout the year that gets done for us to live within the budget. So, you know, as far as the rating agencies go, right, I mean, if you take a $500,000 use of fund balance, you know, just in its own steam, maybe there's a point, right? But we were at the Board of Ed meeting, right? The Board of Ed has plans to reduce their $27 million in the internal service fund, right? Rating agencies are going to see that fund's fund balance drop by $27 million, and they're going to ask why, right? The federal money that's going away, right? They're going to ask how much, like, you're using ARPA to balance your budget. How much do you have left, right? These are all things that the rating agencies are going to ask. So, you know, I think that those are all cause enough for us to be concerned about our rating, right? A poor rating, right, is going to add to your debt service expense and give us problems in the future. So that's why, like, when we're building this budget, right, I know there's a lot of angst in the city about a lot of different things, but there's just so much changing that I think that we have to look at this stuff throughout the year. So I don't think any extreme decisions are going to be made today, because there's just so much uncertainty, and we have to see how those things play out and then react to them. So that would just be my comment to all the things that I've heard.
Frank, overtime is not going to affect our ratings, not going to affect anything. So, okay, the dipping into the rainy day fund, okay? But explain to me how overtime is going to affect those things you just said, because every year that I've been here, those departments have overspent overtime money. Nobody knows. Now, I don't know about you, but when I pick up my newspaper, I get pissed off past piss station when I see people making 400, 300, 500, those kind of salaries. And you can tell me that if we cut the overtime budget, there's something wrong with that. I just can't figure that out, but I would hope $500,000 ain't gonna make or break that. Because guess what? They're gonna spend everything. Amy Marie?
Thank you. When you talk about the OT and the racial literacy advertised in the paper, we also have to put that those are also added fees from outside overtime, so those are not really the city, so we have to try to understand that part of it. But there was a question on the table by Councilman Spell about pilots, which hasn't been answered yet. And I'm just wondering what those numbers and situations are pending. I haven't heard a response yet.
Ken, Amy's asking you a question.
Amy Marie,
really for-
it's not, it's actually for, it's not for Ken.
Whatever. She's asking you a question.
No, I didn't ask, I asked it through the chairs, so that's.
Yeah, her
one of
question
the
has not been
That's the, up to the administration to decide who's gonna answer.
So, Frank, just leave. I think he needed a restroom break.
We'll get to that.
I apologize, I wasn't.
All right. I think basically what we want to hear is what exactly is the pilot schedule for this year? Just so we know, because one thing in the book, and then we talked about some differences, and Ken, maybe you have that. And then the other piece is just to review what we agreed to, make sure we agreed to what we agreed to. Just now.
Read all the pilots.
Are there any that you know have variables? Because there were a few that came up that we weren't clear on. And I just want to, yeah, I think it's a fair thing to know exactly what's.
So I do have a printout.
But through the chair, if we get a copy of that too, because that was also requested.
I could go back and make copies of this, and I do have a list of the pilots. This is Frank's latest. After talking with the tax office, we talked partly together with him, we talked again with him. I believe, and he and I chatted about this the other day, this is as accurate as we had. I think in terms of the few, I'm trying to remember the couple of the questions. The fuel cell pilot on the Bride, not kicked in yet because the construction's not finished. So we checked into that. There is no pilot yet because they haven't finished the project. There was the second one. What was the other one?
Congress Street? 191, 192, 199 Congress, pilot, 1296 Main Street. Is that hold at 139? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm on page 60, is the revenue summary, which includes most of the pilots.
Yeah, let's see on this list. Constance is going to give us some copies of this sheet.
Okay. Six zero. I know the tax collector.
Yes. Scott, which one?
44334.
When you said 9:30, I'm sorry, through the chair, you said that 9:30 Main Street. That,
191-199 Congress Street.
Right. What we're talking to, the ones Dasha just asked about is expiring, so 930 Main Street will come off.
Yeah.
The pilot list, but they pay full taxes
Right.
in the regular tax, current taxes, so no.
and so that was my question,
Um,
that night, you have to give us.
So, the one on, Scott just referenced, we had a call with the owner, and they said they're making the payment. So I believe there was confusion confusion with the owner, they can understand that there is a payment coming on that. The phone call that the tax collector deputy and I had directly with the owner of the property. So I believe that's going to be collected this year. There's a last 20,000 of it, they were asking for, if they were late, to do in the early, start of the summer. So I think that one should be okay. And then the only other one,
I know the Steel Point housing one, where there's a tax incentive.
yeah, so there's an agreement the council passed on Steel Point housing, the new housing project. And the Economic Development Department issued an addendum to that pilot based on a review by the city attorney, because the construction of the housing over the last couple of years since COVID got delayed for various reasons. There was a delay issued in that pilot agreement until July 2027. I just got the documents last week, about a week and a half ago after the council committee asked about it last month. Went over with the Economic Development Director, with Taisha, and reviewed it. And apparently the agreement that the council approved did have language allowing amendments to be made by the signer of the pilot, which the council resolution said could be the mayor or the Economic Development Director. So there was an extension made on that pilot agreement to defer the payment rise to $1 million for 2 more years. Well, for another year, instead of kicking in July 20, 2 more years. Instead of kicking in July 25, it's kicking in July 27.
27.
I'm just asking.
Yeah, Reverend Lincoln.
When he finished with that, he finished? Oh, Frank has an old soul. That's a good thing, okay? You talking wisdom. You know, when we were talking about zoning, Scott and Ernie?
Yeah.
You know, I think that the budget is all right, and we find things in the budget that we're not too happy about and all this stuff. And then we go back to zoning. I think that after this budget is over, we should address those things like the $2. To me, that's an insult or something. I don't know what the $2 is for. You know, you can get that out of my bank, my piggy bank. But, you know, we have to, the reason that we go through the same thing every budget year is because we don't address the things, and then some of us do, I'm not saying all. You know, we have to address the things that's not right in the department. We should know what we're doing better with bringing people in from the department to see what's going on with the budget and with that department. We have to start all year, you know, and find out are they doing what they're supposed to be doing, you know, so we won't have to address it like today going around, why do you have, they need to tell us this stuff. And then if they don't do what they're supposed to, I think that we need to go to the CEO office, the mayor office, or the governor office, or somebody's office, and make sure that they come and address, because every year, and I've been coming to almost every budget meeting, we shouldn't have to go through the same thing, but the reason that we do is because we let people off. And I don't mean that every council member go in these departments talking junk. I think that that president should go up in there when we tell them what we need, and they go. So everybody can't go up in these offices talking about, well, I want to know this and nobody don't know what you were talking about but yourself. But we need to know as council people so that we can address it then. And when this time of year comes, we'll know what's going on in the department. So now, and don't speak me now here.
No, I'm just going to say that at least Scott and I have definitely asked department heads to get us information as the co-chairs. We've done that.
I'm not talking about now, though, Ernie.
No, I'm talking about, oh, you talking about.
I'm talking about the
before the
whole
budget started.
year. I'm not talking about now, I'm talking about the whole year. Because obviously, this zoning department was not listening to what you were saying. You know, and we should know what they're doing. Well, why you got $2 in there? To me, that's an insult. You talk to a pre-K like that.
I hear you.
Thank you.
Ms. Thompson, Frank deal with
Can you say one thing on the pilots? So one piece, on the pilots, was, we raised the steel point, because that was one that had been showing zeros. Ken rightly pointed out, that there also is that steel point's been paying all along, but now we're, stretching out a contract, which, again, as a council, we need to be careful, to look at contracts. I'm not gonna belabor the point, but, we're trying to build contracts and budgets, we're trying to build budgets out. We look at a number, it says a certain year, with a certain number, and it goes poof, we're stuck. All right, Frank, can you review the numbers thus far in terms of revenue increases? Are you ready to do that?
Yeah, so total revenue increases, right, and this is what you guys just did, plus what I brought to you originally, is 3.791 million. That includes $200,000 for parking violation, parking fine collections, that would be offset partially by theoretically.
So,
Yeah, sure.
break it down simple for us.
Yeah.
Just do revenue increases
Okay.
at this point.
So then revenue increases at this point, 3.791 million, and you guys added through your discussions here, for my original number, 427,000.
So, Frank, let me answer your question.
Wait, I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
427, we added parking revenue?
No, I'm just saying,
In general.
the whole revenue
okay.
increases.
So can you break it out for us, like, line by line?
Line by line? Okay,
Yes.
yeah. Just the new ones, or everything again?
The ones that we reviewed today.
Okay, so school bus violation fines, right, I add in here going up by 250, you guys said another 100,000, so that's going up by a total of 350,000 to 1.1 million. Floor plan review, I believe everybody said it, and it was okay with going up from 150,000 to 200,000, so that's a $50,000 increase. For the parking meter collections, I have plus 25,000. For parking violation fines, I have plus 175,000. For Seaside Park rental, I have going up 50,000. For parking revenue amphitheater, I have going up 25,000. For the intent to add fines for operating without food establishments and all the other things we talked about with the health department, I have a $20,000 increase, and I put that in the other town fees line under vital statistics, just as a placeholder. Birth certificates, we mentioned some increases there, very de minimis, $6,540.
Can you skip building permits?
Oh yeah, building permits, I came in with $500,000 increase, and you're bumping up by $100,000 to that number, so $600,000 increase for a building permit.
So I think the total increase is 551. Because it was
Let's get the totals first.
now it's 370.
Yeah.
So what is our total?
I think it's higher, sorry for the check. I think it's higher than that.
So you guys added about $552,000 in revenues in these discussions. So now now the total revenue add, right, is 3.791 million.
3.71.
791 million.
And how much we need to sign?
So now your gap to close is $637,500.
So if you take, because we still gonna do something with this overtime. Listen, only other thing we could do is start laying people off, put them on furloughs. Okay, that's the avenue we gotta go. You already went through this, things that we could look at cutting. I don't see why you can't take it. You know, why we can't. And $500,000, like I said, from police overtime. $500,000 from fire overtime. That'll get us to the 750 easily. Easily, that's $1 million.
Did you say 3 departments?
Well, they don't want to, you know, the rainy day, and if you threw in the rainy day fund, you solve the issue, and we ain't gotta be here all night messing around. If the mayor don't want it, first we have to get a consensus. Okay? And then that we solve the issue, and the other issue will be, will the mayor support it? And I forgot to tell you, there are some departments that ask for some more people. Register, not the register, but the town clerk and the city clerk. So we'll deal with those things later, but, oh, okay, well, we're not talking about it yet, are we? All right, exhibit that. Just, okay, right.
Ken just gave us an updated pilots list that was requested, exhibited at 05102025C.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Oh,
had
did
eight.
we?
Second. All right, second.
All in favor? All right. I need to get, because I'm not going to talk about it. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. I'm going to let Amy Marie speak, and then I want to get a consensus on, do you think those should be and Reverend Lee? Go ahead.
Just to clarify, when Frank mentioned about birth certificate fees, that's not birth certificate fees, that would be the online fees for that part. So that's just make sure, because we cannot do that other one. You mentioned furloughs and layoffs, that'll still cost the city lots of money when they go to work, unemployment. So you have to get the reality check on that. And the last thing is, I think what we should do, we'll go through this paperwork, but I think we should start department by department. So we'll see if there's any questions. We have to work for departments, but now as a whole, as a working meeting, we should go through department by department, see if anyone's got any questions adding or taking out. Because, you know, we should do that on the council side, not on the administration side. Thank you.
All right. Oh, Reverend Lee, I'm sorry, Reverend Lee. Go ahead, Reverend Lee.
Yeah, I recommend that nobody get anything. That it freezes on it. Everybody gotta make some sacrifice. Maybe next year we could do better. The only thing that we should consider is not raising the taxes. And I believe that because some of the people that are asking for something, they ask for something, and I'm not saying they don't need it, but we're in a crunch now, and we don't have any money. I think that this year, we should bypass hiring anybody, and also, cause we can do it now, and then we don't have to lay off anybody. The nice thing is that people don't wanna be laid off. So, I think that we should put a freeze on the hiring, and I also believe that, we have to make do with what and don't raise anybody, we get freeze on our pay too, I think we should put a freeze on that too, up to next year, and maybe the Lord will be good to us, and we can do some more next year. That's my opinion now.
That's right.
Just mine.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Frank, to Council colleague Amy Marie, for your line item, maybe we should list it as vital online increase, because remember that Jessica said that the birth certificate line item is a state fee, so we don't want to mix that up and add it to the birth certificates when it's really not birth certificate related, or unless you do another line item as others.
So if I add another revenue line, like this is like a revenue object, this is just the administrative minutia, but it's just gonna take us longer after we deliberate here, because then I gotta go back, I have to add the object in munis, and then I have to add the revenue. So, and if it's not for a lot of money, I think as long as the revenue is reflected as a placeholder, I can create the object mid-year, at least you'll see it, and then we can we can reallocate it next year.
So, through the chair, maybe just make it a bullet point on that, so people, it's clarified on that, so we don't get technical issues and violation issues, and doesn't get lost in translation down the road.
Go ahead, Ken.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm going to talk big picture for 60 seconds. So, what Frank is describing is you've been able to whittle down the gap to about $650,000, right, with these changes, which is a good thing. What I heard the chair talking about was reducing overtime to make up for that gap and possibly a little extra. I'll give you my personal opinion. I've always been in favor of constraining overtime budgets because the more you budget, the more you spend. I've been in 4 different cities in finance and other roles. That's just what happens. So personally, I don't think there's a problem doing it, but I think the size that you're suggesting.
We can do 250, 250. You all was really scared about messing with the rainy day funds, which I don't look at it like you do. We've done great upgrading our rate. I'm sure they're not gonna kick us to the curb if you go to the law. But that's another story. We're only 650,000. Am I right? So if you take 250, I'll be nice. From the overtime budget,
Right.
you get us halfway there.
So you're saying, sorry, Chair, so you're suggesting 250 in total or 250?
No, 250 from both.
Okay, police and fire.
Right.
And then 100 for facilities, or? I'm just asking.
Say that.
You were asking about 3 departments, so just.
Well, the third one was the rainy day fund, but you all, I don't want the sky to fall, which I don't think it would if you took 250 from there, you would cover it.
So through the chair, so if you did 250 police and 250 for fire, personally, again, not speaking for the administration here, personally, I think isn't crazy, but again, it's just a personal thought.
I'm not crazy.
What I would suggest, if you were looking for another 150 and 250, instead of calling it rainy day fund, call it a use of the service fund, like the Board of Ed is doing. They're taking a shitload of it, excuse my language. So we take 250 from it, because at the end of the year, I'll put a little less into that and do that for you. I think that would be the better way to do this.
That's fine. Long as
It's
we
the same thing, really, just another form of surplus.
Ken, what about these raises? What's going on with these raises? I thought you said.
We'll get there. We're not there at the raises yet.
All right, that's what I want to get.
I'm trying to
We
get this.
squeezing over here, they got squeezed over there.
There's no sacred cow. Listen to me. We might be able, if my plan goes right, we might be able to find some money for the Board of Ed, but y'all keep cutting me off from my game plan. I gotta get them agreed to cut the overtime, and this body to support 250,000 from the overtime. You can do 150 from the rain, you call it rainy day fund, what you call it?
Internal service fund.
Internal service fund. That gets us to at least $500,000, maybe close to the 600 that you need, and then we'll look at the salaries.
But through the chair, can I say one last thing? Just try to, this is my perspective. If you do the overtime thing, some of that will be spent.
I can't get it.
If we do the overtime reduction, some of that will end up being spent. But what that leaves is, it will leave discretion for the mayor to say, you know what, that's personnel. If I have to take actions to make up if they spend overtime, I'll take action. So it's kind of a back-end way of leaving some slack for the mayor to manage.
That's fine, I won't start over that. Because that stops, and then we could go through the line by line department. I thought we were just trying to, solve the issue. And then I wanted to look at the salary thing, because people have made some concerns about it on that level. Go right ahead.
So what I just suggest to move ahead, and I appreciate Ken's input. I think there's some good wiggle room there. I'll ask you, remind me where ISF is in our budget, but we'll get to that. So we're going to be looking at general fund expenditure increases of Okay, so I think Frank's, if you could, and there's a number of lines, and I would just ask the patience of the council to kind of work through them. I have a number of items that we need to consider for expenditure increases as well. And other people may have thoughts there too. So, again, we can stay focused, not no history lessons and personal anecdotes, district anecdotes. We'll get out of here faster.
Okay, I just want to clarify, so I know where we're at. We have a way to close the gap that we need. I want to be sure of that. I think what Ken said, we're going to die over it. That's a way we know that we're in the ball. Whatever else we find, so we can decide on what to do. But I think those are the items that we talked about, and you dress it up the way you want. $250 from each one of them is not gonna kill them.
You also have public facilities up here.
Right.
So, but you're saying,
I didn't notice you might be adding through the chair.
Well, it's
I didn't
okay.
notice you might be adding things,
it
so.
was police, fire, and public facilities, that's what you originally said, and public facilities.
So we got them up here, so we can figure out a way, in the overtime, we're there. And then whatever we find on the salary side, that could be revenue, to help some other things we like to do. Just put it like that. So go ahead with your,
Yeah, so Frank, do you want to go through page 3, right, on the changes? Just so we all kind of know. And again, I ask everyone to be patient and let them work through those.
this
So-
pilot,
No.
what do you want?
We're on page 3 of
The
that.
spreadsheet that Frank gave us, so the one that on the upper left is general fund expenditure increases. Yeah, exhibit A, thank you.
So registrar of voters, I had increasing their seasonal payroll by $50,000. And then there's some fringe associated with that, so the fringe is the two things below that. Labor relations is it's an increase here, but then there's a decrease in another line, so that's what that is. We don't really have to concern ourselves with that. Information technology increase is $50,000 for Barry Dunn, study through the SMBE office. There was a desire to move the seasonal pay for the town clerk out of code 5100 and put it into 51100, which is seasonal earned pay, so that's a net zero change. Police administration, the vet services, I have that going out back to what they requested, which was $9,000 of an increase. Police traffic, that's just related to a data analyst, but like I said, that's offset by other savings in personnel on the police side on the next page. Facilities administration, there is a placeholder there for some sort of office position. At $75,000, and then the fringe are the next 4 lines below that. Roadway management seasonal pay, I have that going up by about $140,000. Once again, pretty much taken from other lines that didn't seem like they were used in prior in the past. Golf course is just correcting, the remaining changes are really just correcting just administrative things that occurred while I was doing the budget mistake. So that all amounts to about $727,970 in spending increases on the sheet that I have before you.
Frank, you said to us that you could probably offset the police traffic, you said you could take that out, you were planning for it?
Yeah, well, right, so effectively, right there, they have a position that's gonna be an entry-level position that's budgeted a little bit higher right now. So if that goes down and then I just hire this, but I'm just reflecting it in here. But if you don't reflect it in here, right, it's gonna be a net zero change, so, it's just a matter of presentation here. So you have between these lines, you have like, maybe $3,500 of a change going up here, but on the next page, I have $3,500 worth of change going down. So that nets itself out.
other questions on these items? Okay.
I have a question.
Okay.
Department of Aging. Why are we adding a staff to that department?
It's not a that's what I was talking about when I said you have to click a button to calculate their benefits. And when I was doing the budget, there was a person in here that for whatever reason, it wasn't a new position, but their benefits weren't calculated because the button wasn't clicked. So when I went through and I was doing a final review for this budget, I noticed that their benefits hadn't been included, so this is just reflecting their benefits. It's not adding a person.
So that's a full-time person already there?
It's a person already there, yeah. Yes.
So it's an increase of about, it's an acknowledgement of about 20,000 fringe benefits.
Yeah.
So, I'll give our rookie here, well, he's a rookie to us. He's made a couple of bumps, but he's been very forward with us
Okay,
about
thank you.
missing him. So
Thank you.
that's just one of them.
We're gonna give them a demerit.
All right, any other questions on this? All right, so I will opine that this is probably the area we're going to have the most issues to review. So I'll just kind of take them in order, just the way I wrote them down. So number one, the city engineer's office forwarded us the request for increase in pay for 2 positions. The argument being that, and we've heard of other departments, but that these 2 individuals may leave if we don't pay them more according to scale for engineer, yep. To the wider scale, you know, and the broader community compared to other municipalities and whatnot. I don't have a printed copy of it, to be honest with you. And I should look that up. Rich, do you have another from the city engineer's request? I do not, I thought you said something, so.
No, I didn't get it. Is that what you're talking about?
I think I sent it this morning or last night.
I said this morning, that's been quite a bit.
No.
Engineering?
Give me a second.
He's looking it up.
Yeah. Yeah, I sent it yesterday at 5 and I got it.
At 5:19?
Nope, sorry, wrong item.
You sent it yesterday, it's a salary analysis is the name of the email?
Yeah, that one. Yeah, so I got it yesterday morning and I sent it in the afternoon.
You sent it to the budget committee at 5:19?
Yeah.
That's like 10:30.
So,
What is that, a change in working documents you said, Scott? That's the one?
no, I'm sorry, this is,
It only went to the budget.
Talking about,
I'll forward it to Ashley so she can print it out.
okay. Yeah, I haven't looked closely at it, so, yeah. All right.
what, engineering aid?
No, these are for traffic signal superintendent and permit supervisor.
She's gonna print it out,
Yeah.
and we'll pass them out,
Come back to that.
okay? Fredo, I think had a question.
Yeah, so, Scott, you just said that engineers saying if we don't hire these guys are gonna leave?
He's posing, they're employed by us now, and he's saying that they're not paid in accordance with like other municipalities, and he has some backup from, I think it's CCM.
Yeah.
And then he,
Yeah, we got.
He had an email, he said, we don't get it now, we'll read it.
We got a problem with that because what's happening is a lot of people from the outskirts are coming in, applying for these jobs and using Bridgeport as leverage to get more money where they're from. So, and our pay is not even, as a city our size, it's not even attracting anybody to come here.
I don't disagree. Listen, it's just the nature of it. Afraid.
All right, so the other piece I'm handing out here.
Oh, Reverend Lee, go ahead, Reverend Lee.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead, Rev.
Is okay? If he came before us, I was supposed to do a holy dance for Ernie. Did he ever get here, Ernie?
The engineer.
Public safety and transportation. He was requested to go to public
Right,
safety and
not to us.
transportation.
Yeah, he didn't come to us.
He
He came to
public safety and transportation as requested.
Transportation.
And he, through the chair, he did hand out a two-sided large piece of paper with all the projects, all the dates of completion, intended completion, permitting issues, issues with DEEP and the state and the Army Corps of Engineers, but it was a full and detailed report.
We didn't have him come to the budget.
That was for the traffic engineer's report.
Well, that's not good enough. You know, everybody could have done that. Because we had some people come up in here with some nice detail. You don't get the whole damn. A lot of people come up in here, could have given a good report, whatever. See, and that's what we mess up at. We give some people slack, and the other one we want to take away from them. I understand what you're saying, but him sending the report, that's what he do all the time. And it should come from, I want to see him.
He was there. Through the chair, he was
here. Was he in here?
He didn't come, listen to me. He was unable to come to the budget meeting for one night for a personal reason.
Emergency came up.
So emergency came up, so he said, and we didn't see him to discuss what we're passing out now.
Well, the position that he offered for, I'm not gonna vote for it, and I'm not gonna vote for anything that he has until I see his face. Cause he might wanna talk about that Congress Street Bridge, but I wanna talk about the flooding in my district.
All right.
And I told you right here that he was not gonna come. He always have an excuse. And it was anybody else, you would have thought that they stole their first grandchild.
All right, Rev, thank you.
Just
Scott.
to clarify, Reverend Lee?
Yeah.
The city engineer did come to the public safety committee?
Did he come?
Yeah, he
Yeah,
came
that's what I
and he
said.
spoke
Yeah.
about all the projects last Tuesday. And he gave us a nice spreadsheet and I can give you a copy of that.
All right,
It was public safety meeting because he couldn't make the budget, but he could make that night.
Not
So,
good enough for me.
All right.
He was there.
All right, let's exhibit, do you want to exhibit this, Scott, while it's on our mind?
Councilman's here.
What is this, budget appropriation committee, what is it, from the city clerk? Request for $55,000 increase in their budget is 05102025D.
Second, Amy Marie?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, Scott, go ahead.
Okay, so, this was from our assistant city clerk, partly through, our legislative director and the, one from New Haven who visited us last week. This is, an online program, software, which would replace what we have, the Laserfiche now. It's similar, if any of you have gone on the state General Assembly site to search for bills and action and all that. I looked at it a little bit in terms of New Haven. You know, a lot of us say, hey, where's that contract, or where's this item number, or, we're trying to find information. This would be usable by the council, be usable by everybody in the city, be usable by the public. There's an initial upfront cost And then down the road, it's 25,000. I know our assistant city clerk spoke with our IT director. I'm not sure if he spoke with, I don't know, Constance or Tom or anybody about it. Part of my thinking is why it might be good, is if it could, again, I don't know concretely, but it might reduce some of our FOI questions, issues, research, because people call and look for things, and God knows our reputation's horrible in that area. So this came up after the city clerk's office submitted their request, so.
Let me just, before Council President, all it's doing is bringing us into the 21st century. And we need, we've been in dark ages for such a long time. This will help the council people do its job better and bring us up to speed with other municipalities like Hartford, New Haven, probably Waterbury, and those guys already got this. This is something that we could use to do our job, easier. So I would hope that you all would look at it. Council President?
Curtis, for the last 2 years, I asked Francis and Curtis to look for something. But this will also ensure that attendance is properly taken, and since we are gonna go live streaming to YouTube, this will be able to, the link will be able to be there so people can go after that. But the other point to that is the level of transparency, because I know a lot of people in the community say that the council has secret meetings, but they don't know what's publicly happening. They'll know who voted on what. They'll have your council voting record and your council attendance. So we don't see what we see right now on Facebook about, we're corrupt and we do things behind the public back. This will really give a real understanding of how the city council process goes. And I think it's really good that we've got a great new website. We've got the rep. And this will also streamline the request of individuals calling or not being able to find and navigate our council website.
And who's the gentleman that comes and speaks to us every John Marshall Lee would be happy to see something like this.
Oh, yeah. We love it.
Councilwoman?
I have a question because,
Is it on this here, piece here?
it's on this page. I want to go back to this.
Okay, let's do this here first. We gotta do this here first, and then we'll go back to, unless it's germane to this. Okay?
We are an expenditure topic.
Yeah, but we're talking about the city clerk's office first, and then I'll bring you in after we get some consensus on this $55,000 request. So that's what the city clerk, we think is important for us as a legislative body, and I would ask you all to support it. Because it'll make your job a little more easier to, do what we need to do. Go ahead. Councilwoman, now you want to bring up something else, because everybody's pretty much in favor.
Well, this is, my concern was on legislative, and this is part of the discussion we just had, but it's more so to, Frank. I don't see where we added our legislative body, extra body to our legislative department on our spreadsheet here, because that's an expenditure, because we're adding someone, right?
Yeah, I had only added things that I thought, that's, if you guys want to add it, I can add it here. These were just things that in the meetings I thought were.
Of course we do, because she didn't present it on her budget at the moment, so you did not have it on the budget, but we don't want to forget that body that we need in the legislative department. So yes, you can please add it. That'll be great.
I guess, are we gonna go item by item, because we're still on, what item are we still on? This one, right?
I thought we were on legislative.
Okay. So, I would say, there's the software item, and again, in the big budget, I mean, the great big scheme of things, it's not expensive, but it is 55 up front, and we're really, really tight, and I appreciate the OPM director's concern about not making big changes when there's big things over our head. And let me just go right down the list of other items I have here in terms of expenditure increases. So there's the software, there's the engineering positions, the city clerk and town clerk have asked for increases. Councilwoman just raised the legislative positions or other funding. I haven't even said it, but Board of Education, and that's where I am. So, you know.
Quick thing on the city clerk thing, just a small suggestion, because ITS has been very good working with the departments and they use software. If you do add it to this department, I hope you'll put a note that they should work with ITS because we've got it integrated into the security and everything else.
Yeah. No, it's my understanding they had those conversations, but apparently they didn't do it before the budget cycle was presented, so that's why we're doing it now. But I heartily agree.
Well, why don't we go down this list? You should, I don't know if you get everybody on here, but, so we get a feel of what's in and what's out, okay?
Yep, okay.
So go down the list,
All right.
again, please.
I think we all know the city clerk and town clerk historically have been paid essentially a part-time wage, salary. And this year they've come to us saying, you know, we deserve a little more. And want to increase some level of pay. I forwarded an email from Reverend Stallwood last night where he suggested that the hourly wage, and again, they're supposedly 32 hours. That was a newsflash for most of us. And so whatever the hourly rate of the assistant would apply to them for 32 hours.
Let me also
But I
say.
don't have a specific. Sorry.
Let me, y'all please listen. Can y'all just listen for a minute, please? I did have a conversation with Dr. Stallworth. I told him we had a $6 million hole that we had to fill, or 5 rather, that we had to fill. And, you know, you coming from the legislature understand the budget process. So they seem to feel that they should be paid as equal as the 2 deputies or the people that are there 24/7. That they should be at that level. They do get a cost of living. Okay, so they do get an increase. And he said that Tom Bourdette had run some numbers. So I need to know what the numbers are for those increases, Tom. I mean, you mentioned that you had ran something, so let's hear from Tom.
That was an email.
That was the email I saw.
That was the email.
Well, I mean, look, all I did was I took the, what you have budgeted for the assistants in those offices and what you have for the city and town clerks. I divided it by the number of hours they are paid for in a year to get their hourly rate. And it's true, I mean, the assistants are making about $53.50 an hour, whereas they're only getting about $26.44 an hour. So they're getting paid on a per hour basis, not overall, because they don't even work the same number of hours in a week, but just on a per hour basis. So, I mean, look, realistically, you're never gonna pay them the same rate. That's not gonna happen. I think the more realistic question, and I have 2 caveats, the more realistic question is if you want to add something, you wanna add some number of dollars to their hourly rate. It will still probably be substantially less than the per hour rate of their assistants, but it's something to increase them, to make it a little more, a little closer. 2 caveats to that. One is, I believe, and I'll double check, but I believe that they are prohibited from collecting any increase aside from the COLA operates differently until December 1 of 2025.
That's
So
right.
any amendment you make today, they're not gonna get that increase until then. Second, this actually would not effectuate the increase. The council would still need to amend the unaffiliated table to actually effectuate it. So this would just be to budget the money, but it'll sit there unless and until the council takes action on the
Well,
unaffiliated.
there has to be an ordinance change from my understanding before they can get it, right? And we would have to do it this year so it could take effect next year. Now, I mean, $26, if you brought them to 30, if you brought them to 30, that's $4. That's $4. There's no way we're gonna pay them 53. No way. But if you did, brought them up to 30, at least they got a little increase. I mean, that's how, you know. So it's up, I told them, the council, I mean, the committee and the council will have to make a decision. So I don't know, let me hear your comments on it. We'll start with Jeanette, Amy Marie,
Bruce.
and Tasha, and Cruz.
And Fred, keep
And
going,
Fred.
baby.
Fred was first.
Lady first, though. Right,
Fred was first.
right.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Jeanette, then,
You know, everybody is entitled to, their money, everybody is entitled to their salary. Anybody that here that's on union, you get a 2%, you get a 3%, you might get a 0. We have the unaffiliates where I've been saying it at every meeting, they're getting 15, 14, 20, 8. But then you see the lower end that are 3%, it's not fitting. I don't have a problem with giving people raises because that's what we do. But if it's not gonna be in the alignment of what's required and what the percentage is, I mean, we're at a fiscal cliff right now. We all are, we know what the Board of Ed is going through. We know we're $6 million in the hole right now. We have to find all this money, and I'm not disparaging anybody getting what they're worth, because everybody is worth their salary. But right now, I don't want to do layoffs. I don't want to do furloughs. We have to figure money out. So us debating about this stuff, I mean, we have a lot more work to do in this budget. We've got to figure this out, because I know we're going to start battling about the unaffiliated monies. Because that's why I'm having a problem with this budget. And we can find every money in the world, it's still going to happen. So that's what I have to say. Think about that, and I'm going to try to keep my mouth shut today, because I know it's going to get frustrating.
Amy Marie, Fred, and Cruz.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Dasha before Cruz. Her hand was up.
That's right.
When
Go
did
ahead.
it go from 20 hours to 32 hours for the officials, number one? Number two, the assistants and the staff work the full-time hours tremendously. Plus, they have other duties to do. And I was informed that where did the money come from also for them to remodel that office on the spur of the decision of one that made a decision that, one office wasn't big enough or one office was too big. And I'm not in favor of increases for this department at this time, for that purpose of salary increases.
I'll try to address what I can there. The 32 and a half hours, I think, is actually historical. So it was my misunderstanding. Perhaps I spread the misunderstanding. I don't know. I just thought, I always thought that, in fact, I'll tell you, they thought they were part-time because when they, came in and raised this concern, they thought it was a matter of charter revision because they thought that that was what governed their salaries. It turns out that they've always been 32 and a half hours. That's just historically what it's been. I don't know if somebody who's been around longer may know when it started, but a long time ago. Nothing any recent mayor or city council has done.
It was always told to us it was 20 hours.
Yeah. And because, if you look at the unaffiliated table, they are actually way, way at the bottom. They literally are paid the least. Again, to your point, I think we all know that the assistants do the lion's share of the work of running the office. I don't think they debate that either. So, again, I wouldn't spend too much time on this issue. I just think you have to decide if you want to give them something or not, and just call it that. It's really not going to be that much at the end of the day, one way or another. They're good points that you make.
But not that they, couple of, cents or a couple of dollars. It's just the way it's being handled, and it all adds up. We decided, it's $3,000 not a hit, but this is gonna be a hit, because when after go to 32.5 hours to get that raise, then you have to add on your benefits and stuff on that purpose, and that's not what we're supposed to be doing. So that is an increase, and I don't think it is fair to the taxpayers at this time, because we're having other issues, and we've got more pending problems in the city budget and the city that we need to take care of.
Fred?
Yeah, I think Amy Marie just said it all, and I'm in line with that, not to give the raise to them. And also, you're double talking, because first you're saying we need to find money, then you want to say we need to give raises. We got to stick to what we're going to do. And we never answer what Pastor Lee has said. We're in a budget crunch right now, and we're talking about what we need to do for the schools, and we're talking about giving department heads raises. If it's not mandatory and a COLA, beyond that COLA, I'm not for it. If it's the COLA, if it's the 3% or the 2% or whatever that is, if it's mandatory, yeah, but anything above that, I'm not for none of that right now, because we gotta find money for the school. We gotta find money that the kids is walking. And we're sitting in here talking about all this other stuff, and we haven't even addressed that yet.
Josh?
Originally, I was gonna say, do they understand that they would have to do the 40 hours like everybody else?
32.
No, they work.
32.5 hours.
So at this point, I agree with my counterparts, it doesn't even matter, and they can hold off another year. We have more important things.
George?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I'm in agreement with Reverend Lee, Councilman Hodges, Councilwoman Spell. I don't see any necessity to give any increase, not only to them, but the entire, every department. All these races should be eliminated, as far as I'm concerned. Talk about the COLA, put them on the diet, as far as I'm concerned. Because we're talking about we're having some money crunches here, $6 million, that's it. And we're talking about we should not even be talking about, or have it on paper about any increases to any departments. And that's the way I'm heading there. I'm not going to support this budget right off the bat. But if they're going to support all these increases, we look like fools. And then we have these children, they're going to be walking to school. We haven't even discussed what are we going to give to school. So that's where I'm at. I'm not supporting it.
All right. Scott? No.
Okay, so I just want to add to what has already been spoken upon. So it looks like, as I'm looking at the budget, so the revenue to this particular department is at $3,603,700, whatever. Personnel staff is at $1 million. There's another line item on here with additional expenses. The staff receives 3% to 6% DCSA increases, right? So I'm going along with my council colleagues. I don't see a big revenue coming out of this department. I don't see why we can't skip a year with pay increase. No one's gonna die. The unions are filling in the cost of living. We need to consider a deficit in the city with the federal funding that's gonna be coming down the hill at us. We don't know when or how much, or if it even is gonna happen. Giving pay increase is not benefiting us. It's not benefiting the taxpayers, and for sure not benefiting our children. That in the city of Bridgeport, crime is going up. We're constantly reading about, and I'm gonna stick to the agenda, Scott. I know you're gonna shake your head in a minute. Sex offenders in our districts. A lot of blight properties in our districts, and I'm speaking about the East End, where we're going to cut the Board of Education, and these poor kids are gonna have to walk to school an additional mile. We are going to have to hold ourselves accountable for whatever we decide on this budget. And I have to say that if we add any increases to this budget, my vote will be no on Monday. Thank you.
Scott, come on.
right, just, again.
So that's all, go ahead, Scott.
I appreciate what everyone's saying on this, and I'm essentially with you. Just a couple points I would just add. Number one, these are elected positions, so when people run for these positions, they know what the salary is, and so be it. If there's there's an election in a couple of years, we want to amend it then for the next person's, should there be others, that's a thought. People mentioned charter. There's some talk about amending how this entire position is handled through the charter. And again, I think Councilman Cruz, pointed out, and others, we're in the city talking about cutting school librarians, and I just have a hard time swallowing much of an increase. Just the actual numbers for everyone. Their salary is scheduled to go to $44,658 for town clerk, according to the ordinance schedule and budget change. So that's.
So they're going up anyway, okay.
We've collectively, I think, all of us kind of consider this a half-time position, but come to find out it's given 2 hours. I think maybe in the future, if we see people putting in 2 hours. Yeah.
I just want to say that I think that what we do today in the budget, as far as the budget is concerned, it shouldn't have anything to do with the appointed position that will the mayor gonna be, or whoever do the appointed position, because really truly I'm thinking about going out there and quit my job and being a secretary. I'll get more money. So, but I don't think that what we are doing today, we shouldn't wait until election time to do what's right. And I think that what's right is not to raise anybody's salary, but let it stay like it is, like they do in the board. That's what I'm saying. Is what's right. That's the point that I'm making. And right now, we can't afford to give anybody anything, and that happens everywhere at the school system too. I would be making over $200,000 if they didn't freeze my pay at the mill or whatever. So that's the only thing. Doing what's right is what I'm saying.
All right, so that's a dead issue. Let's move on.
What is a dead issue?
That's a dead issue on the salary.
Don't do that to her, man. Let her finish.
I'm talking about the monies going to the clerk and
I'm talking about salary period. Because you can't go to 10 unless you come through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Thank you. I'm finished.
We need a new co-chair.
We're talking about, all the cuts and proposals of, who wants to add, who wants, and we need to take away to make it a balance and an even budget. So there's no tax increases on financial side of the no rate, et cetera. It's discussed about, about the Board of Education budget. We can give them money, but we have to know that and remind ourselves that we have no control over where they're going to be. So we don't know what positions they will be proposing to add back to their lists. So we're talking about, librarians, et cetera, but we don't know if they're going to do, or busing, we don't know if they're going to do that. We can only do that when we get extra money from the state, and then we can earmark it to specifics with our students, our seniors, and our taxpayers and our veterans.
Last year, we earmarked $500,000. The busing, what year did we do that in? 2 or 3 years ago. But we did it. We earmarked dollars where we wanted to go. Because we knew if we threw it in the MER, they could use it for whatever they want. And we earmarked it for that specific, and that's where it went. So the kids didn't have to get bused.
Well, we have to make sure that we continue that demand or request and suggestion to do that. Otherwise, we'd have to wait for additional money to come in for us to do that.
That's what our plan is if we find the money. Okay, let's exhibit these items, please.
All right, we have permit supervisor report. That will be 05102025E.
Second, you right?
it says supervisor on top of it.
Right.
Permit
Yeah,
supervisor.
permit supervisor.
She said,
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Okay, we have the next one, engineering aid for travel.
Do I have that?
It will pass it
Yeah,
around.
we just passed it around.
It is 05102025F.
Second, Amy Marie?
The one
All
before?
those in favor?
Aye.
The one before that was E.
I don't have it.
Which one
Point of
you?
order, Chair.
Supervisor.
Yeah, a couple, Amy Marie and I did not get the engineering aid.
I don't have that, the one before that.
Are there more additional copies?
Pass it
I don't
around.
have it.
Permit.
The engineering for,
I have that, but I don't have the one before
Pass
that.
these down. Pass these down, they're coming.
Thank you so much.
And that's permit supervisor. Yeah. We got to-
did you guys,
I have the engineering, but I don't have the one before that.
we got the permit here.
George, do you need copies? Which one do you need? Permit or engineering? What's on the top of your title?
He has the engineering one.
Okay, everybody got engineering and permit and,
What do you need? Oh, she left?
permit supervisor.
Permit from him.
All right, go right ahead, engineering.
I don't know if anybody here can answer that question because, this position was changed from ASME 1522 to BCSA. Why is everybody in that department, except for two people, unaffiliated or supervisor? I've never seen a department that has everybody supervisor except for two people. I've never seen it.
Can't answer that.
There were one supervisor meeting, so can that be checked, please?
Where's Tom at? There's
Which
somebody.
position? Engineering, the whole department.
Through the chair, I think at one point permits was a separate department, and upon a retirement kind of merged.
I'm not talking about these new positions now, I'm talking about the whole department. There's only two people that are not supervisors in there, and that's kind of crazy when the department is slow.
Tommy, can you
Just
answer
saying.
that question?
All right, Tom, can you answer the
Yes,
question
I heard
on
it.
the?
No,
Okay, I'll repeat what I said. In the engineering department, I see that they want to put for whomever, whatever. They moved them from AFSCME, I guess, to the BCSA, which is unaffiliated, I don't know, or as supervisor. But why is everybody in that department supervisor except for two individuals?
well, yeah, that's,
The only department that's like that. Sorry.
well, the building department is similar. I don't know about zoning. There's a lot of departments that are like that, and I know that, yes, typically supervisors union are supervisors of some people, but I don't know what the history is of like why certain unions own certain work. But my understanding is that, you know, it's not simply that you are a supervisor, you are in the supervisors union. After all, there are supervisors and employees that are not the supervisors union, so it's not that clear cut.
But they're still following the same contract, so when they still get the same benefits and privileges, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
What we're gonna do is we're gonna bring our labor person,
Yeah.
that's who we know, and we will try to get you that information from our labor person who would know.
And quite frankly, all of the union contracts councils adopted have all adopted a 3% increase, so whichever union they may have been part of, the increase is the question. They would have all seen the same increases. But I don't know why certain unions own certain work.
Well, we'll find out. Go ahead.
Chair, you want us to try to contact Eric today?
No, leave it alone, because we can figure that after this. I'm just making an open statement that we should be aware of that, because in the past, there's been issues, and I'm just questioning, not only in that department, but I know that department is whole, but that's a problem when we put only, I mean, the secretary under the supervisor, it makes no sense. I'm sorry, but, you know, cost effectively, it makes no sense to me.
Here's what,
People are gonna be like, I'm crooked, I mean, they know it's fact.
here's what didn't make sense.
Well,
And just before you, Madam
you need to
President.
read the email that John is putting into the record, because he's stating why he's asking us. Because it makes a difference in how we're deciding this.
Did you use the email?
You got the email? That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so you use the phone. Okay.
So the email that he states is, Aaron had tried to defend these increases at the budget hearing without much success. I believe from what I heard that the council did not have an appetite for increases. The union will be pressing this forward through union grievances as the budget route seems to have failed. I would have defended these and made a public strong case for them if I was able to make it, but public safety, was not the place to bring it up. So he says, I will say that engineering would not be nearly as successful without these two staff members and their hard work. It would be a huge loss to the city if we lost them because we don't pay the going rate for their tires. Let me know if you have any further discussion. So I guess they're already grieving, they're planning to grieve it anyway. So if they grieve it, there's probably going to be a grievance. I don't know where labor relations is on this.
George?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All I have to say, with all due respect to all the department heads requesting these increases for the particular employees, is that, you're gonna have to fight. You have to fight your tongue for this year. You're gonna ask them for a sacrifice. We are in the debt. I'm repeating myself again. It's just unfair, no matter which way I look at it. It's just how are we gonna be able to justify any increases to anybody? Again, we're gonna have hundreds of thousands of kids walking the streets in the winter. And I'm not thinking about giving nobody an increase. This is why, like I said, I am not supporting this bill.
All right, we gotta find the money first.
Find the money
If we
first,
can.
and I'm gonna smoke this
We
cigarette.
already found the money, the will gotta be there to do it.
No, you
We
got
found
it.
the money. We just need to have the will to do it. Amy Marie?
Thank you. With that being said, from Councilman Cruz, if they choose to do on the honor system of not taking a raise, we're gonna have to pay that following year retroactively. So you have to think of what that budgetary item's gonna be. So it's not gonna be a wash this year, it's not gonna be a wash next year, it's gonna cost us more next year.
Well, and this, we're not here to do the union bidding and stuff.
Right, that's why
But if
you
it goes to arbitration, you can bet your bottom dollar we're gonna lose, they're gonna win, and you're gonna pay them more.
Right.
So that's the way it's been. So it ain't gonna change, you're gonna pay them more. Go ahead.
I just have a question, because I'm looking at this here, and we're talking about the permit for supervisors from Bridgeport, Danbury, Norwich, Stanford, Connecticut, DOT.
Which one you looking at, Fred?
Is that on
Engineering, second page.
on the second page?
Yeah.
And it's talking about the minimum range until the maximum range.
Yeah.
And my question is, are they getting the minimum range now?
Well,
I don't know, I can't answer that.
It says it right there.
Where Bridgeport is at? Where Bridgeport permits supervisors? Are they getting that minimum range now?
He says, they did remember.
Because it says from the minimum
Can you check
compared.
to see what they're getting now, those positions?
These are,
I'm sure they
engineering,
did.
I do have it up.
Can I say something?
Go right
I
ahead,
think
Jeanette.
people are starting to get the message on how we feel about this. And I think moving forward, we know there's not much we can do with these raises because contractually, even though they're not unionized, they'll still fight and they'll win because our labor relation. But we need to get that message to everybody. We are in a fiscal cliff. And I think we're all in agreement. We can cry and say all we want. We're not gonna be able to take it out because it'll cost us more money. But we need to get the message to the people that are over there and for them to get it to the mayor to understand. Because when you have lower people making lower money and a 3% is actually a 3%, you look at the other rates, 3%, we could calculate it's not 3%, but it is what it is. But we're making a point and a message known. Not to say they don't deserve the raises. We're not saying that. Everybody deserves the money they make. We're saying that we've got to start being cognizant of what's happening in this city on both ends, because next year, you think this is going to take long today? Next year is going to be worse.
And my thing is, it seems like the people that are asking for, through the chair, the people that are asking for the raises don't live in the city. So they don't have the investment in the city like I do when it comes to our children. And I'm just putting it out there because they keep talking about these raises and they're not paying attention to what's really happening in our city with our schools. and I still haven't got my answer. If that's the law, the minimum range and then the maximum range, and they're being paid within the minimum range, then we're not in a violation as far as next year contractual that they should be getting a raise if they're in that range. How is that violation?
Where are they now, Frank?
Are there, Frank,
Yeah,
Frank, is it on
how is that violation?
Right.
So the engineering aid for, is currently at about 95,255. So based on what was passed out, it seems like he would go to 103,460.
He's already at the
That's out of the max range.
That's the request, that's at the request. The 95 is at the request, through the chair.
Hold on.
Is this a step increase they're asking for, or they're asking for a salary increase? Are they asking for steps so they can get the increase to the new step?
Well, to be clear, right, I think what they're asking for is the money, right, to reflect some, because I don't know if they've spoken to labor, I know they did this study, right, but there's no agreement, right, there's no request to labor that I'm aware of. So at this time, right, I think what they're asking for is money to put into the budget that conforms to some sort of scale here. So, but let me just answer your question though. So right now, in the budget, right, as it is in their contract, the engineering aid is at 95,255. So that's what he will be or her at July 1. And the permit supervisor is at 101,624, and that's what they will be at July 1. So that's what they are budgeted at as of July 1.
So see, because there's those purple boxes, and I can't open the purple boxes on my.
Frank, what Fred said is over the range.
Chair,
I'm sorry, same question. To the chair.
Right.
That's what he's asking, the range. Oh.
Yes, through the chair.
Go ahead.
So the detail says it's recommended steps 4 and 5 be added. So they want to add 2 steps, and then the people will get the extra money.
Right.
But if the budget doesn't have the money, then they can't probably add the steps.
Right.
They can-
You know, the budget is in the, for them, they can't get it.
Well, they can grieve it, but
They can grieve it, and they'll win. So let them grieve us.
So how much is it per each step increase? To the chair, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
How much is it in the current contract?
They're scheduled here, they're suggesting $3,500 more per step. So 101.6 goes to 105.
35,000?
Goes to 108.
To the chair? What did you say? How much?
On the bottom of the 3rd page,
If you flip the page over,
where the purple is, it's in purple on line item.
Yeah.
It goes, like, if you look at 7125, the 101.8 would go to 105, step 4, and then a year later, 108, reset.
right.
So not, they're seeking, looks like they're seeking $3,500 a year more.
Right.
Per person.
And they're gonna get that regardless, every year they're gonna get it. So they're asking for the money for us to do it this year, put the money in the budget so we can do it. Even if we don't put the money in the budget,
They'll find it.
they're
My
gonna,
only thing is, did this go to civil service already?
this is from civil service.
Wait, no, this is the study, he got the study from them, he had for the analysis, is it already through civil service?
I don't think so.
This is what I'll say on this issue. I don't even know what our position is on this. Like, you guys can appropriate the money. But with all due respect, by the way, these guys,
That's why I'm
these guys
asking.
are really good. I will say, like, if I think I know what the permit supervisor is, these positions that the council has funded has done a lot of good. And this person that's in this role is very hardworking and very talented and very aggressive. So this is no knock on them, but I'm a little uncomfortable with this. Like, I don't know where we stand on like this negotiation. So the council to appropriate it, I just feel like we don't have enough information. If there's a valid grievance there and they win, then yeah, it'll have to be funded. It will manage that. It's a few $1,000s in one direction or another, and it would be included in next year's budget. But I just feel like, yeah, I feel like it's unfair for the council at the 11th hour to have to like decide this issue when, you know, we can't even be articulate on it, you know?
That means everybody's gonna sing some mad with this.
Go ahead.
Is there a way we can get any clarification from either labor attorney or civil service?
Try to call Eric right now.
Yeah, I don't know what the nature of the claim is.
Just to get clarification on this and what's in the, what negotiations, what the stage in negotiations is, I should, you know.
And like, you know, when it comes to labor grievances, if someone is doing more than one job, then, and they're not being compensated for doing that other job, that's one thing. But if they're just underpaid relative to other municipalities, well, that's most positions in Bridgeport. I mean, I could go down the list. Every department head in Bridgeport makes less than their counterparts in like another city somewhere. I can go down the line. That doesn't mean they can grieve it.
Of same
It just
status.
means, tough noogies. That's what they signed up for, you know? I mean, like, you know, so again, I feel like this should be worked out administratively.
All right, so I agree with you, so we're gonna let labor and the mayor's office handle whether they got to find money, but
If
we don't
Eric
need
calls
to
back,
vote.
we'll bring it back up, but if not,
But we'll revisit it at a later time, we'll let the mayor handle that. Rita?
I just want to make a statement, and I'm not debating on this union stuff, because it's out of our jurisdiction. We don't have the power to fight this. But what I do want to say is that John is very effective in this department, and I would hate to see him leave or lose him because of the help that he's fighting and advocating for. With regards to this money compartment, I'm not interested in it. I just want to applaud this man for operating a great department, and there's not much that he inquires about. And I'm gonna say this: he never even went to the administration to paint his office. That's how much he looks to save in that department, and it's a department that's needed. We need the engineering department. We need the staff. I won't get into it about salaries, it's out of my business, but I just wanted to put that out there about John.
All right, Scott,
Through
move
the
on.
chair real quickly, labor relations knows nothing about
All
adding
right,
new staff.
fine, we just pass this on, we don't even got to discuss it no more. Go ahead.
Real quick, number one, second the councilwoman's perspective on the head of that department. And number two, one of the individuals here replaced someone who used to do the job. Let's just say we're getting a much better bang for our buck.
He's doing a decent job.
Yeah.
I would agree.
Second, third, and fourth.
So, this was just brought to us for our consideration. So let the mayor's people handle this, and labor relations will come back next year and revisit it, is that important? All right, Scott, do you have any other things that you need to bring? Let's go.
No, sir. Well, I think at this point, Council President, defer to you if you want to speak on legislative department concerns.
I know it was included in the expenditures, and Ashley did do the presentation on it, and she was actually two, but I think most of the council people agree that we do need a legislative analyst. To begin to grow the office in itself, and the data points speak to the volume of work that is being done. And currently she's doing that volume of work in addition to with the intern that we have. So for the legislative analyst, it would be $60,000. That would be the increase to our budget to add that one personnel person. And if you remember in her presentation, she did say that we are an amateur council compared to other legislative bodies, whereas we wanted that support, and it's not a criticism, it's the way the office is made up, right? And the legislative analyst would suit where we are as a council, I believe, because where we are as a council is that we are beginning to change, to work more proactively on changing legislation, introducing new things, changing policies within the city. And that's kind of where we are a lot researching. Some of you have asked her and the Ashley and our intern to do some of this work, and it's a lot of legwork that they've been doing. So that is the ask, and then just to increase, I don't have the paper, and she just left too. And then there were some increases to our. And then there were some other line-item increases that she had, but I don't have my sheet, because I think I left it on the kitchen table too. That's Eric Amato. No, it's not on there, it was the other page.
Heidi. Heidi.
It wasn't on this now.
No, it wasn't on that, it was a long sheet, I couldn't find it.
I thought when she made the presentation, it was in there.
No, I think I hung up on it. So that is the act. And I know that everybody's talking about raises or whatever, and I understand that. But we as a collective body have made a commitment to growing our legislative department. We as a collective body have complained. We passed the Empowered City Council Act. We're not asking for an attorney because we have a city attorney. We're not gonna get a fiscal analyst because we have contracted services, and we can work something out there like we do with, what's the girl that we had and the guy we had a couple years ago, Eric got the phone about that. So I asked the council, the committee to consider adding this position and the additional, increases.
I'm sorry. Bye-bye.
And I'll find the other increases for the departments that she put in there, but I don't find the figure.
Yeah, let me also say, Fredo and George, can you listen? I'm always gonna fight for us. And for a long time, I've said it to you all, we've been like the tail wagging the dog. Now, everybody sitting here will tell you, we're equal government. We ain't never been equal government.
Yeah.
You know why we ain't never been equal government? Because we don't have no press people, we don't have no analysts, we don't have the kind of things, a lawyer, we don't have the kind of things that council people need. Okay, and for the first time, I see this council changing for the better. And it's only to make our jobs easier. Okay, you know, everybody works, they got a family, so you need people to do just like the mayor do. He has a staff to do whatever it is he needs done. That staff do not include nothing about the city council. And what makes me so angry, this council has done a lot of good work, but guess what? We don't get no credit for it. We don't have no newsletters. We don't have those kind of things. Get out to our constituents. Say, know what the hell we're doing. So I'm in favor of giving us an analyst, and I wouldn't care what anybody say, we need it. So if you say no, you voting against yourself. Go ahead, Amy Marie.
Thank you. Agreement also, but didn't we add, looking to request an added body for another employee to be in that office?
That's a legislative issue.
I thought it was just another, another.
The person who's there now, Tuesday, Thursday, is an intern.
Right.
So this would be a full-time legislative analyst.
So do we think we should make, have a part-time position also to pay this analyst, this intern also to make?
No, we can get another intern.
Yeah, we get another intern.
We'll still get other interns, because this is our first year getting one intern.
Right, but I'm saying just to be consistent with, keeping a warm body there.
Yes, yes.
And then it's consistent year after year, month after month, rather than to have someone there that we can depend on, they can depend on us. So they know our routines, and we can get used to having, or getting help, because we've been independent for so long.
Yes. So the net increase would be 10,000 for other services lines, like different lines within the budget, which was which would be the membership fees, landscaping supplies, office supplies, and food services, and then 6824 for the position itself for the legislative analyst, which would be an unaffiliated, and then that would make it 7824 altogether for the company.
Well, you go first.
My question is, do you have a specific title on the unaffiliated table you're reporting to? Just so we can look at that.
I had asked Eric to email it, but that's probably texting too, but the position would be unaffiliated, a special project coordinator, most likely.
Where did you get your 68, you said 68 what?
The what?
What was the number you quoted, 68 what?
6824.
60,824 dollars. Where did you get that from? Do you know?
Where'd you get that from?
That was compared to other cities, so
Oh, okay, but it wasn't, okay, you didn't look at the unaffiliated table of find a position, okay. All right, I'll do some research right there.
Thank you.
Councilwoman, then you, Dasha. You had your hand up? Oh,
Okay,
thought you was
I just
waiting.
wanna, make a statement, and I'm not contradicting, my previous statement on hiring and pay increase, but I am in favor of placing a legislative analyst into our legislative office. Just Friday, I submitted a slew of emails to Ashley to do some serious, ordinance pulling and researches on some things that we as a body need to make changes on, or we need to write to continue moving this city forward. So with just her trying to do all this stuff, we'll never get it done before the end of the year, before November when things die. So I'm hoping that our council colleagues approve this, and this goes into effect in July, am I correct? All right, so we'll be in a good place if we make this move.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Let me say again, we've done a good job so far. We're almost there. If you take that, money's the 600 and something that's gonna come from the overtimes, we're right there. Go right ahead.
I'm gonna make a very unpopular statement, but it's what I told all the other departments. I told them it wasn't a good year to add positions. It's what I would advise for this, but you guys are well within your rights to overrule me. But I feel like I have to say.
Now that's, we respect you for that.
Yeah.
I mean, you're supposed to be the bean counter. But, you've done a good job. I really thought that you all would have fought the overtime cuts. But I'm glad that everybody got to do it. It's there, we're not breaking them. We're not taking all their money and they're gonna overrun it anyway. So, go right ahead.
With the overtime, and whatever departments we go for, include, it's suggested. It can happen that it can go over because of situations with sicknesses, retirements, and,
But this is,
we have to worry about repetition. With firehouses, you have a specific amount of bodies that you need to have.
so that's
Right.
why we didn't take it all. But the issue is, this is for in-house. They still have, I'm talking about police now.
Right.
They still have outside overtime that they're gonna get regardless.
But
This was,
that just needs to also be clarified, because people think when they see that list that comes out in the media, it's like the city is like 100%. People don't understand, just like people are thinking this, we're gonna pass this budget. They think it's our budget. It's not. I had to explain to several people, this is not ours, this is the mayor's, we're working on it to increase total so there's not a big hit to the taxpayer.
so if we go along with the new revenues that we're doing, Scott, Ken, you all listen up. If we go along with some of the things that he recommended on, I don't want to call it the rainy day fund, but you did that piece, and you did those pieces right there, we'll solve the problem. Now, what we need to do is some other things we need to look at on these unaffiliated. I think some people want to look at that. We've done a good job, and we met criteria that we came here to do, that was to balance the budget. And now I'm hoping that we're looking to see where we can find some monies to help the Board of Ed and to do those kind of things that really need help. So that's our next mission. Because I'm glad none of y'all said you were against cutting the overtime, so that helps it. So now we need to go through the budget now and see if we can find other revenues and cuts to address the things that, like the Board of Ed and some other things you might need. So that's where I'm at now. I'm hoping we're all on the same page.
Rich wants to speak.
Rich?
Right. What you're proposing is to do, especially when you talk about overtime, makes absolutely no sense. Because they're gonna go over anything we paid into it anyway. So that actually makes no sense. If you wanna take $250, you take it off their overall budget. $50,000 here, fire department $250,000, all the cities $250,000. Okay? You take it out over because they're gonna go over the overtime anyway.
Well, I picked them, let me just
I'm just
finish.
saying,
Now,
you're
you're
gonna pay it
picking,
anyway.
I'm not gonna disagree with you, but I saw what the increases were for their overtime.
It's not gonna change.
But whether it changes or not, we're gonna take the money.
It's not taking anything.
You're not.
We're actually gonna pay it anyway.
I have to say, I don't like to pick sides, but I'm gonna say, Rich, I actually 1,000% agree with you on this. I think, given how much they go over, your nickeling and diming their account is going to make absolutely zero operational difference. But I do think, we were just doing a sidebar, we forgot that Scott had something in the police budget that actually could change, that was like 250,000, I don't know if you wanna bring that up, but I like Scott's idea a little bit better. I really think there's no operational difference, they're just gonna go more over.
Listen, here's what we're gonna do. I don't have a problem cutting their budgets, 250,000, since you said the overtime, they gonna overrun it. I don't have no problem with going through their budget, coming up with the figures we came up with the overtime. You said it don't make no difference because they're gonna overrun it anyway. We'll do it that way. Because everybody got a share in this.
Well, Sheriff Scott, Sheriff, what you want to propose?
Go ahead and
I'll get
When you make cuts for specific totals for each department, it has to go by the line item. So we just can't take something, we have to find out where that total is gonna come from, where we're gonna make those cuts. So we just can't say, okay, we're gonna take 25,000 out of somebody's budget. You gotta know which line item we're going to be deducting that from. And second, once we get through this discussion, if we can start from the beginning of the page, you go department by department, then we can follow up if there's any more cuts or revenues proposed that we can do that someone has not.
then y'all gonna be here all night.
We're not gonna be here all night, it's a job we have to do, it's $700 million.
If you don't wanna take the overtime money, you said we ain't gonna overrun it anyway, but at least we got 250 that they didn't overrun.
To the chair, can I ask a quick information question to the chair? Do you want us to finish the expense increase? Like, are you guys doing the legislative thing? Because I need to kind of.
On the legislative thing, after some sidebar with the council president, I think we've identified somewhere in the unaffiliated table, legislative liaison funded at $65,000 would be our proposal. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Plus fringe.
Plus the fringes, yeah.
Okay.
65.
All right.
Okay.
Go ahead, George. Scott. Go ahead, Scott. George is after.
Well, go ahead, George, Scott.
I agree that we do want to continue to strengthen the department, but I also, I'm a little torn because I know we got to keep this really, really tight. One of the suggestions I had thrown out there somewhere was to, set aside essentially stipend money, contract money, to work with a communications person or organization, or bring on a college student or somebody who's looking for some side money to support our efforts, and also legal services, because again, that's something that, yes, the city attorney's office is supposed to serve us, but there are times where it's difficult, right? Because they're paid out of the administrative side. So, that would guarantee us an opportunity to say, hey, we've got a legal issue, let's spend the money over there. So it's not necessarily a savings, really, in the long run, kind of in my head. Because I would still think it would push, 100,000, and if you have a full-time position plus fringes, you're looking at 100 either way. So I just want to throw that out there.
All right.
Go ahead, George.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to say the same word my colleague Martinez said. I don't want to, sound like I'm contradicting myself either, but I wasn't thinking along those lines, so I apologize. But yeah, Ashley has been an outstanding help to me, I know, and I'm sure just about every council member here. But I recognize she is one person, and like you, Councilman Newton said earlier, you know, the mayor, with all due respect, he has all the staff that he needs that handles all of the business, basically. I assume that all you gotta do is send a directive or send a note, and they handle it. You know, he sends out birthdays in mails. Every year, he sends out a letter out there. We don't have that ability. Happy birthday to my neighbor, you know, like, got all the information, not us. We don't have the capacity or the ability, but I just want to say that I support for her to have the data analyst, because we are a co-equal body, and we should have the same amount of staff that the mayor had, or every other department had. So, that I would support. What I don't support is the raises. And I don't see why we can take some money from overtime and fill a position. That's all I got to say. Oh, from wherever you get it.
Yeah, go right ahead.
So, talking about comparing mayor's office, city council office, I don't really expect this to fly, and I know over the years I was told to respect the mayor's office, and, you know, we don't mess with it.
Yeah, but with all due respect, when are we gonna be respected?
Let him finish.
Well, I wanna follow up.
Let him finish his point.
But, you know, there is a position there that I know a bunch of us have been concerned with, that it, I'm not really sure what happens. And that would certainly, help fill that dollar fund, aspect on us. So, the mayor's aide position would be, but again, I'm just throwing it out there, but, yeah.
What you said,
But-
I didn't hear what you said. Say that again?
The mayor's aide position.
There's a mayor's aide position that's in his budget that's not filled. It's filled?
It's filled.
Hello? Caramba. Well, you know, with all due respect, again, we, you know, keep hearing this thing about we are a co-equal branch of this democracy here, but we don't act like it. You know, we don't act like it. We, to be honest, we act like a bunch of fools, that we are afraid to ruffle the feathers of the mayor. I don't care who the mayor is. The fact of the matter is that we have the power to vote and accept this, or to add or to cut, no matter what the mayor says. Let's be real. Are we the real council members that represent the constituents? Or we just gonna be here? I'm not afraid to say, even if the mayor was here, this is who we are. He needs to respect our decision as much as we need to respect his.
Let me say this up front.
My goodness.
Whether you all respect the mayor or not, there's no way the mayor's gonna let anybody mess with his department. Let me just finish.
Yeah.
So you can sit here all you want and say, let's cut an aide's position. The mayor ain't gonna let that happen. We should listen. He's still the mayor. There's two branches of government. If you want to pick a fight, we need to pick a fight bigger than an aide. If you're going to take on the mayor on something that he's done in his budget, don't make it out of no little aide position. Okay, if you're going to cut something, make it big. But I don't think it's worth a fight. Because when the mayor sees it, he's going to say, oh, the council trying to mess with my office, eh? That's a small fight. And if you was mayor, you do the same thing. So, I don't think...
I'm not trying to pick a fight with the mayor. I'm just saying, where's the fairness?
We're talking about the aide.
I'm not saying to eliminate his aid. I mean, if he's got an aid already, leave him. I'm saying for us, the legislative body, the council, we're talking about Ashley's department, our department. For her to have an assistant, for her to have a worker to be able, because I don't want her to see burnt out either. Like we're burning out Mike, like I'm burning out, or we're burning out Mike Boyer and the rest of the city clerk's office over there. She needs some help.
Jeanette.
Frank raised his hand.
But he dropped it.
Come on, y'all, come on.
I'm sorry, you know.
Jeanette.
Are you finished?
Yes, sir.
Are you sure?
Yeah, they canceled the game today, so that's why I'm here. Let's start. Cancel the game.
All right. One, I agree that we need staff in our room. I definitely agree with that. I mean, I'm glad Ashley figured out to get an intern in there. Right now, how are we all gonna go back to the city employees saying we don't want them to hire any new employees, and then we're gonna elevate our room? I mean, maybe we can get 2 interns this coming year, and I agree, put a stipend in, make it whole, let's get this budget where we need to be. She definitely needs the assistance, but I think possibly we can get more interns in there. We can even reach out to Sacred Heart, they would come over to do some of that work with a stipendable thing. That's what I think we should plan this year. You know, it'll give her the basis to have somebody consistent in there for those hours that they're there, what days or what they're there, and have a body in that office. But right now, how do we go back and say, well, we don't want you to hire anybody in your departments because we're on a fiscal cliff. We all want to give the Board of Ed assigned monies. So you can't have apples and oranges. You guys have to make up your mind on this. You know, but we do need people. We've been trying for years to get somebody in here, and she's been very, very useful. She's wonderful. And we've all used her in one aspect or another. But just think the logistics of hiring someone else in every department. Think about that.
Amy Marie?
Thank you. Some validity there from Councilman Huron, but we always put ourselves as a council and the legislative office on the back burner every year. We always treat ourselves as the stepchild. So I think that we do need some additional help there. And what I brought up since the 2016, 2017 budgets, and it's always been pushed back, is that there's a question on a department in the city that we have really no knowledge of, and I think it's pretty much an invalid type of department, and that's the Government and Accountability Department. If that was a true department, then we wouldn't have as many issues as we have with internal situations. It's a sight unseen department. I don't know how many bodies are in that department, but it's something that we need to look into and have a discussion again with the administration. It's not a validity it's not a valid type of department. It's a patronage type of department. And if we're going to be making cuts and save our taxpayers' money, or to try to enhance us as a unit, we have to make those decisions, and the mayor's going to have to, respect that part of it and look into it. But it's something that's very, very questionable in a lot of different areas, and I think that's what we need to look into and see what that total cost is. Whether it's 1 body, 2 bodies, 3 bodies, no one knows. Names are always on the paperwork, but no one ever shows up at a meeting to justify anything that's being done, including types of background checks, et cetera.
All right, I'm listening.
So I propose to take that out again.
Listen.
What pages of?
You all, I'm gonna let you.
I don't even know where it is in the book, I haven't seen it.
Before that time, before that you speak. If you all wanna have this fight with the mayor, go right ahead. All right? Y'all wanna
It's a
have
fight,
this
it's a
department,
fight.
go right ahead.
Let's fight.
All right?
The hell.
Y'all just get prepared.
Did Tom have something to say?
All right? We're coming back, having to do this budget.
I thought Tom had something to say.
So, come on, Tom, because that's your,
Yeah, I mean, look, we have this same conversation every year.
I know it.
And listen, the last 10 years, I always, from whatever position I've been in, supported your budget over the mayor's budget, because through this process, I do think it gets better. And I also, personally, as a member of the Charter Revision Commission, CAO, believe that the city council should empower itself and should be stronger and should staff up appropriately and slowly. No, yeah, and I think if the mayor were here, and I've been party to 1,000 conversations between him and the council president and several with the budget co-chairs too. In every single year, when there's been an ask for a position, or a couple of years ago when it was, hey, our stipends are woefully inadequate, he said, go up. In fact, he said go up more than even the council was proposing, because, you know what I mean? So, like, his position, I think, on this, just because he's not here, I think somebody should stay in his position, which is, listen, don't try to mess with my appointees that work for my office, just like I wouldn't mess with yours, right? I couldn't imagine in a million years if you add this new position for your department that he would touch it at all, wouldn't even make comment on it. He'd say, good, if that's what you want, have it. And I think he would ask for the same respect in return. I think there are very valid arguments that are made, and I know this is real money, but just for the piece of the process and getting through this, I like to see when everyone's on the same page so we get the budget adopted and get a mill rate done. And I don't like to see the fight. I've been there through the fight, and it's a very uncomfortable place to be.
I just want to say, I'm not fighting with the mayor. I'm not picking a fight with the mayor. I mean, I'm not a supporter of gang, but I'm not picking a fight with him. I respect his decision. And when it comes to this here, all I'm saying is that where's the equal branch ability to make decisions? That's all I'm saying. You know, yeah, you mentioned the stipend. We get a miserable 15,000, and we got to be calling Ken Fredo, hey, a broke man's wife, they took all my money. Can I get a bond? Can I get a loan? You know? But my point is, from where I'm coming, I'm not picking, I respect Joe Gann.
Yeah.
I really do. I reached out to Constance and asked her to make sure that he comes to the season opener of the Roberto Clemente League, all right? But the thing is this, we're us as councilmen, my frustration, what do I tell my constituents? I have to answer my constituents. They call me, what, you a punk? You afraid of the mayor? It's not like that. I respect the mayor. I know this is democracy. We got to find some common ground. But I don't want to feel that somebody's going to tell me, oh, you're going to pick a fight with the mayor. No, I'm not picking a fight with the mayor.
No, and my only thing is, if your focus is on building up the legislative department, let's build up the legislative department. You know what I mean?
That's it. But I don't.
In whatever way you see fit, whether it's ISD or Scott's or whatever.
Yeah, and raise the stipend.
Raise the stipend to 25,000.
So two quick things. One thing I did when I came in this morning was, he just pulled into the garage after me, so I did ask him if he was coming up, and he wasn't. Number one. Number two, no offense, so you're saying for us to get additional bodies in this funding in the legislative office, we don't make any type of concessions, cuts, recommendations to his department. So there's got to be some balance, because the city budget is here, we're here. So a little bit is not going to hurt him, but we have to make some changes.
Well, again,
I have no issues with personnel any. I'm looking at what's feasible for the city of Bridgeport. What is the strong suits and what departments are actually working for the city and our taxpayers?
Yeah.
The one I always bring up has not. There's always a question in this. There's always questions I brought up every year, and nothing's ever been answered and done because of whatever situation is for whoever wanted to be under the umbrella.
To be clear, I don't want to quibble over your public
I'm
policy
not.
statements, because I don't disagree with you. I guess my point is, and it's not, listen, this whole book is the mayor's proposed budget.
Correct.
I'm not saying not to make changes. It gets personal when it's a position in the mayor's office, just like it would be personal to you all if it was a position in the legislative budget. And so typically, it's just been honored within reason that, there isn't that fight being fought. Again,
I'm
I
not looking
don't.
for checks and balances, and our checks and balances are a whole lot less than the city side, than the legislative side. So we have to help, we need help.
I
I think
you should do something.
We need the support to help our department.
Agreed.
Fred?
And I just want to reiterate what Amy's saying as far as, and even what Jeanette was saying about, the interns or whatever the case may be, but since I've been on the council, and Ashley brought her mentor in there, which is the legislative body, his title might be wrong at this present time, but he said something very important to me as a council person and wanting to help the constituents of the city of Bridgeport. He said every municipality, city has legislative analysis and other legislative aids, except us. And if we as a council are going to ever get to the next level, we're talking at the very minimum right now. That's what we're talking about. And I understand the mayor's, it's not about messing with the mayor's budget. It's about finding wherever we need to find it at, Because us as city council members, if we're ever gonna work for the constituents of the city of Bridgeport, and I believe that's what our job is, and if we're gonna get to the next level, we need that. We really do need that. And that's my ask, that's what I'm talking about right now. And I don't know how we're gonna find it, but before we need this room, we need to find that. Because he came in, he actually gave a beautiful presentation about us as a body and what we need to move forward. There's people that calls me sometime. I call Ashley, I call Heidi, I call Jeanette, I call this one, I call that one. When we were having aid, I called the aid. The legislative, and about legislatively, things that I don't really understand that he can explain to me or she can explain to me. I want to be gender specific. You know, could explain to me. So I'm all for it. I wish we could find it. And if I could talk to this man personally, come on down and let's have a conversation. It ain't about cutting him or digging him and all that, because I watch it on the higher level. Nobody's trying to veto the budget and have a stalemate and go into, that's not what we're about here in this city. You know, it can be done like that, and that's not a threat. Don't put me down as a threat or anything like that. But I just want to find something because I think we really need to. I agree with Amy. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Maybe just a minor point. You know, Bridgeport's a little funky because, and I know we compare ourselves a lot to New Haven, what's interesting about New Haven is they have like a legislative office that does the functions of what our city clerk's office does. So like, you know, because you have a city clerk's office that has staff in it that does all of the meetings and agendas and stuff, they're not operating as part of the legislative department here in Bridgeport. So I would just say, there are other fixes and changes here that may be made. I would say make those recommendations to the Charter Revision Commission, because I think there are other ways to beef up your office too, with some more support. And the way we do it in Bridgeport's a little funky and a little bit to your disadvantage.
So, through Chair.
So, I was just going to say, I'm not trying to make your lives any different. You were so close on the legislative side, deciding you want a position, if you want contract salary. Like, why not try to decide that, get that done? And then whatever you'll see to do, talk about it after.
I was just going to say that. So I think there's a consensus that we do want to add a full-time person. And then, honestly, it's our budget, but I don't remember. The 115 we have for other services, I don't, in our line, I don't even know what that is. So maybe that's somewhere we can save a little bit.
The 115 on the services, that's what we're using right now to pay, we're gonna use to kind of pay pending, and that's where we pay for our contributions and all the other stuff that we use. That sounds like a community of 20,000 for the rep thing, and then whatever else we like need it for, like for the legislative person we have working with us, that for Mary, for like our contractor, that's where.
Yeah, that's your catch-all.
Right.
That's our catch-all.
Okay, it's just higher than what we'd had in the past, so. I wasn't sure if that was a little area to shave, balance it out.
Well, also it's increased because the cost of every banquet or every facility or everything that we buy now has gone up by like $50 to $75. But that's just like the inflation, that's not.
Just,
And they don't let us in because we're council people. They want us to pay just like everybody else, which we should, to different affairs. You know, we ain't using our stipends cards.
Like yesterday, I got a phone call, somebody asked $5,000 for the park, for a festival we're doing in the park, and I was like, oh, you gotta send a letter.
yeah, so our other services line in 24 was 80,000.
That was that. That was it, right?
Catch-all.
Yeah, so that's a catch-all, so right now, we're not gonna contract out for pay.
So through you,
We also have to pay for the attorney.
Charter, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Charter, are we paying for a share of the attorney, or how is that?
You know,
You're supposed to be splitting it.
I forgot, you're pointing out, and I think you were too, I just missed the point, that you increased it last year anticipating this.
Yes.
So I didn't even think about that. So was that meant to be a one-time, I mean, yeah,
It's
I don't think
supposed-
we've worked out the bills.
We kind of increased it a little bit because we're gonna do half the year and then half the budget year.
You picked
But
up another
also,
cost, so, you know, so, but maybe we could split the bills, like up through the rest of this fiscal year, because you're still a little tight. We'll cover them through city attorney, but if you want to leave this at the 115 number, just to get us through charter, because we will have, you know, it's due to you on June 16th, and it will have bills, that'd be
because
fine.
Taisha's covering part of it now.
Yeah,
the first half.
so that's-
But we didn't cover that.
I'd say leave it at an elevated number, just to make sure you can cover it. I'd be fine with that. Yeah, and if you can't, and for some reason, if you can't, then
Just
we'll
to
do it.
just to be clear, when the mayor has been like, okay, you're gonna do charter, you're gonna have to pay for it. You guys have to figure out how you're gonna pay for all these other things that comes out of the council's budget, so that's kind of why I went around.
That's true, that also includes any type of papers and record keeping, et cetera, right?
No,
Yeah.
those are other lines.
Okay.
And we also gonna have to encumber if we're, paying for, like, recordings or anything that we're gonna have to do outside of, like, advertising and stuff, like, that's our budget.
Okay.
So we're getting there.
All right, so is the idea that we have one person at 65,000 base plus fringes, which will be 25, 30?
I thought the 60 would include the.
That's only good.
I thought it was 60 plus the fringe.
Working, as we're going, he's working with Lynn Simcoe Live to calculate fringes for anything
Okay,
here.
All right,
okay,
so
that's good, so we'll.
let's carry on then. All right, so the other expenditure increase, which is not here, which we talked about earlier, was adding some money to parking enforcement for overtime. I don't think we have that on here, correct, Frank?
What did you say?
Sorry, the
Yeah,
public facilities parking enforcement, 20,000.
yeah, so that's about, so for the facilities, a parking enforcement person with fringe is like 80,000. And then with the overtime would be, I would say maybe another 10.
All right, so I guess what I'm going back to is and maybe I just want to be clear. We had talked about just doing overtime pay for the current parking enforcement officers, but now we're talking about a whole new person, but is that going to include that weekend and overtime parking enforcement?
So what I was articulating earlier was a request to take all this out of lines and signs and just have parking do it, and that would be the extra body. So that person would collect and fix all meters and not rely on lines and signs anymore. The 10,000 that you're proposing, I don't have a sense of whether that's good, I suppose it's good enough, is to do the outside enforcement.
So then we need the 20,000.
20,000? So that would be 100, which was my initial proposal. So 200,000 increase in revenues, 100,000 offset in expenditures, so the net is 100,000 savings. That would be the hope, yeah,
It
right.
should pay for itself.
So are we pulling from lines and signs, or is this a brand new piece?
This would be a new piece. I mean, lines and signs is behind. They
Well,
just-
and that in effect gives them a half person.
Yeah, I mean, and even like you'll see with like street paving and such, the amount of time it takes for them to get to like striping and those types of things. I mean,
Oh, I know.
I'm not a big fan of adding positions, as you know, but like this one, I get
All
this
right,
one.
so we're talking like all in like 130?
No, so about 100,000.
100, because the lines, because a parking enforcement officer at step 2, is about 40,000.
That's 80 including fringe?
80 including fringe.
Oh, okay. All right, oh, then that's great. Sorry, yeah, good.
Clarification, now, we're gonna take from one body to put to here, right? So there's not gonna be any conflicts with contracts and union with working the night the overtime and the night and weekends or holiday type issues?
So I think the council's proposal is just to add 20,000 in overtime expenses and have the current employees offer them the opportunity, we can't force them, but offer them the opportunity to do weekend and nighttime enforcement. The alternative proposal from the person who works with this department was to hire a body specifically for that, but I think that was rejected, so we'll try the overtime way.
So if that doesn't work, how does that work? What will that if that doesn't work, that money's still gonna be saved then to put it back to where it should be, or just put it back in the general fund so we can use it for something else?
Yeah, I mean, if it doesn't get spent, then yeah, it would just go to the general fund. Yeah, it just wouldn't get spent. It would be,
They're just sitting there, that's all.
Yeah, I just wanted to be used for something else that it shouldn't, that it wasn't earmarked for, because I don't wanna lose out on that part of what needs to be done to protect the city and add the revenue to the city, actually.
yeah.
So
Really?
everybody, Frank and I looked at all the numbers and all that. Basically, the overtime rate for the parking enforcement, if they write 2 tickets an hour, we win.
That's right. So it should be a revenue
Yeah.
offset for
Exactly.
what we're doing if a person does his or her job, because nobody's in here to get that done.
And that's based on the enforcing of the receipt of the fines.
Of course, yeah. It would be issuing tickets, the overtime money would be issuing tickets at times when there typically isn't enforcement. The other body would be making sure that they are fixing meters on time and then also take collection. So this helps lines and signs by freeing up some of their work, but also, you know, the person that runs this department has complained to me that, like, they've submitted meters that are broken that they can't collect on, they can't issue tickets on because the meter doesn't work. And it could take month, more, to get it up and running. And so you're just sitting there losing revenue. And it's very frustrating for everybody. It's like, there's no amount of emails I can send that will get them to work faster. So maybe this will help with revenue on that aspect
All
as
right,
well.
thank you.
Expenditure increase, yeah, go for it.
Listen, I think, Councilman Ortiz.
Yeah, let's hold on.
We're gonna do it.
Well, no, go ahead, go ahead. No, go for it, go for it.
All right, I'm still trying to cover these deficits. And Councilman Ortiz made a good point, that even if we took it from overtime, they're gonna overrun their overtime maybe. Okay? So why don't, I'm suggesting that whatever their budget is, police, fire, the 125 that's gonna come out of the, whatever you call it, that we just deduct 250,000 from police budget, fire, and they'll decide on, they'll say the council cut us 250,000, whatever their budget is now, to go towards trying to reach 600 or something, we're off. Does that make more sense? Because you're right, I can say, I thought it was easier doing overtime.
I think Councilman Burns has a proposal though in the police department, which I wasn't aware of.
One piece of it, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so,
What do you think?
how about this?
Go ahead.
I think the one, the biggest, shall we say, elephant in the room is Board of Education. So why don't we pull off on that just a little bit, and let's look at the decreases. So you're talking about decreases. I'll speak to the one specific decrease that Frank and I said, which is not on our sheet, but if you.
Services.
56165.
561,865.
No, 56165.
56165.
You put your number in, you win.
I just might, I'm a gambling man.
So that's really a pretty easy job.
So that's your police side.
That's my police side. Now let's keep moving, because we're gonna find this money, so y'all don't be here till midnight.
Stop rushing us out, let's get it done. Everyone's looking at their clock instead of at the books.
250, okay, so Ken, you got that? Where's Frank?
I got it.
He's on the.
You got it?
Yeah.
All right.
So in the meantime, do we want to look at the other
Go
cuts
ahead.
that, Kathleen, do you want to do it while Frank's not here? Or?
I'd rather wait it.
Here you go, right on.
All right.
There he is.
Frank, we found
let's-
250, baby.
Where?
Police department.
Oh, great.
Just messing with it.
You guys vote? You vote yet?
No.
They told me.
No. Not that lucky.
You vote yet?
We voted yet.
Told me that you had this hidden from us.
Don't have the money, Frank.
Frank, I knew you was hiding it. Yes, they taught him well.
Just, we'll sniff it out.
Hey, Ken, can you tell us about the ISS?
If we were to take 150, the way to do it would be to reduce like the retiree health insurance account, which is one line, by 150, and that would put a little less in the fund, which will deal with the fund expenses. And we could save 150 that way.
All right.
So, can you tell us where that is? Is that on the pensions page?
It would be probably in the other benefits.
The pensions and other benefits page?
No, it's,
No.
where's the big health insurance? Retirees? It comes in.
All right, just so we can hear.
He's on top. He's looking for it.
Let's forget it.
Where's it in your department, Ken?
No, that's like millions of dollars. It's the retiree health insurance.
It's not his.
No.
Kathleen, do you do this with retiree?
What are we looking for? I need
May I make a comment while Ken's trying to find it? From where I sit, I'm not thrilled about this being first order of business. I almost think this, it's interesting to explore it, but what you're essentially doing is underfunding the health claims, as I understand it, by $150,000 less than what we believe our true obligation is. You're essentially dipping into the surplus that we have in that health fund as the Board of Ed is, obviously to a much different degree. So yeah, if you're really struggling to find a place and that's what you want to do, sure, but I would not resort to that at this hour when you still have more things that you want to look at. I think this is lower on the totem pole from where I sit. I understand why Ken threw it out there, but I just don't think that's.
I agree with Tom doing this, threw it out there was because the worst thing that you need to do the rainy day fund, because that would affect the rainy stuff.
Well, that I agree
So
with.
that's the only reason I think that.
It's a better alternative than a rainy day fund, but I don't think that's a first place to.
I'm only going by what our budget person said, that it wouldn't be a problem. He does it every day. It ain't something new to this city.
Yeah.
So.
I just never seen this council underfund its obligations in that account in all the 10 years we've been here, so I've never heard this before, and I don't think that's a first order thing.
Through the chair, Ernie, through the chair.
Yeah.
I think if we make the list,
Yeah.
no matter what the suggestions or ideas or comments are, and then we can gather them all, and then decide at the end the rights and the wrongs, and what we need to do, what is not, should not be done. But right now, you make the list, let's put everything out there. We just can't say, oh no, because it's gonna hurt somebody. We have to figure it out, because it's just not one person we're hurting, we're hurting 150,000 people.
I just wanted to, Councilman Burns, 250 suggestions, right, everyone agrees you put that on. This one, I think, is not that. But to your point, yes, everything's going.
Well,
Everything's on the table.
Listen, I don't agree with Tom. And the reason I don't agree, because if we just took 150 out of our rainy day fund, it's not going to drop the rate, because that's what it's there for. It's not there what the state is doing, state house is doing. $1 billion just sitting there. So one way or the other, it's got to work, okay?
So the budget line is on page 119, it's Department 01-075,000, which is benefits administration.
I'm sorry, which page?
119. And
What's the object number again?
52891. Retiree Medicare. It's an estimate, it was an estimate for zero.
I don't think it's going to hurt. I really don't.
I mean, in the big picture, it would be a big deal. If it's a big number, yes, then it's something we will debate. If you're looking for 100,000 or so, or, 150 max, we can deal with that.
That's what I thought. I don't think it's gonna put us in no
It's not gonna
jeopardy.
break the bank.
Huh?
It's not gonna break the bank.
It's not.
Not on the city side, but it'll help
Right.
the constituents, the taxpayer side.
Right.
Can we do that?
So go ahead.
Ken,
Yes, sir.
thank you for bringing that line to our attention. So just looking at the FY '23, '24, and then, I didn't even compare to this year, but, I mean, that's a big jump. And
So, right, so through the chair, the reason for that is, there has been a big jump in cost for retiree insurance, and it wasn't really budgeted this year. We're paying it out of the fund this year. But we're making up for it because the co-pays went up for employees. The contracts increased the amount for employees that pay into health insurance. So Frank really tried to right-size this based on what we felt the best estimates were. I would be shading this thing a little bit, which is risky a little bit, but it's not, it's not gonna make or break us.
It's not gonna drop the bond rating. It's not, that's what I'm saying. So it's not like we're gonna jump from whatever we're at to another level. It's something we gotta do.
But that West Eagles thing just showed a big increase in that part of it. So this is the retirees that are not recently, this is the older retirees
Right.
that were in Medicare. There's a certain amount you get in Medicare reimbursements, and a certain amount you don't get. And apparently some of the Medicare reimbursements are going away. Don't ask me why, I'm not for Medicare. So that's why the amount was going up so much.
So we're at if we can do the 250 and the 150, since y'all don't want to, my co-chair says Public Works is in bad shape, so, y'all don't want to do nothing with that. So at least we're at 400,000 compared to whatever else we come up to the council.
I just have I don't know if you've done or maybe it's just playing with the numbers and, remember when we have police with us, they had a revenue in their outside overtime and their overtime charge, surplus, that's been booked this year for 5.9 and 4 points. But the proposed is 5.2 and 600. Can we increase that number in the revenue? Because they have been going over and we know that we're gonna be doing a lot of street construction with WPCA. So their outside overtime number is kind of going up. I know it's kind of like playing with the numbers, not real numbers, but it's a number.
Right.
You put it to overtime. If you raise that number, then I'd say you just put it in the outside overtime.
The problem is when you increase, like Mr. bringing in my head, every time you increase the expenditure, you gotta increase, revenue, you gotta increase the expenditure, because it's an offset, right? If they do more hours on the street and we get paid more, we also pay those people, so we spend more, so it doesn't do anything.
Through the chair, can we raise any type of administrative fees or the use of the vehicle? Because if we break even, if we're not helping anything, we need to look at the wear and tear on that. And plus, if they're working overtime, they need to stay on the job to work regular PD. We're putting everybody at risk because they're not getting the proper.
So what we're looking at now, as you know, the union contract does govern what those people get paid and what we charge. We are looking, we met with a firm that Fairfield, New Haven, and others work with that would civilianize this office. We might have a little tension with the union on that issue. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry.
more than civilianize, it would.
Oh, yeah, it would civilianize and give it to a third party to do most of the work of administering these jobs. And part of that would be adding an administrative fee to cover the cost of the vendor, so it's not on the city. So that's already sort of part of that analysis, you know what I mean? So I don't think it'll have any budgetary changes.
That's what we need to look at now. We need to find out what's gonna be the best for the city taxpayers and the department to make sure everyone is either covered or at a health, not risking anyone's health and, you know, the rest periods when they're on jobs. Yes.
All right. Councilwoman Martinez.
Let me just add to what our CAO stated. I don't know if you all are aware that even if the police officers do overtime on the roads, even if they do 2 hours, they get paid for 4. If they go over 4, they get paid for 8.
Right.
So regardless as to where we are with numbers, they're gonna get their pay share regardless of.
The outside overtime gets billed to the contractor, not to us.
No, it doesn't get billed to us, but I'm just using that as an example. Even if they work 2 hours, they get paid 4. If they go over 4, they get paid 8, so.
And they get paid at sergeant level.
Correct.
That's why I don't have a problem touching this. But I don't wanna, we found 250, so out of the police department, so I'm satisfied, no matter how we get it, we got it. So if we could shave a little more, that would be good. I don't see nothing wrong with it.
We could look back at what the matrix study said and look at that. But then that's a contract thing, but there's some stuff we can get out of it.
Yeah, I mean, long term, we really need to be ready to fight for some changes in that contract, so. Ken, can I ask another question? I think I've heard with Frank. I'm looking at page 128, which is the pensions benefits. I think I asked about it, but I'll ask again. We've got the sick time payout, vacation time payout, vacation pay, retirement. You know, I think those are pretty reasonable, especially when we're hearing about a good number of people retiring. But what about the unemployment line? Is that something we could look at? Is that something we pay into, you know, for every employee for future payments, or is this like what we actually pay out?
So through the chair, the way municipalities work, it actually is based on what the payout is, and then there's an assessment the state charges the cities, plus the cost of what the payments are. So that's why if you look back, you see 1 year was only 264,000 in 23.
Yeah.
And then 24 was 619,000. Honestly, I don't know who was in there, why. So it kind of goes up and down. I mean, theoretically, if there's no.
Through the chair, it's based on risk factor also by the state.
Right.
So whether you have a claim or not, they do assess it at a higher rate every year.
So I mean, could we shave 50,000 there?
Could we shave 50,000 from there?
But it is somewhat.
Looking at the unemployment line on 120.
When I get fired if I'm mayor after this budget. Just kidding.
Frank, I know you don't like, I understand, but.
I don't know, I'm asking, I'm not.
We just asking, King, number 2.
I would frankly, if it was gonna take 50,000 out, one of these, frankly,
That is
I
not gonna
consider.
hurt. All right, we're at 450, we climbing. Take the
Then we can
50.
exceed more than 600 if we have to.
We're going,
You know,
yeah, we're
the
going
bigger
over.
number, okay.
Because I want to try to get monies for other things that we need, like the Board of Ed and some things we want to do, so got to get more monies.
Okay. Frank gave us a whatever.
450, all right.
No, 50.
50,000,
Yeah,
yeah.
I thought you said 150.
No, we got, no, 50.
Okay.
We're already at 450 now.
Okay, thank you.
Well, it's more than 450 because I didn't add.
250 for the police.
Do we have anything else right now? Or actually, Frank can go through all these things, so.
Frank, can you pull up
The line items.
the line items, Frank?
For what? We were so much more efficient when he was off like partying.
Yeah, he's been drinking the Kool-Aid.
Page 4, the expenditure decreases, we really didn't, I don't think we went through them all. It's not terribly complicated, but.
We
Page
have,
what?
Page 4.
On our spreadsheet from Frank. Exhibit A.
I have a $40,000 increase for ICEMA pension employee contribution. That hasn't been used in prior years, so I thought it was appropriate to scale that down.
Labor relations is just, I went over that on the other side, I'm not gonna go over that. Minority Business Resource Office is being decreased because one of the disparity studies is over. Police administration, management services, everybody just put a decrease there, so that's 250,000. I have for a total of 430,000, eliminating 3 PD civilian vacancies. I have facilities maintenance, BOE, going down to 0 from 150,000. Facilities maintenance contracted salaries going from 15,000 to 0. Roadway management, other services going from 325 to 250. The golf course seasonal earned pay, 50,000 going to roadway maintenance, so that's really not a decrease. And then the principal and interest decrease to true up to the actual schedule, so that's a $400,000 decrease. So that's all the stuff I have on my list.
Through the chair, the civilian, is that like the record rooms and everything?
No, that was at the beginning. Tom had said I think we had a lot more civilian PD positions. Most of them are filled. These are continue to be vacant. They were special project coordinators in the budget
So
last year.
those any officer, anyone that's non-civilian can go to light duty, can do these positions?
No.
I mean,
Okay.
no. They're just
Really take this in care of.
they were meant to be for more civilianization of PD, but like I'm looking at other, there's more work for them to do.
Right, because years ago, they used to have a big civilian in the records room, and then it changed because we were trying to make cuts, and they all went to BOE and retirements, and then now it's,
Yeah.
being curved into the records again of the department again of how it's gonna be handled.
So, through your chair, the records room in the PD is actually an area that the staffing study addressed as like, you need to clean that.
Okay.
So, that's a reality, so.
Frank, can you, based on, we're still going through his numbers?
Sure, I have one thing I wanted to share, just
All right,
there's, yeah, go ahead.
Can you give us a running total we done found? 450? So add that to your total and we're getting there.
That 450 is an estimate, right? So
I don't think it's an estimate, I just think it's 450. We did 250 from, we did 250 from the police, that monies were just laying around.
That was the matrix.
Right.
56165,
That was the
56165.
matrix that was just sitting around. Ken will show you.
oh yeah, that I got, yep.
And then we did
150 from the
And then the health
retiree health
insurance,
insurance.
125.
150.
Look, everybody, I have a lot of different people coming to me, so I'm waiting for Lynn to make changes on the payroll stuff.
Okay. I just want to get the
She's
running
gotta
total.
upload it. I would say you guys added a position. I think we're within a couple $100,000, right? We're within a couple, yeah, we're within like 150,000 of the gap, of closing the gap.
All right, so we're getting there because we still want to try to find some stuff to do some of the things that we think need to be addressed, okay? But it's good we're gonna cover the deficit first. And then we'll find other monies to do the other things, okay? All right, can somebody exhibit this please for me?
Yeah, ordinance 2-36-1010, salary ranges. I guess this is the, mayor's office at 05102025G.
Second, Amy Ray.
Now I'm gonna say this to you, say it to you again.
Wait, you gotta do an all in favor.
Oh, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm gonna say this to you.
G as in good.
G, yeah. I'm gonna say this to you and I'm gonna say this to you again. This is not an avenue You all wanna go down. Now, if you wanna pick a fight, this is the way you do it. Real simple. If you wanna veto this budget, this is the way you do it.
Tom don't mind taking $45,000 cut.
All right, if y'all want to pick a fight, this is the way to do it. Now, I'm gonna say this, and I've always said this to my partner. We've got to balance the budget. But when you start messing with the mayor, if you poke the bear's gonna poke back. Now, I'm just telling you that now. Co-chair, go to it.
All right.
I don't want to word this.
We're all friends here, but I really just want to lay out, a few points, few facts. So these are positions taken from the unaffiliated scale. But that's the ordinance number there. I think most of us know the unaffiliated positions follow the BCSA contract. So when that increases, so do the unaffiliated positions. Okay? So, yeah, let's look at the mayor's position. So in 23 and 24, and for this fiscal year, 25, it's the same salary. Because the contract for BCSA wasn't settled till last summer. And so those cumulative 3% increases, so an increase that would have applied in 23 and 24 and, 24 and 25, and now going into 26, that's where you get your 3%, 3%, 3%.
Oh, okay.
And if you want to do your, basic calculator, take 161,018, multiply it by 1.09, you'll get 175. Okay? Keep in mind that the mayor's position's unusual in that he's an elected position, and she's not here, but I'll acknowledge Councilwoman Pereira shared that there's a state amendment to the Constitution, state constitution, that elected officials can't take a raise until after 2 years into their elected term. Okay? So if you look at the top line, for April 24, it would be 184. And I'm sorry, to be clear, the dates up there, June 22, April 24, November 24, those were ordinance changes. So the mayor's being paid $175,949 for the upcoming year, but through the proposed increases that was passed through the ordinance committee, the salary really would be $195,206, which is to say next year the mayor's going to be due for a large increase. So even, just as it is, we should anticipate for 27 that the mayor's salary would be close to $200,000. Okay? Again, not picking fights with my coach. I'm just making sure we kind of know some of that down the road. And so the same way, chief of staff, CAO, they were flat for 3 years. Now they have bumps. Those two offices got a little bump in the ordinance that was passed by committee. I might have typed it wrong, but chief of staff for 26, Frank, looks, I've got 158,528, and that's actually below the scale for this year. It's, a few $100s, but if we're gonna be paying people on this scale, and he's at the bottom of it, he should, I guess, at least be at the bottom, unless he's making a donation to the council, that's fine.
I got that one.
No?
Well, since we don't know who the position is, it can be he or she. Okay, because we don't mention names.
All right. Frank, you looking at that?
So,
That
Tom,
time,
I can comment on this because so This change to the unaffiliated table happened because the city attorney came to you and said she was making less than her attorneys in her office, so that prompted this whole thing. Then we changed Director of Labor Relations as a result because well, first of all, there was an attorney that came from the city attorney's union that was in that position. So that person didn't actually get a change, but we updated the table so that that position could pay that, so we can then move that person permanently out of city attorney and make them the labor relations director. When I then was just trying to fix the table, it's like one of the positions in my department, I actually downgraded a level. There's like sections in the ordinance, I lowered this pay range.
In class.
And then in class, and then like for chief of staff, CAO, police chief, like a couple others, I just like I just adjusted the range. Nobody's salary actually changed. Whatever everyone was making, the chief staff was making, I was making, whatever Janine was making, like there were absolutely no actual changes, but I shifted the scale. So I did this 150 to 165 thing, and I guess I didn't realize that with the 3% that the chief of staff would have fallen out of the range based on his current salary. We were doing a lot.
So I don't know how that.
I mean, I don't think there's a rule against paying under. I mean, I've never seen it happen. But the mayor certainly can't hire above it, I'll put it that way. I don't think there's any contest here. I would just say the next time a mayor hires a chief of staff, whoever the mayor may be, whoever the chief of staff may be, they would hire within the range. I don't think the current occupant is.
And I guess, the same way, it's just a couple $100, but Director of Labor Relations, who did move over with a salary level, said, I want to keep the same salary level, especially as exiting the union. Hats off just a little bit, but whatever. There's another position not on here, but is also with the unaffiliated scale. On the 352 is the health director position. In the book, it comes up as 171, 132, but again, on the unaffiliated scale, the cap is 161. Most of that is paid out of a grant, a per capita health grant. So I don't know if that's something we change or not. But that's one position too. Health director is at one, yeah. And then chief of staff is just slightly under the pay scale, and director of labor relations is slightly above. But I mean, again, it's a couple $100. It's not.
That might have happened when we did the transition from one union to the next, and those two unions I know don't have the increases that happen. I think city attorney's union gets January increases, which is unusual. Most get July 1 increases, so that could be how that happens.
And again, a lot of as we've been going through the book, a lot of us say, 13, 14% increases. This is why, because between changes in the unaffiliated scale and the associated increases, this is why a lot of these positions are higher. I'm just making sure we know that. I'm not proposing any changes per se. The only one that, really kind of jumped out at me was the health director position being quite a bit higher than scale. So again, I don't know if that's something you want to.
Tom, the health director.
Yeah.
Why is it way above the scale?
I went to somebody in labor/civil service, and they're following up on it. I think it honestly may have just been just when they were entering the salary, the transposition error of a number. He's looking into.
Yeah, there's no way we would have hired.
Yeah, I think it was a listen, data entry errors happen, and I honestly.
So you think this was an error? Can y'all make sure for us, please?
Yeah,
because
I know.
Especially for a position like that, Eric Amano would have written the letter himself, and I usually proofread them.
Right.
And there's no, well, actually, Dr. Rodriguez may have hired them or LCO, but there's very little chance that they would have hired somebody outside of the range.
So you think it's just a budget look at it?
No, it's when they enter her pay.
Right, but they enter it, yeah.
Okay,
No, because she's actually
Councilwoman
paid.
Amy Marie,
Tom,
gentlemen,
what you said is that and Frank, you're checking into it. What about checking with payroll, who actually cuts the
Well,
checks
that's,
and the year-end
That's,
total.
that's what I followed up, that's what I'm asking, that's what I heard.
they report to the civil service director, there's gotta be an error along the way with how that's, yeah, that's a great, I've never heard
Copy
that
the original
before.
contract or something that, you know.
Yeah, yeah. And does what she's getting paid reflect what her hire letter says?
Right.
I don't know, I've never heard this before.
So through the chair, it wouldn't go through any type of degrees or, the qualifications that she holds on the title.
I mean.
I'm just asking because I'm just double checking to cross all the Ts and dot all the Is to see that we're
To the
doing it
councilman's
correctly.
point, I mean, we can't hire or pay outside of the unaffiliated table, so if she is, it doesn't look like it's a lot, thank God, but that's not good. And I don't know why that would happen.
So would we have that information before Monday night?
Yeah. Oh, right, it may not, right, to that point, it may not matter for the purposes of budgeting, because you're not even budgeting the whole salary anyway in the budget, but it may need to be fixed administratively anyway.
Probably our share.
As opposed to the grant share, maybe.
Oh,
I mean, a lot of it's on grant.
You could just, I mean.
And I would say like over a few thousand, I mean, it sounds like if we're out of compliance and we need to fix it, then we'll have to do something. But I'm not so sure you should worry about it in terms of budget, but I appreciate you bringing it up. I wouldn't want anything like that to happen.
all right. Two other positions I just, want to bring attention to, kind of coming out of communications. We've had some changes, right? So, one position, excuse me, got moved from communications over to emergency operations.
Okay,
Yeah, sorry, so communications is 154, and emergency communications operations is 220. So last year, oh, okay.
All right, we got another issue. Go ahead.
So, yeah, communications persons got moved over from 154 Communications Department to EOC. The position, Public Information Officer, which I strongly support. I think it's really good. We have one person speaking for police, fire, emergency operations. That's really important in a city of our size and situation. But that was the Deputy Director of Public Safety Communications last year at 110, and then the person getting moved over there this year is at 83. And Frank and I had a little conversation about that. Just a little, I mean, for what it's worth, it just strikes me as 83 is an appropriate salary for that, and 110 was not, but here's where we are. And so now I understand the deputy director person is, slated to go to 120, but I think that is an interim position as we speak, and we may be having change at the top there anyhow. But again,
What position, I'm sorry?
On
Deputy
EOC,
director.
the deputy director, the second one down, public
It's an
safety.
integrated position, means?
Interim.
Oh, interim,
Sorry.
oh, thank you.
So,
I don't know if we can do much on that, but I'm just concerned there may be
so when we made those changes to communications last year, swapped out communications director, I wrongfully thought, I sound like I'm making a lot of mistakes these days. At the time, it's not looking good.
We're working together, John.
We're working together, it's hard. And, and when I checked with civil service, they didn't realize either. When we looked at the public safety, I looked at the unaffiliated table to find a place for the other communications director to go, in a place where she was going to be useful and wanted and all that kind of stuff, because there was an identified need. We had cut that person's salary back and put them in that position. But we all thought that deputy public safety communications meant what it sounds like to me, which is the PIO.
Right.
That's what I thought, right? And that's what Eric thought too. Like months later, as they were trying to deal with some stuff in the EOC, they realized that was wrong. And that the civil service had created this position. When they use this term, they really mean like the 911 call center. And that the specific qualifications of this job had to do with like 911's call center training and dispatch and that kind of thing. So we had to move, which I didn't even know had happened. Like we didn't bother the council as an administrative change. That individual who we used to call the deputy public safety communications person just became a project manager. No change in salary, anything like that. It was just a move over here because we needed to truly elevate a deputy communications person overseeing the 911 center. That is a tested civil service position. There is currently someone who's very talented, by the way, who's acting in that position now. But it has nothing to do with communications. That's a 911 center issue.
Yeah, that's the communication.
That's the communications position. Then what we did is we said that that previous individual who was in truly communications doing the PIO type stuff had left for another opportunity. We decided internally that that position was making a lot. In my opinion, that was too much for that. And so to try to achieve budget savings, we lowered it to like a lower level project manager thing, and that's what that funding is for. And that's truly the PIO. Is that?
Yeah, okay. And then the other communications position, being moved from communications to archives, which is page 98, it's supposed to be the FOI person. And my only thought is, you know, maybe FOI position should be in the city attorney's office, because that's where we've been bumping into so many issues, and that's a pretty good pay bump if it's the same position.
So on that one, what page did you say, I'm sorry?
Uh,
98.
Comms is 154, 98 is archives records.
Yeah, so this position was actually already making the salary last year, and part of it was grant funded. This is kind of a repurposed position. The individual who's in this position, who I've never met before, is actually led the archives change to the new system. So actually managed that whole thing, which was a very successful project this year. In talking with the city attorney, we, after the events of last year, which led to a number of Connecticut Post articles and big problems, we actually kind of took away management of the FOI portal away from the individual that used to do it because it was woefully mismanaged. As there was good intentions, but it wasn't being well done. And the individual took on a lot of responsibility of actually cutting down literally thousands of FOI things manually in the system. And now it's kind of a point person. She would actually like to do more with it, so I agreed with her. So she's going to be training this individual with some attorneys in her staff, because you don't need an attorney to appear before the FOI commission to actually attend the hearings with the department people whenever there's a hearing and that sort of thing. So it would be management of the FOI portal, cleaning up the complaints. I mean, the biggest backlog is in police, and that's a whole different issue, but certainly all the other departments, and actually taking on the new responsibility. She wanted to hire a whole new position for this in her department. She was going to come to you with that.
You're talking to the city attorney?
The city attorney. And, you know, Frank and I were like, listen, do we have people in the city that can take on more capacity to do stuff? Because we don't have money like that. And she agreed and we agreed, so we found an individual who was already kind of doing similar work. So we're going to expand on that work product. She was happy with that. So that's our compromise.
I have a question. I'm confused. Is this body active currently, or is this going to be a new position? Because FOI requests were coming from the city attorney's office. I mean, I've been waiting for information 1, 2 years. Recently requested some information in November. I'm still waiting for it. It's over the 90 days cap period. I haven't gotten absolutely nothing. So are we hiring someone for this position? Is the body here? What department are we transferring from? I'm confused.
So the effort is to, this person's already been, I'd say, dabbling in it, helped when we did the hostile takeover, I'll call it, of this system, this individual stepped up and helped deal with a lot of the complaints in certain departments. But I think the idea, so then she's like, well, I want to hire somebody. She was going to hire somebody whose salary was like 110, 120 range. We're like, we can't do that. We don't have the money for that. So the compromise was, let's take this person who did the archives change, who has already been working in the system. Let's just use this person more, because obviously it's a talent, and there's actually a real change. We've made more progress on this issue in the last couple of months because of this individual than ever. So I'm like, this is your answer. And everybody kind of sat around the table and we agreed on it. So this is a body that we have, and the idea is to give that person more to do and to train them again on going to the FOI commission too, because she doesn't have capacity in her department. She doesn't want to send her attorneys to have to do that type of work. And quite frankly, everyone hates FOI because it is boring stuff. But
One more thing to our CAOs, I don't know how much progress you've made if I've been waiting 2 years and a couple months and I still haven't got my FOI information.
well, I think the individual who's in charge should look into that for you.
Thank you.
All right. Scott? Oh, I'm sorry, Fred?
Yeah, that FOI position, I thought we was moving all that archive somewhere else, for one. And I didn't think we might need all that kind of person anymore, from my understanding. And my second question is, what is the qualification for that? Because if the records are being held up like that, do you have to be a paralegal? I guess that's what I'm asking.
No, to handle FOI, you just need to understand the basics of FOI. I mean, listen, there are legal issues that come up, like, we had that issue where it was like a criminal informant that was named in a police report, and there was this whole fight with the FOI commission over whether or not the informant's name should be released. Is that public information or is that under an exemption? Well, you need an attorney on that issue, and even our attorneys that fought that battle hard lost. So, but most FOI issues are basic, right? When most departments get an FOI, they know to comply with it. And then there are certain rules about things that need to be redacted. As for the archives, you're exactly right. This person is not like going to the new archive center and pulling the files. But there is some management of the contract, the paying of the bills, training of departments on the new software to pull records and to send records over to them. So there's a little bit of management. I would say most of this job is going to be centered on FOI now, and a small portion of it is on archives. But we want this individual to do both. And again, there used to be somebody that just did archives, right? And we eliminated that position. So again, we're just trying to consolidate roles and responsibilities.
And is that the salary for that position, that what we're talking about?
This is the salary for this position. This person, like Anita asked, is already here, and that's the salary of that individual. It's just being moved to this part. We figured we'd put it here because this budget already existed, but there was no personnel in it, so we thought this is the most appropriate place. It feels more appropriate elsewhere. I don't know.
Just to answer your question, the archives are now essentially outsourced, so that's the special services line of 60,000. So we pay a firm to handle our papers now, and that was like a 2-year transition to get the papers out,
It was
transferred.
really bad.
Okay,
So we
all
had
right,
to
all
hire
right,
someone to come in.
So we got, one of those big national firms.
So, yeah, we had to do that because our records was bad, yeah. Councilwoman?
Can I just add to that? And let me just add to that, because the city failed to renew a grant for an archive person that was currently assisting. And that person, as of June 30th, is no longer going to be able to archive, which is very unfortunate because I'm gonna leave it there.
You're absolutely right. All right, what's next? I think Scott's got a couple more.
I think that's what I got.
I think Scott's got.
I think we got maybe hear from Frank.
All right, Frank, can you total us up and see how far we're away? Because we're still gonna go through the city and find some more money.
I'm just working on the detail stuff, so I don't know if you guys want to take a break and just.
Yeah, why don't we take a 5-minute break so you can stretch your legs, 10 minutes? 10 minutes. 10's good.
He smokes so slow.
I don't smoke, I ain't got no cigarettes. You wanna buy me some?
They're not in the budget.
better hope Lenny's back.
Buy me some?
Where did Jorge go?
All right, we're on a break till
Hey
3:35.
Frank, can I see you close?
Why, you buying expensive truck, you ain't never.
Back in session? We're really close, y'all.
You're missing something.
I'm missing the Knicks, so I'm really upset.
It'll be all right.
No, I'm gonna be all right. Hey,
He was good tonight.
was that you?
Oh, yeah, we took.
You can watch Instagram.
Oh, hold on, nope.
Jeanette, I'm gonna get you, don't worry.
Exactly.
Well, they got a long ways to go, baby. We up 2, so you can say.
We're not gonna increase the salary.
All you Celtic fans, did you ever say, yeah, you'll celebrate when we close it out? Not in this lifetime.
Is that what the Yankees said too?
I don't know, I'm a Mets fan, so. I saw you earlier doing that.
Sure you don't. That's why you ain't going.
All right, listen, I don't want to tell you, we closer than you
Only as
are.
good as what you have to work with.
Now,
That's true.
how about that one?
We got more championships than you. I don't care.
Bitch, you do,
Fight
you
your
do,
words.
no, you do. I can't take nothing away from Boston. They had good team, man. I can't argue with you on that. But guess what?
What?
We ain't winning it this year.
Neither you gonna see nothing in your time like that.
Well, I guarantee you this, you'll see.
Just keep in mind.
Don't put no money on it.
But listen, if I had put money on it that you never win the championship, I'll be way ahead of you.
Thank you, sir.
We're 3:16 left to close. I'm pretty
Where's Frank go?
He went to get his suits out the cleaners. Right, he said it was right here on Fifth Avenue. I don't know where.
Oh, it's around Dickies, down where,
Yeah.
Cushman, and then
Okay.
Park.
That's what he went.
Well, we ain't even finished, so we go home. We gotta put it in the video.
That's fine.
You know, I go to the because I got my really
Cause he got you late.
Yeah.
You should have got it this morning.
Then I got my Mother's Day cards yesterday because I didn't know how long I was going to be here today. So I
Right,
said,
cause
let me
you
go
could
do
go
it.
to Mother's Day.
Yes. My baby, my little grandbaby, let me tell you something. He's pretty as a button. And when I play with
I mean, you don't look like you.
oh, one minute, check please. All right, you want to pay for that?
Hey, I got the money. I got lots of money right here. I got plenty of money.
All right, here we go.
Chairman,
Yes.
ma'am, a quick proposed change to the budget if you're amenable. As Councilwoman Amy Marie Pizzo-Panicio was saying earlier, with the change in the Bosnia's lease, there was a small increase in the rent, but big change is the utilities. And so Frank and Ken have been discussing knocking the utilities line down by 50,000. That's easy enough, and everyone's okay, we're just gonna do that.
I'm sorry, could you say it again?
Just because of the Vazzi's lease, the biggest change is gonna be that utilities, and we feel pretty good about taking 30,000 out of utilities. That wasn't reflected in the change, so if you're good with that, you're just gonna add it. Gets us a little closer. All right, that's all I
All right, he's gonna give us the run, so we'll know where we're at.
$286,000 is the remaining hole.
How much?
286,000.
Well, I thought he said at one time it was one something. And that's with the 450, you added the 450?
Yeah, that's with that, yeah.
Do we have documents showing these changes?
So I'm gonna give it to you, I'm just,
Not yet.
Okay.
He's typing as we're going so that he can print it out.
So we're still 3 something down.
No, you're 266. 286, 286.
We'll say 300, 386.
So through the chair,
Go ahead.
I just got, Frank's trying to work this. What happened was on the sheet, police study was already on Frank's original list. Somewhere in his numbers. So that's why it's not.
Yeah, that was it.
well, no, I heard you guys say it and I included it.
He included it already. We had talked about the police study extra money, thought we could move it.
No, it's not. When you guys were talking about it, I included it, and then when we were like looking at the numbers, I forgot that I included it.
So when he quoted you a number of what the gap was, it was inclusive of that number.
He pulled the Nestor and counted it twice.
All right.
Can I ask, Councilman Martinez was looking into transfer station fees on the commercial side. Where are we on that?
We, the department did an increase, an administrative increase that's effective, I wonder if that's effective July 1.
July 1, it's effective date.
July 1, I
Yeah,
think
it's
it
the
is.
transfer station.
We
Oh, you
know,
did put a transfer station increase.
Do you know how much that will generate? Yeah.
Transfer station is page 265.
it's on, yeah, 266. There's no revenue line there at all.
No.
Really?
Right.
So we gotta create one.
Wait a minute, no, they didn't have the revenue right, correct?
Unless they tucked it like in facilities admin or something.
They said something that wasn't in the department.
You know what, it's 228, commercial bumping tip fees, that we were talking about.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's under the general public administration. So right
Yeah.
now it says the budget was 80,000 and it's going up to 102,400, so it went up 22,400.
Oh,
All right.
So we
that's
put-
because they're gonna increase the fees.
Okay.
But we
So that's
should-
already addressed.
Is that enough for 23?
Yeah. that makes sense.
So we can't boost that up a little more, because I'm telling you, it's very well utilized. Cars be parked all the way down by the cemetery.
Line constantly.
Yeah.
So maybe we could up that figure a little bit, seriously.
That's the commercial numbers, and I don't know if you're just talking about residents.
No, I'm talking about commercial too.
There's always.
Yes, I'm
You
talking
bring it
about
up to
commercial
budget?
too.
Oh, remember,
25?
as you can see in the year 2024, your actuals were 62,000, so it already
Right.
hasn't been hitting budget. Again, we budgeted an increase because they're increasing the tipping fee, the base fee, but they're already not meeting their numbers. So I mean, you can be more aggressive, but you're just,
What's the,
Why can't we be, through the chair, why can't we be more aggressive?
well, you can increase the number, but they're gonna hit whatever they hit, right?
Right.
It's about how many trucks come through and whatever the
let
fee
me ask you a
is.
question.
You know, there's nothing Louis can do to make that number better or worse.
Through the chair, didn't they say they were bypassing transfer station and going directly to the other site? Is it Resco? Not Resco, it's the other site where they bring the, trucks for the. Little Bit? Yes.
We the same thing.
I thought they were.
It's the same site.
Okay.
It's the same site, yeah.
So I mean, I think the number in there is fair. I mean, you can nickel and dime it a couple thousand. I think it's where it's gotta be, more or less.
Okay. I just realized we didn't. Oh, yeah, this year's numbers good. So,
So we couldn't find nothing in the fire department, right? Y'all said that we just leave them alone, you don't want to mess with the fire department. I don't see why. I don't.
Frank,
250
can
is
you
not-
encumber what I said about us going back to the original amount, to the parking, to the meter parking for collection? Put that the revenue loss on it?
We put another 25,000 in meter collections, 175 in fees.
we're already reaching.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I was just
Oh.
asking.
Yeah, yeah. No,
I had
I'm
no
sorry.
money, I didn't remember if we did or not, but I didn't mark it.
On, where's that?
Just reconfirm.
Does anyone know where the fire marshal is?
Fire marshal.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Fire department is in the fire department.
Yeah, look through the fire department, see if you can find 250.
Where's the?
We can't mess with the fire trucks.
He said on your side.
I think just your side, that's all I was saying.
Oh, boy, I'm glad.
We got it over there too.
Don't get mad because we got the best fire station. Don't get mad. I remember when they.
I wouldn't brag too much.
I remember when the old fire station burned down. They built that new one right there.
Yeah.
Fire station used to be across the street from my house on Newfield Avenue. That's when the fire station was closed because it was too small.
No, I guess you can't.
Did we ever, the fuel cells got, did we ever find out what the McBride fuel cell?
It's not active yet.
It's not active.
No, that we don't have.
Yes, we did find out. Not good answer. Well, it's not the answer we're wishing for.
Rush, and then they don't even know.
Yeah.
Marty, you ain't cooking, but I tell you that when you go.
I'm just thinking off the top of my head, but just thinking off the top of my head.
How long have you been asking this question?
Senior fire marshal, just in terms of fines, right?
Mhm.
Let me check. That's a great question.
Before we go outside.
That's a big question.
Yeah, yeah.
What?
No, because that's just rolling up from all the other departments. No, within the file.
So you rolled up this year, where is it?
No, we have to close it.
Yeah.
What are you looking for?
This contract is all.
Scott.
Yes.
Excuse me. Well, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. So it's not broken down in total. Yeah. Right.
So Ernie, through the chair, to the committee, so there is an item that I was asking about before, and I was just able to reach one of the airport managers. So there are some leases and some contract terms that increase after 5 years, and 5 years, some of those leases kicks in the new fiscal year. But for better or for worse, their group has not analyzed what that change would be. So we don't have a firm number. But I think
No, that's, oh,
somewhere
that's the
between
auction.
$75,000 and $100,000 to me would be a guess based on, what the overall revenue is. I would think it should go up to $75,000, maybe a little more. So I feel comfortable recommending, give you an account.
Yeah, give me the count. Scott, I mean, he just made a suggestion that the airport,
The line number.
he'll give us the line number of the airport, that there's some funds that we can utilize.
Good.
It's close to 100,000, but
Great.
Yeah, I'd recommend 75.
we recommend 75,000.
I'll make up the difference, $25,000 from fire department and contracted salaries.
I would say 85, Ken, because I know there's somebody else that has
And
a
Ken,
fee closer to 85.
Okay, so my suggestion is we put it in the percentage of gross, which is where this is where some of the contract terms have these increases.
Yep.
So it would be the budget is on page 304.
hold on. Okay,
And the object would be 41509.
Percentage of gross, yes, that's it.
yeah, I see gross, yep.
Is that in order?
Yeah. Let's get this here done, so we'll know what he's going to do. So we could put 100,000, Ken,
Well, we doing 75 more, 85 in the airport.
Right, and then the 25 that Ivy said,
What was it, 25?
He said 85.
I said 85.
he said 85.
Yeah.
He said 25 for fire, you said?
25 for fire for contract salary.
Right.
That's when we were gonna, council had added that money back a year or two ago to deal with the fire marshal issue, thinking that we could outsource. She never did it, it was never a viable path, so I don't think that money's gonna be spent on anything else.
Was it just 25,000?
No, it used to be more,
Yeah.
Frank shrunk it, but we just eliminated it completely, because this is not.
Okay, so that brings up over another 100, all right.
So now your net deficit is 176.
85 from the airport.
Oh, okay.
85, are you saying?
Yeah, 85 for airport.
Yeah,
85.
85.
Stop saying the wrong number. They put up the wrong number.
So
Then
that
we're
brings
down
the
to
286 down to 176.
All right.
I don't know if you want to
And we're
just
saying
take the
25
big
for
item
fire.
and figure it out.
Taking 25 out of the fire to put into this total.
Through the chair, maybe you want to talk about the big item, figure that out, and then you'll know what's left.
Go ahead, Amy Marie.
Has it been calculated on your end, because I know it was brought up by the acting manager at the airport, that they picked up a new lease there, so I want to make sure that's been posted in here too?
So I believe the lease already started this year. the new
Yeah, it
one,
did.
And she's talking increases on top of it. So I think the budget this year, you got the new lease? So I wouldn't go up with it. Just don't
I
know.
guess
They don't have a number, so I'm guessing.
One of the renters went out and they got a new one, so it's a larger rental increase that this new tenant is paying to the city.
We already approved that
I think
contract.
that was like 60.
Yeah, but I want to make sure it's reflected
Yeah,
again, so we
yeah.
see that increase
Yeah,
is
no,
posted in there as a revenue.
2 months ago, so that change was about 9 months ago or something like that, so that should be.
So it's in there. So
The
that's,
before the budget was done.
Okay.
so that's good. That's 85 and 25, so we're getting there. Now, Ken, you said you had another big ticket item?
Well, you know, is it okay for the chair? So some of you were talking about the school district and the education thing and trying to do something. And Chad, and Mr. Claudette, and a few other people, I'm a little hesitant, but I think if it's something we feel strongly about that we need to try to do something for the school district, my suggestion is we have a citywide contingency account. And that account has $1 million in it. And if you take about half of that, or a little more than half of that, and allocate it to an account that says something like contingency school district transportation, you'd be setting it aside for the Board of Ed for transportation, and it would be contingent so that you could use it. You'd tell the Board of Ed, we've got it for you.
We did it last year.
But we need to get state aid to make sure we're not having a $10 million deficit. So if the state comes with money, yes, this money's gonna go. So you're kind of saying the council's increasing what you want to give the Board of Ed, but we're not raising the budget by it, we're allocating our contingency.
The good thing is, you don't have to put it in the mirror, because if you put it in the mirror, that means every year.
Right.
They have to get that in their thing. My question is, why can't we do $1 million?
I mean, we gotta have some, every city has some contingency account. I mean, I think
He's
you've got,
not gonna approve that, he's gonna meet our budget.
I mean, you've
You have
gotta
to
leave
vote
at
to
least-
override his veto?
If it comes to the Board of Ed, I'm sure I do.
Well, you can't think of
Perhaps,
But
perhaps,
if you-
perhaps a way to deal with that issue, I mean, look, I don't think anybody in this room, and the mayor included, wouldn't want to give, it's really about the uncertainty of what's going to happen with the state budget. But if the state budget goes well for us on the city side, and they're not able to give more to the Board of Ed like they want to, but they can do it through the city, I mean, outside of Ken's issue with taking all the money in contingency is slightly different, which is if something happens, contingency is meant to be an account that's sitting there so you can take it, like when we had the airport issue.
it's Success Village.
But, you know, Success Village, same thing, when a contingency happens, that's the account we go to pull it out of. But I mean, you could always just say, you know, that up to, you know, listen, the council has to actually take action on this in the future, you'd actually have to allocate the money. But just say, you could say up to the whole $1 million could go to them. it's gonna be at your discretion, and it's gonna be depending on what happens, right? I mean, could be 500,000, could be $1 million. Could be
Well, the only reason I'm saying that, listen. Nobody sitting in this room wanna see our kids walk the kind of mileage that they're talking about the kids walk. And they did the same thing to us before, all right? And we were able to step up and put some money for the bus, for the kids. If you all feel $1 million is too much, I would feel comfortable saying up to. You're not committing $1 million, saying up to $1 million. So you give them $500,000.
I got 10 up to 750. Do you live with 750?
I don't know what you're talking about.
750.
Well, what you could do is, I think you can relabel the contingency line and make it clear, we'll make it clear, Constance in this conversation, honestly, we'll tell them, we'll say, listen, if you're able to get the city the municipal aid, and that's your way to help the board, we'll use our contingency line to then pay for school transportation expenses out of it, which is great. That's a great idea. And you don't have to commit yourself to anything now absent information, right? And if you decide, like if we get a windfall and we do well, and you want to give them the whole $1 million, great. I hope that happens, right? I really hope that happens. But if we get screwed and we're in trouble, you may feel that you want to give less than that, and that's totally appropriate.
All right, Amy Marie?
Thank you. I understand we need and we want to, give the benefit to our students, to our youth. But I don't want to diminish that account to a couple $100,000 because God forbid there's an emergency. Do we have anything in the city's budget to cover anything that it needs? Just $200,000 not going to get you a lot, number one. Number two, that's what I want to make sure. I know we need to have, and I also want to make sure legally that we are able to do this, to earmark it for that purpose, because it's coming out of our book here. I'm just afraid to do that because, again, it might be relabeled as something else, especially unless we do the legislative intent to post that there, because we're going to have to decide on legislative intent.
Yeah, we could put a legislative intent and tie it to state aid. And by the way, to that point, what we could do is like, let's say we got all what we asked for from state aid, and we're like, yep, we can be generous now, right? We're going to give money to the board, we're going to pay their expenses. We can pay most of the expenses out of this line, but if there are other city budgets where we can take stuff out of, so we can save some money in contingency, we'll just pay it out of those accounts too. So we'll have flexibility. It doesn't all have to be on this, but this is a nice, easy one for you to latch on to and tell people in the delegation, like, hey, this is what our intention is.
Right.
Because it's kind of I don't know where else in the budget we'd have lines that we could spend stuff on, but I'm sure there are some,
And I think, listen, everybody sitting in this room, I can't speak for everybody's district. But the number one thing parents have said to me, I'm gonna have my child 7, 8 years old, walking 1.5 miles. Some people ain't got no children. All my kids are grown. Except for my grandbaby, but he ain't grown yet. But I think we should do something to send a message. We heard you at our hearings. This is the best, this is what we're doing. Right, at this time. Because guess what? The governor might say, you know what? I know, he ain't gonna do it. Come on.
Let's be nice because we don't have.
I was gonna say, in regards to Anne Marie's concern, that's why I like what Thomas said in regards to using the language up to 750. And plus, this way we also have to be realistic. If we're gonna run this like a business, and we also wanna make sure that our kids are safe. Because if that's the case, then we still have to promise as well. But we want to make sure for the future and building up. This is why we're also talking about increasing the revenue and certain things. People have gotten very comfortable with Bridgeport not doing what everybody else is doing. We need to start being business people. If things gotta go well, if we got snapped a bill on departments because they're making revenue, they're not actually recording all their revenue, because we know that there's some departments that aren't saying everything that comes through, then that's what we need to do. But the kids shouldn't have to sacrifice.
So, and the good thing is we're earmarking it for what we want to use it for, like we did before.
And I believe from memory, last time what we did was, because you focused on transportation, I believe what Mr. Hughes was, he put it in public administration.
But I think what we would be doing, so what they're proposing now is still the contingency account.
Okay, so break it into
And they'll,
two
no, I mean,
parts.
I don't even know, again, like, I just think if we get, let's say we really get a windfall, I mean, the council may feel, they wanna give the whole amount.
So have it legislated 10,
You know, I mean, so
7.
I think the idea is you have that flexibility, everyone's identified $1 million account from which money can go, and, you know.
So there'll be a legislated 10 to 750.
Because I think it's
going
Up to,
contingent to
up to
what-
750, up to 750, so at least we know it's there, because we got the money in our contingency, it's not like the money ain't there. But if the state does well, perfect. So, I mean, you can see it, there ain't no pie in the sky.
And if the state did give you $20 million, and you want to put $1 million into MBR at that point, it's contingent.
Right.
You know, we got more than we expected.
Go ahead, Scott.
So I like the idea of working towards 750 to $1 million. My pitch is going to be that we put $250,000 more on the NBR side. And here's partly my view why. One is historically we've lagged in terms of funding schools. This commits us to increasing funding for schools long term. It's not a huge bump, and it is $3 million more than last year, which is great. But we're in pretty dire circumstances. And my other concern is, or thought, that'll tell Hartford that if you give us the money, we are going to put it to education. And once it's at the NBR, we can't touch it. We all know that. So then we'd have that flexibility over the next $500,000 or whatever. Again, what we're hearing from the Board of Ed, I mean, $750,000 ain't gonna, but I think it's important to make it just that.
Go right ahead, Josh.
So I'm gonna say this as someone who came into council, a strong advocate for education, used to beat my head with all of y'all at the table about education. After seeing what has happened since I've been on this council, my concern is that we have people in charge of our kids who have no clue what they're doing. Because they had an abundance of money. They had a budget where they shouldn't be in a hole. And decisions that were made put them in this place. So this is like getting them out and hoping, praying that they learn their lesson and that they do better moving forward. So if we're gonna do this, then I think that there needs to be a conversation that probably comes out of education and social services that we have to continue to check in with each other. Because realistically, they don't know what they're doing with money.
Well, that's why they're getting a forensic study or states in here. I don't know if I agree with you, because once you put it in the MER, that means you have to equal up there. I think this council, has been pretty good of giving three, because when we started to where we are today, we increased it $3 million above what we gave them before. Whether you were at 6, we did 6, 3 more is 9, and it's been going up like that ever since. So it's not like we haven't increased our budget every year. We have. So I want everybody to leave here thinking that we haven't, given the Board of Ed more money from where we started. And I'll say 8 years ago for me, that every year we matched whatever we put in to up their budget. It wasn't everything they wanted, but they did get an increase. So if it was whatever it was, we did it. Tom?
The other thing I want to say too, just as a side note, and I'm a firm believer in giving more to the Board of Ed, and another way the city is and should give to the Board of Ed is we'll be putting an item before you to fund 2 new schools. Send this in a sidebar for everyone ever to hear it. And that's probably going to cost the city over $50 million, and those bonds over 20 years, it's going to be about a $3 million increase to the city budget. But I want you to know that That's going to save the Board of Ed over the long run a lot of money. It's gonna come at a cost of $3 million a year to you every single year for 20 years, but it's a well worth investment. But I want you to be cognizant of that too.
But they don't, the problem is, they don't look at that as a savings to them.
Well, it won't be yet, and that's why operationally you need help with too. I agree with that.
They don't look at, I mean, even think about the Bassett School, think about Harding, think about the schools we're getting ready to build. The Board of Ed never looks at it like, damn, city stepped up and saved us money. They don't look at it like that. And I tried to make that point when they came to us before us. We do a lot for them. Picked up their crossing guards, okay? The Board of Ed used to pay for that. We picked it up. We tried to save them money. We cut their grass and do all those things. But they don't see it that way. Yeah, I know you had your hand up.
I did, and told you, she looked at my face.
Oh, here we go, okay.
You want me to preach, I can start
Well,
preaching. Go ahead, you can stay here all night, I don't care. Dasha, I want to thank you because you make me so proud that you said those words, because it's something hard for us to do, not giving the Board of Ed certain monies, and now you see the forensic here. What we've needed for years is a forensic audit at the Board of Ed. And it's happening, it's going to be happening actually starting in the next couple of weeks. That's when the dollars and cents are going to be seen where it's gone the past 15, 20 years. It's why a lot of us have not wanted to increase so much, because we wanted to see the accurate dollars and cents. I think now, and I'm going to say it, Nestor and I fight all the time, we saw a budget that we've never seen before. So at least we're on the right path to go where we need. I'm in agreement, we have to figure something out. I don't care about any other monies, we have to make that bus whole. And $750,000 is a great start. If we get the state money and there's more, we can allocate it more to the busing. And I think we need to focus on busing right now, because having little kids walk 1.5 mile, which is two and a half miles a day. High school kids, it's 2.5 miles. That's gonna be 5 miles in a day. Snow, rain, sleet. And our residents, unfortunately, and I've said this, they don't shovel the snow with a 24-hour period. They don't. You ride in any of your districts, because I sure do, and I complain all the time. I shovel my snow at 5 o'clock in the morning, and I don't want to do that, but I don't want somebody to fall on my property. So if we have to start enforcing that protocol as well, and that's a police issue, and whomever is going to do that. So $750 is a great start, up to, but I'm going to say, I want it on the record, if we get more money from the state delegation, and we're able, I'd like to see more in that pot.
Great.
That's all I have to say.
Everybody good?
Well,
Oh, Scott, I didn't know, come on.
one thing I just, there's critiques of use of ESSER money, and I think many are valid, but I know also we work with Mr. Garcia with facilities to make changes, improvements, long-term structural changes, HVAC and all that. Those really were good uses of those funds, so, I don't want this to sound like, we're not appreciative of recognizing some of that, and he very much worked with us in terms of covering some things with ESSER rather than us going to capital, so that's part of the picture too. Again, I'm pleased to hear as a council we're looking to try to increase some figure there. Again, I'm going to reiterate my preference to put $250,000 to the MBR side, because again, historically we've been behind the curve. And that's, our kids should get that prioritization. And we run a lean budget. So that's my thing.
All right, next, how close are we to,
We're really close. I think we have an answer for the last 176.
so we're kind of close.
Through the chair, do you like, instead of just hit
Go ahead.
I know you're not doing roads, but just informally, do you want the 750 the way Josh is
Yeah,
saying,
we
or you
wanna
want
put-
to take 250? I don't know how many of you, is there a
Question
majority?
of the MBR or not.
Right.
I think a quarter of a million is smack in the face, man. I wouldn't even think about it.
That's-
3 million and
I'm not saying only that, I'm not saying only, I'm saying a quarter there, and then 500 to the transportation. And then we can still share the perspective of,
I don't know what that's gonna prove to.
Well, just make a vote, Ernie, vote on that
The
one.
total
item
will be
because it is-
750, Ernie, in total.
Yeah.
We're putting
Yeah.
250 in the actual MBR.
Which would, through the chair, that would be consistent every year.
yeah.
So we have to come up with that every year.
But you didn't come up with 250, then 750 or a million.
We're just saying, not out of the contingency.
We've been doing it every year. We've been able to do it every year.
We're behind.
So
Historically,
you
we're
got a
behind.
split group, you're gonna have to vote.
Listen, you wanna put 250 in there, fine by me, man. 'Cause when they look at us, they're damn,
And
that's
then
all we
listen,
got.
listen, because we can't give them the 750 in the whole MBR line, because that
No,
won't put it in
I wasn't gonna do that
transportation.
because the 750 should be earmarked towards transportation. I'm not giving
You want the
that
whole 750?
Yeah.
towards transportation.
It's over $4.1 million.
We gave them $500,000 one time strictly for transportation. All right, how many people are in favor of
I'll
bringing
compromise 125, I think.
That's even worse.
No, I'm just saying MBR 125.
You gotta put something in the MBR.
You have a majority to say that, because I heard a few of your members not agree with the votes.
All right, listen,
Put it to a vote,
let's put,
whatever we're gonna
which
do.
one you want to put it to a vote? How many people are in favor of,
I'll say 125, if that's where we're gonna
So
settle on.
125 can be earned?
Yeah. And then 600 to education. That's my.
From the-
Listen, it's 600 for busing,
Where is it?
education.
Listen, if I can do the chair,
Sorry.
the state delegation wants us to do something ourselves. The 3 million is what the mayor agreed to give to Faith Act. After we've been giving that money ourselves, you have to remember, the mayor started back a year before to put it in his side, injecting it in his side. We were doing it already on our own. Just because the 3 million is there, they want to see us give a little bit more. That's Scott's point. Like, if they see us, they'll know that we're serious about it. But we still want to do something for transportation, so.
let's do it, listen.
So the
delegation-
125 would be a,
Do 25, listen, do 25, and then you got the 6 something in there.
can you find another 125? If you find another 125, you'll have your 750 plus the 125 in the MBR.
I don't know, but you still have a gap of 176.
But I think we got partially solved, right?
We'll
Yeah.
we'll get the 175 solved. All right, all in favor of 175, say aye.
125.
125, 125, 120, how many people in favor of 125?
For the MBR?
MBR.
I'll say aye.
Those that are on the committee.
Committee members,
What was it again?
125 going to
So
the MBR.
3.125 to the
Then we're
MBR,
gonna, Rev, you
the other
just got here.
600 to busing.
So Rev just got here, let me just explain.
I got it from my friend.
Okay, so what we're doing, Reverend Lee,
As long as it's not for Faith Act.
no, it's not for faith.
625.
Okay, you got my.
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
625, we're gonna put
Yes.
For
for
transportation?
transportation, and the 125 is going to be for the MER.
The alternative is 750 just
$750.
for transportation on contingency. So Scott's plan is option A,
Okay,
and,
gotcha.
I don't know, the rich should have plan, I don't know who this is.
All right, all those in favor of the 125 and the 676, what is it now? 625? Raise your hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right, it approves, so you can,
Six.
There's 6 in favor.
Right, you can put that down for, so now the state can see, we want to help out, let's see what they're gonna do. All right, we just need to find something to cover the deficit, would be
Oh,
good.
red lights, is that in there?
Oh,
Oh, the red lights. Did we add that in?
Not yet.
we didn't do the red lights, did
You
we?
didn't add that in?
No.
Did you add the red light in there?
No, that's not including the red light.
All right, let's look
I
at
think
the
not-
red
I think
lights,
not-
please.
I think that's what.
Hold it.
Through the chair, I would not put red lights, any revenue in from red lights, only because we have not started the process yet, and it's a very robust process. It will take a year to implement that. We won't see
And-
revenue.
That's like counting
It's May.
$10 million in airport money.
It's May, so a year.
But to see revenue in the fiscal year 26 budget, I don't think so. There's like a 6-month, it has to be approved by DOT. There's like a 6-month process with public
All
input.
right, that's off the
Okay.
table.
Did I say one thing to that though? Part of the reason why I want to put it in there at all is to make sure we don't forget about it. And maybe we start accelerating that process and get going. So even if it's a 50,000 placeholder, we get 10 tickets.
Yeah, no, I hear you on that. I just don't want us to like.
Okay,
I set up an account so it won't get lost and it'll show up next year in the listing, just as a placeholder.
Amy Marie?
Thank you. Ernie, you mentioned, any extra money that we get from the state. I like to see that money and any extra money that we get after our budget is closed to be earmarked directly to, the classrooms, which goes to the students and to the teachers directly, not as a generic. I think, we're gonna give anything extra to the Board of Ed to do that, and then including, anything towards our, seniors and veterans, taxpayers as well, actually. So if we get any extra money, just to make sure that it goes directly to the students, for the students' benefits and the teachers.
All right, so just to summarize where we are, and kick me if I'm misstating anything. Between the increase in the MDR of 125 and the hole that we had, we're at 301,000, so 300,000 is the new gap. 50. We had a 176 as a whole, we added 125.
No, out of the 750.
That was out of the 750.
No, but we still have $1 million contingency lines, remember, we're not.
No.
No, we didn't
No,
do
it's
it
taking the
yet.
money
We didn't do it
contingency.
yet.
Budget.
So out of the contingency, it's got a second part, 625 for transportation, 120, contingency will be down to 875.
Oh, okay, that's what I was gonna, well, right, so we actually have to, he's gonna actually put on the sheet to lower the contingency now from $1 million to 875, okay.
Right.
And
Do
I'm
have
good.
one
sorry.
better.
50,000 for cameras, and then the remaining
You said we
delta,
gave
which
them
is
rainy day fund.
another 125. He's asking to take it out of the required reserve account,
Sounds good to me?
which is what we hold aside for the contracts that have yet to settle.
Right.
Well, the way we go on contract, we don't settle them the same way.
We sure don't.
Well, we're already behind.
Reverend
Yeah,
Lee?
we're already behind.
Are we still talking about if we get an extra money, like Angela Marie said, are we still talking about if we get in extra money from the state, that we'll channel some of it to the Board of Ed? Are we
Yes,
still
we
talking
already
about
did that, yeah.
Okay.
That's what
If
we
there's
did.
a way that we can pinpoint, maybe negotiate with the superintendent or someone that we can pinpoint some of the money, to bring back some of the social workers and the assistant principals that they got rid of, or whatever, or we don't really have anything to do with.
I mean, once we give them the money, unless we earmark it, they do what they want to do. I mean, but
I know that, but if there's a way
There is a way to earmark.
that before we give it to them,
Right.
can we kind of say to them, this is what we want to bring back to social worker and stuff like that?
all right, let me let,
Yeah,
Jeanette.
that could work. What's happening is the state delegation is already talking about special ed funding, and that could probably help with social workers because they are working with that population as well. There's like $57 million, I think it is, they're talking about spreading it through the state. I just want to make, make it clear that what we're doing now is we're saying that whatever funding other than that special ed funding, because that is a separate pot of money that's coming down. What we've said already is we're putting 125 onto the NTR for the Board of Ed, so they can do what they want. We've put 625,000 earmarked for the bus, for transportation. And if they get extra money, because we want the transportation to be made whole, and then whatever other money, they can go wherever they want, but if they get extra money, we'd like to add more money to the transportation, because those kids are gonna be walking.
Okay, I would just like to say that, you know, we are giving money to special kids, special education. We cannot forget about the regular education kids too, because of the fact that some of them have more problems than whatever, you know, so we can't leave them out because, you know, there is nothing for them. It's just like having something, there's nothing for us. And you know, and I want to say this, I have a regular ed kid with regular ed children in my class. And they need more help than the ones that are in the special needs class. We can't leave them out.
Okay. Before we go, I mean, outside of the MER, that when we give them that money, they put it to what they want to put it to. The money that we set aside for busing our kids walking at 1.4, 1.1 extra miles, because we don't want our kids walking. Now, we could have a cut of the Education Committee should have a conversation with the superintendent.
Yeah, we will.
Saying that, you know, don't forget about bringing back those individuals that the classrooms, the paralegals and those kind of things, with the money that we're giving them.
Right, because you don't want to earn, Councilman.
Ernie's good, you told me since I was a kid.
You know what, there's not a single regular ed kid take our buses at my school. Everybody that ride the bus, especially these kids. You know what I mean? So, you know, I don't know about the other schools, and then the majority of them live around in that area or whatever. You know, but we don't have any regular ed kids that ride the bus.
Okay, all right. Ken, go ahead, Scott, go ahead.
I'm just gonna raise one other point. I don't think we're gonna act on it, but OPED is apparently losing another person. And so we heard they're interviewing for the Planner 3 position, which they are converting from Planner 1 to Planner 3. We've got Planner 2. You know, I heard my frustrations through budget about the issues there. But on top of that, I mean, in the last couple of years, we've lost some talented young people from there. And this latest one, I understand maybe a family personal decision. But, you know, we gotta do better in that office. I don't know what it is.
Tom's listening.
We're trying to, you know, give them positions and then they take a while to fill them and then they do fill them and, you know, people don't want to stay. And we all, one of the dilemmas here, right, is that we're not developed like we should be. Are things moving ahead for sure, but we all feel a sense of frustration. So, you know, Council President and I were actually talking about maybe cutting a position to sort of send a message like, get your act together, but, you know, because things are moving, let's see if we can fill those.
If they're moving slow now, you can believe they're gonna move even slower. Because the first thing I'll say to the council, I do know they're trying to hire somebody. I don't know, from what they said, they got applications. They're going through the applications to hire this person, yes. I don't know why it takes so long, but.
And just Bob, real quick. They did have a vacancy from last fall. They filled that pretty quickly, so that's good. Maybe they're getting their act together.
Jeanette?
My question to that is, or my concern to that is great. We seem to be having people come in there, get a little experience, and then they go elsewhere. We had one go to Tampa, we have one going now. In an 8-month period, that person is leaving us. So how do we, in that office, or how do you figure out a way to keep them for a longer period of time? Because, I mean, just like PD, we say they're in PD, and we wanted to put an extension of how long they have to stay here. But if we're gonna just get young people, and I'm gonna say it, coming in to get their experience and get their feet wet here, and we're training them to do everything. Now they're going off. That's not helping us any, not at all.
And I'm glad you said that, because we haven't done anything yet on the police
Because civil
department.
service had to get
And the police department are the biggest culprits. Because if you go to Shelton right now, you would think Shelton is Bridgeport Police Department. Everybody's gone. So we need to really look at Tom and council members, maybe changing the contract that says, you know, if we train them and you leave, then the town has to pay us for the training that we gave you. Something like that. All right.
Only
Can you do that
police.
Only police? Okay. Tom, how far are we off?
He's working on the numbers. I think we're.
Are we
we're-
close?
and I think the result of everything you did is we're gonna be balanced.
Come
We're
on.
checking.
So,
Hold on.
and,
Hold
oh,
on.
I'm sorry.
Come on.
I don't know how much money you save, but I think we should consider holding labor relations under the city attorney's
Labor relations, what?
office. Under the city attorney's office.
That was discussed with us by the city attorney. She wanted it through her department.
Okay, can you help me understand what the reason is for labor relations being in the city attorney's department when I'll just say, oh, come on, I won't say what I want to say. Can anybody explain to me?
Well, me and Amy Marie are co-chairs of miscellaneous matters,
Right.
so we're constantly losing money when they handle a case, labor relations. And I think if you fold it under the city attorney's office, it can only get better.
We
Well-
settle the case too.
Let me say this about the city attorney's office.
Mhm.
And I don't, maybe it's me, but I heard the city attorney say that they bring more cases back to us, that they don't fight it for it, they just settle it, they take the case on. And I'm willing to bet, out of all the cases they've done, 85% of them, they just settle. Instead of fighting, roll the dice, they say, hey, you gonna look, how do you know you're gonna lose? So really, from what I understand, the only attorneys that fight cases are the ones they have to hire special,
That's not true.
okay? All right.
That is not true. If now everyone has
Expertise.
the option, and the council has the option now to attend all miscellaneous matters and executive sessions.
Right.
And we don't get that, number one. Number two, it is discussed in executive session about certain things. The thing that the city attorney informed us out of executive session is that it will be given better oversight on that, so it doesn't continue the upward problems that we're having. She can get a better hold on a lot of the cases and work better with them as a partnership. But our attorneys do tell us that they do settle cases that don't cost the city money. They do a whole lot more that don't cost the city money than they do that cost the money. So there is a benefit there. So if you sit down with the city attorneys someday to do that, to talk to them about that, fine. Come to a meeting, the next miscellaneous matters meetings or two, where we have executive sessions, you can get that information, but for an executive session, it's gotta stay on that topic. And the other topic is out of executive session. But she wanted to keep all legal under her department as one unit instead of multiples.
Okay. Tom, can you help me understand, and that it probably makes sense to keep all the legal peoples together, but then what happens, because you have a director of labor relations, but the city attorney, is the city attorney over labor relations? Is that a part, I mean, she's our city attorney, is she over? No.
Correct. I mean, this is partially a charter question, and we're actually grappling with a similar issue. I will say, I have talked with several council members about this and the city attorney. I do think there needs to be closer collaboration between those two offices. I think there is a difference between what the offices do, but there's a lot of overlap, and there's probably, there's a lot of advice that the city attorney needs to give to labor relations, just like she gives to all of her clients. And it's very unhelpful that they're in the other building. And I do think that civil service and labor relations, ideally, if like everything didn't exist the way it is now, I would have never thought to put them over there. Quite frankly, they should be here. And so one of the options that I've floated is moving the health department out of this building and moving them over there to be more with the other public-facing departments.
Better parking too.
And to move civil service and labor relations over here, because this is more the administrative building anyway. This is not really the public-facing building. The health department's kind of an exception to that rule. And so maybe it makes more sense to do that swap. And then, because I think part of it is like, you could say on paper, all right, well, from now on, boom, the labor relations is going to work closer with, or is going to report to the city attorney. Well, good luck if they're over there. I think the problem really is you tend to work closer with people when you're more proximate to them. And I just think that their existence over there is not helpful. So if the city council is amenable to that, we've already started kind of exploring the issue. I'd love to move them over here and do that swap.
I just don't want to see what happened to Public Works. We had a certain director that made it his fortress, and we put a lot of other departments under that umbrella. Because of him, we put parks. Parks had its own operation. It wasn't spread out. It wasn't the way it is today. And I just don't want to see the city attorney's office turn into another one of what created the public works facility.
And I don't know if you can really, I suppose you could subsume the budgets. I wouldn't do that today. But I think it's more of a charter issue, yeah. But I do think if I'm hearing people and you support this move to make them work together better and move these departments, I'd love to do that. It's kind of a monumental change the way we've done it, but I think it makes sense if you do.
So just a last question. Think about this. Here's how our problems happen. You have labor relations, his own boss, he has his little staff. You bring them over to the city attorneys. Now who's going to be in charge? The city attorney. What does that do to labor relations person who was his own boss? Now he's got to report to somebody. So you got to think about it.
Yeah, and that's why I do think it's...
Technically, he's not practicing law. He's not supposed to be practicing law, because the only people practicing law should be our city attorney's office. He's only the labor relations person. They don't practice law. You're getting that confused. Because you're thinking they're their own attorneys. They're attorneys over there, but they cannot practice. The only person who can practice and give law advice is the city attorney's office. So technically, they should kind of live under the city attorney and not be practicing of themselves. I think that's kind of what some people are trying to make the point.
All right, then Beverly, after
you talked about the possible movement, right? We have to think about, they also have a vault in this. Did they still have a vault in the health department? I know we have a vital, no, they didn't, okay. So I know we had one in 752. So the thing is, we can also re-renovate the third floor of 45 Lion Terrace for City Hall offices.
Well, the Board of Ed is there now.
I said we can redo and do that, and then, maybe they can get a different school.
Some trailers.
They can, take the school and renovate it for their offices, since they have a big staff and they can only have one department. One location, I should say.
These are big decisions to be made on a Saturday.
Right. So
But
I'm just saying, let's just throw these out, because, you're talking about slight changes in budget, this is what.
But I think like if council members I would never want to make a change like the council needed. If the council members feel though that they'd like to see better collaboration between labor and civil service and city attorneys, and moving them here and moving health department over there with the other public facing departments, if you like that, I wanted to explore that internally. I don't want to force people in and out.
That would make sense, because the parking down
though.
here is not accessible for the public to do. That's easy. And never mind that there is no proper ADA requirements at the curbs or curb cuts here on Broad Street. So if there's not enough there, parking is horrendous here. it's best to do it where, at City Hall. You've got the ramp, you've got the steps, you've got the access to and from. If it's on the first floor, no problem.
You know, I haven't even considered, usually when we think about parking problems, it's always city employee parking, but you're right, yeah. I mean, maybe it is more publicly accessible to people, so that's a great point. I hadn't considered that.
It was discussed and argued back in the day, but it went on because, of course, this was a new building at the time.
I went down a very large rabbit hole one day. If we were to close this building, which I think you're trying to hint
No,
at.
I'm not saying not close it,
And kicked out the Board of Ed from the third floor, we'd be 43, at the time, 43 desks or offices short from all the employees in this building to move on the third floor and the basement. So, it was the day I did this, but yeah. So you'd still be 43 spots short.
Even if you make cubicles for,
Yeah.
I mean,
separate rooms and.
That was explored.
I think there's like bigger picture stuff that one day city government can do. I'm trying to tackle a smaller problem, which is just do an even swap and say health there, civil service and labor, which combined is about the same size, go like this, with some adjustments. There's some renovations happening in the basement of Lyon Terrace, because the health department's a little bit bigger than even those two combined, but with the renovations in the basement, we think health could take both spots. It actually would be nice, more public access.
Here's the problem I'm running into.
Yeah.
Here's the problem I'm running into. If you look at labor relations, how many people in it? 3 maybe? No. 5, 6?
Labor relations?
Labor, how many people?
6.
6.
6 bodies.
Right. How many people are in, no, health department here?
Well, it depends on which division of health you're talking about.
They're all going. Everybody that's under her umbrella, that's in this building, have to go, because that's what you want to put. Now, how many?
Yeah, but I mean, there's more in health.
There's more in health than
Right.
in civil service,
So-
but you'd have to break up the two between what we have on the first floor and the space we have available in the basement.
Right. So you
Yeah.
would have to do.
But you know, if you walk into the civil service office, most of the employees are in cubicle situations anyway. So it would be radically different than the setup in the health department now.
Yeah.
And there's some like side offices, if you walk through there, I think there's a way to make it work, and we'd want to accommodate as they move, how they want to set it up and design it, we would work.
How about we do this, we move internal affairs upstairs and take the whole bottom suite, because that's the biggest place. I won't even mess around, just mess with Scott.
Here we go. Here we go. Can you give us some numbers, please?
Yeah, I mean, it's, when you're
Oh, I'm
ready.
sorry, Reverend Lee?
Nobody's going to the charity, you know, nobody going to the
You
charity.
did, Reverend Lee.
I just want to say that I think that the civil service and labor relations and the attorney office should be separated. And the reason being is that sometimes they talk to each other, well, they give their opinion for each other, and all of them go with that opinion. Don't have to be right, wrong, or whatever it is. And I think that sometimes they should disagree with each other. You know what I mean? Because, and I also feel like, I don't know why is it that the one that's in the attorney's office seem to me like they majored in the same thing. Look like they are qualified to do the same thing. And I also feel like that they should, some cases need to go to the public. The public need to know who's getting their money. Because every time that somebody sue the city, you know, they get money. I'm thinking about suing the city, falling down the step, and, you know, this morning I kind of had a little accident, didn't I? I just sued the city. And I probably get some money. Some of that stuff needs to be settled in court so the public can know what these people doing. Because see, when they keep coming back having accident and they keep, you know, getting paid, if the paper don't know what they doing, they gonna keep doing it. I would too. And the same thing with sex offenders or whatever, you know, in the city, you know, and don't let anybody say, well, you know, yes they do. I know quite a few. So, you know, they need to be out there in the paper like everybody else. And I guarantee you, they will stop doing whatever it is they are doing. And, you know, because my thing is, I don't care if you is the city attorney. The fact of the matter is, the law is the law. And just because you don't like somebody, or they shouldn't have done what they did in the first place. No. I shouldn't have stolen one out of my mama's pocketbook, but I did, and got $10-20 for it. So my thing is that the law is the law. And I don't think that nobody should be exempt from the law. That's why I feel like too many cases are settled out of court. And I will not ever, unless I hear what's going on, I'm not gonna go to the city attorney and ask them nothing, because I should get that from the council, because all of us can't be in that executive session.
Yes, you can. It's been
It's
changed.
changed
A while ago.
I sure should have told
Yeah,
you.
they
because I
changed
was-
the law. Now
everybody was
we go
notified.
To all their meetings.
Well, no, I don't know whether I was notified or not, but I don't remember being notified.
Yeah, now
Everybody
we
was
can
But
all
I'm
vote.
glad that they brought that back because I was determined that I was not gonna vote for anybody to get some money unless I know what it was for. I'm not going by what the co-chair said or whatever, because no, some of them don't need any money.
So,
I agree with Ernie on that point, that too many cases is being settled out of court. Take it to court, win, lose, or draw, and then people will know that we're not playing with them. That's why so many people bring, I don't care if we do, they think we have a deep pocket. I don't care what it is. Some of these cases should go to court. If you lose, you lose. If you win, you win.
Thank you, Rev. Tom.
Since we're still filibustering, because we're ready for Frank to finish. I have a couple comments on what you said. I always thought too that, maybe they were settling too much, but I can tell you, there was a case that happened not too long ago, within the last year, that one of our attorneys said, I want to take this case, I'm going to take it, we're not going to settle it. And everyone else said, settle it. They took it to court, lost badly, and everyone else was like, see, we told you should have settled it. So they are trying to protect the pocketbook on that. But I will agree, going back to the labor relations, city attorney distinction, they are different roles. And the main job of the labor relations director is to negotiate union contracts, and then they deal with grievances, things. So there's a separation. But in other cities, like in New Haven, as an example, which we often compare ourselves to, the labor relations director does report to the city attorney. So there are models where that's true. To Heidi's point, just because you are a lawyer does not mean you are the city's lawyer, right? So I'm a lawyer as of yesterday. I'm not the city's lawyer. You're not my client. Taisha's your lawyer, and you are her client. And so, so anyway, but I respect the distinction, and I do think that's why you shouldn't make any changes to the budget. But that is not to say that they shouldn't be working closer together and seeking more advice from the city attorney. In my view, having mediated a lot of the disputes between those departments, I feel it's a proximity problem. When you don't talk to people or you're not close to each other, you tend not to collaborate as much. So we're trying to put them in the same space.
When you hadn't passed the bar, but I expect you to do something to let me know that when you do pass the bar, then I can say, oh, look, now you gonna go up in there and
Well,
lose
you gonna be doing a lot of in-kind services from the council people, no. But listen, can you give us the numbers and then we know where we are?
Yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry.
So needs time.
So I just want to remind everybody, we talk about the city attorney's office dealing with cases. Out of the 30 cases that she presented to us, the 32 cases, 27 of them were settled out of court summary judgment. Out of 6 of them, there was financial payment out to them. So where we're really losing money is we're settling more labor relation payouts than we are city attorney payouts. They even got us $162,000 from AMR, so they are willing to sue to get us from the AMR thing from 2014. So when we say that the city attorney's office is losing us money, they're getting more summary judgments, meaning that we're not going to trial. And I make it a joke, but it's true. Our city attorney's office, well, what are you down to a wooden nickel from a $3 or $4 million lawsuit, which they did with AMR. They did it in the PT fire too, where they sued the contractor and got us money. And believe me, Amy, Marie, and I, we're gonna be having to go to Massachusetts to a mock trial that was gonna cost the city almost $1 million just to watch them practice a trial. And they were able to do that. And the only thing I say is because we settle more on miscellaneous matters, on labor matters, than we do on city attorney matters.
Well, only problem
At that point, through the chair, when those matters come up to us in miscellaneous matters, Like he will, oh, you know, think, you know, talk about it too if he wanted to. City attorneys are in front of
But I
us,
think we're set.
not labor relations. So the city attorneys are there with our claims on all levels.
So they take their matters anyway.
Only problem I have, and I'll say this, and I'll say this to
Come to a meeting.
can I get everybody's attention? Is that the city attorneys, as far as this council is concerned, does a disservice. They don't come to ordinance, they don't come to contracts, two of the most important committees that should have an attorney. Anytime we have a meeting, they should be there.
She did bring that up though.
The issue is, hold on a minute, the issue is, now we gotta ask them. They should know that. And this ain't just started. This has happened under every city attorney.
We used to have them come all the time.
Well, when Mark was there, that's different. But the last two we've had haven't done it. And that's a problem to me. And I shouldn't have to call the city attorney's office and say, we need you at ordinance. You should know ordinance and contract deal with stuff that we're not experts in the law. So that's the problem I have with our city attorneys. I had it with the, what's his name? Right, Chris.
He was at miscellaneous matters.
And I have this, well, he wasn't at ordinance and he wasn't at contracts. Okay? That need and depend on attorneys. So it might come to yours, but they sure didn't come to ours. And that's why we need our own city attorney. Come on.
As co-chair of ordinance, James May is constantly at our meetings.
He's good.
But
good.
he's there. I have no problem getting a signature. I have a problem getting a quorum.
That's your question. He's a different type of person.
He's assigned to them, and I would think that
Nobody's
there's an
assigned.
attorney signing the contract. Who does your contract? Mike
It
gets
used to be James. But when our new city attorney came, she had said she
Listen.
to the meeting, so that's when we stopped having attorneys in the contracts. So we've always had a city attorney at contracts. So maybe you missed it, but we've had, up until this past last year, we haven't had it. So.
Even with Chris.
We had them always in contracts. Very rarely we didn't have a contracts attorney. James May used to be ours.
Through the chair.
Yeah.
We're still going to need some time. Since it looks like we are going to move forward with the move, I'll need the council's help because I'm going to have to beat up
I'm
on
not moving furniture.
You're not.
Okay.
I'm going to have to beat up on the police department on all the spare cars they have over in Lion Terrace. That's currently taking up visitors' parking spots. So, and the ones in the basement, which I'm constantly on them on. Because if you move the health department,
They're in the back.
that's 17 inspectors.
Connecticut Avenue.
That's 34 cars just because of the inspectors have 2 cars.
Yeah.
So,
I'm
sure you'll hear from the police department when I start beating them up on their cars again.
When you start discussing it with them, not beating
Sure.
them up.
Do they use those cars?
They would say yes, the people that watched a lot like me, because I have no license.
I would say no.
Watch me on the back there.
There's a lot of cars.
You'll see, if you go to the visitors lot in Lion
I
Terrace.
know what you're talking about, all the way in the back.
Correct.
We should put stickers on them, big.
If they have.
Orange stickers.
And of course, you guys all park in the basement, you see the cars in the basement.
All right, they're still working on the numbers for us.
George Lowe?
And they all got tints on them. Fred wants the tints gone, so let's just get rid of the cars
They don't
altogether.
use those cars.
Right.
Inside.
They don't use them.
Sell
They
them.
should sell them and get some money.
Just sell them. eBay.
Well, they sure don't want a new fleet because we gave them information.
Take
You
them to
could
the
sell
scrap
them. You
metal,
could
that's some
auction
more
them.
money for us,
Could
right?
auction them
No, they switching over. They switching
as
over.
is.
It's at least $1 million worth if they scrap them.
City does it all the time, the state does it all the time. In their vehicles. They sell their vehicles.
They sure do. Stay
The state does it all the time.
City does too.
Yeah.
City has a second.
All right, we'll just take a little break, we're waiting for the numbers.
All right, so, make it so it's.
All right, we're gonna take a recess for 10 minutes.
We're at recess.
We're taking a recess.
Shouldn't take that long.
Just
We still have to get his copy so we can see it.
and the city for, the work that we put in, and I'm grateful that it wasn't as worse as it was a few years ago. We had some tough times, and we're gonna, I just want you to know, when rebound comes, unless we start getting properties online and generate some revenue, God help us, because it's gonna be tough. So maybe what we need to do is really, I'm saying, this is time, because he's with the administration, we've got to do a better job in economic development.
Start having a vision.
Really, because if we don't get these things online, we're gonna be in bad shape. Thank you. You're gonna exhibit, sir.
We're losing the business.
Yeah, plus I just saw the business that's leaving.
I
Yeah,
sent
I
you
saw
an email.
that, yeah. I didn't even know that business was here.
Yeah, it's very successful, yeah.
Yeah.
What business?
I don't go too far from my neighborhood, so.
So what business?
Yeah, that's how.
Wait, hold on, I'm just having a thought.
Wait a minute.
Not yet.
This is like a worksheet, right? So we don't,
This is not the finalized version.
Right.
No, you can't, you vote on this or your.
unless there's,
This is the line item.
So
that's-
we leveled off the monies? You found the other monies?
okay, so this,
Where to, what?
this is 0 and 0?
All right, can we do this?
Okay, yeah.
We're gonna
Yeah, let's
exhibit
do
it, and then you can tell us
Okay,
how you came up with it.
this is, the second proposal.
Can I get your attention?
Yeah,
This
all right, we already have.
Go ahead, Jeanette.
Okay, this is, the second proposed change document of FY 2026 of the budget for the city council. This is 05102025-G.
H.
Okay, yeah, I said it in my head, okay.
Okay.
Second, Amy Marie.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, can, someone just go through this real quickly?
Before we do,
Go ahead.
it's not marked A through, E, so make sure that has to be adjusted also.
A through E?
Yep, increases, decreases for the votes for the next, for the final copy that's coming out after we go through this draft.
All right,
Perhaps,
go ahead.
yeah, I mean, okay, the first big, let me address the first big issue. At the bottom, you'll see that the total of all of your changes adds up to $5 million.
Mine says.
It should be 0, and the reason is because, at the very bottom of the last page,
Oh, the last page.
the net of all your increases and decreases is
Okay.
$5 million. It really should be 0 because there's one more line he needs to add, so maybe somebody can make this motion to amend this document to add, plus $5 million, right? What do you think about this?
Yep.
Plus $5 million to get rid of that $5 million line that was in the budget the council needed to fill. The intent of doing all this was to get rid of that line. So we need this document to reflect that, so that would be,
Okay, so this was, the item number 05102025H to the last page 4 to make an amendment to add $5 million to the last line on the page where it says net decreases. So that would be an addition of plus $5 million, which would negatively, which would make it negative, correct? Right?
okay, so I'm sorry.
Which would make it
Actually,
zero.
the request for the motion would be to do an expenditure increase
Okay,
of $5 million.
so the
You
correct.
have, in other words, you have a line in the budget that's very confusing. You have a line in the budget right now that's at negative $5 million,
Mhm.
and you're gonna make that a 0. So the net is a $5 million increase, so that'll be expenditure increase.
So I said a motion to make it a positive $5 million, which would negative the two amounts out.
And
correct?
the object line is 57017.
Okay, what,
So,
so we're gonna add an option.
so it's gonna be a line added.
Okay, well, we're on camera, so can we get this straight, please, because that's the third time.
Ready? All right, I'm gonna start this again. Let's start from scratch. Okay. The request for the motion is that you amend expenditure increases to change other financing, object code 57017, to go from negative $5 million to $0, which would be an increase of $5 million.
What he said, I make that motion.
Second, oh, I can't.
Second, Eddie Ray.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
As long as we balance,
Now it's back. So with that amendment, it's balanced now.
so we balanced our budget.
Hold on,
Increasing expenditure.
That was
Because
an
there's a
extension.
negative.
Is that right?
Expenditures to the negative
Or
zero.
increasing expenditure.
Because it was a negative in the budget.
Is that yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks,
All
Ken.
right, everybody voted on it. Now, can we just,
Gotta go line by line.
you can go back through it so we'll know, you know, where we're at, when we got to the 5 million.
Alrighty, so, Comptroller's Office, 41555 is the object, increasing capital fund interest transfer by $100,000.
No. Oh, yeah, line there is. Okay,
Go
sorry.
ahead.
That's the first one. Next one is tax collector, increasing arrears taxes 41697 by 200,000 to reflect the increase to arrears collections as a result of the motor vehicle audit. 47279, housing tax pilot offset bill, true up estimates for FY26 based on actual revenues from prior years. 41693, current taxes, all properties, plus 1,966,157. Reflect changes from council action regarding motor vehicle taxes and impact to the mill rate from motor vehicle audit. Library mill rate going up by 73,303. Similar description as above, it just says corresponding offset to expenses. Police administration, 41416, traffic camera revenue, going from 0 to 50,000. I don't have anything written in for there, I could just add. To
Council
reflect
intent to start program.
To reflect. Okay. School bus violation fines going up by 350,000 to reflect year-to-date actuals and projected revenues for FY26. 41664, parking meter collections going up by 25,000.
No, you missed the fire department administration.
Oh, yeah, sorry, fire department
41309.
administration going from 150 to 200,000 to reflect trends in actuals from prior year actuals and estimates provided by the fire marshal's office. 41664, parking meter collections going from 400 to 425,000. That's a $25,000 increase. 41650 going from 1.5 million to 1.675 million, so that's 175, and we could probably put the same intent for that one.
Excuse me, through the chair?
Mhm.
Yeah, we have to put in the intent on the 25,000 and 175,000 under public facilities admin.
Yes.
So the words would be,
So the parking meter collections, what is the intent of the city council for that 25,000?
Enhanced enforcement.
Yeah.
Keep it at that.
Council's intent?
Wasn't the intent to increase the meter fine back to $5, increase it by $5, is that what we said?
second.
Clarification on that, so we can write it?
I just said to reflect additional enforcement for parking violations.
That's fine.
Do you want to say add increase the fee? It's up to you guys.
You can put it in there,
We
so,
have to change it by ordinance anyway.
right, that'd be the ordinance change, right?
So what did you say, Frank?
So for parking meter collections, I have to reflect additional enforcement for meter collections. For parking violation fines, I have to reflect additional enforcement for parking violations and reflect potential increase
increase in the fee.
That's right.
Seaside Park rental going from $450,000 to $500,000 to $50,000 increase. The intent is to reflect an increase in rentals and expected revenues from Sound on Sound Music Festival. Sikorsky Memorial Airport, 41509, going from $325,000 to $410,000. It's an $85,000 increase. And that is to reflect
Lease increases in the new fiscal year.
OPED, annual pilot amphitheater, going from $250,000 to $350,000 to reflect actual revenues from prior years. OPED, parking revenue amphitheater, plus $25,000 to reflect estimates for parking revenue provided by the department. Building department, 41530, 3 or more housing units going from 2.1 to 2.7. It's a $600,000 increase based on estimates provided by OPED and current year revenue collections. Below we have vital statistics, 01552, 414111, other town fees, increasing by $20,000. I got a long one there, but it's just to reflect all the fines that we spoke about. I have a note here to ask Eva Marie for the technical language on the birth certificates, I think you had said.
That was the online, I had mentioned, that was the increase, because she went up from to $6 for.
From 3 to 6.
Right, because, and 6 is the maximum amount they're allowed to collect.
Yeah.
And that would then cover costs for the new equipment. Because of it's because of online and the services that it,
I would say increase in vital check charge.
Okay.
All right.
And then for municipal ID fee, it's just $35.40. And I said to reflect a proposed increase in the fees associated with the service.
All right.
and through the chair for that, if anyone has any questions, because of the technology also. So if there's any question on that from any constituent, that is the reason why.
They jump on me, I'm gonna call you. No. One of IDs.
Now, we vote on these separately, correct?
Yeah, you want to vote on each.
A through E, vote on.
Well, should we make sure everything squares before we?
I think we should square it all before.
Yeah, let's look at it and make sure, come on.
Zoning commission is on the next page. 41253, public hearing fees, reduction of $50,000. I'll just say to reflect change in estimates that were requested by the department. Sure it says.
Okay. All right, look over them.
Registrar of Voters, 5110. Seasonal earned pay, going from $250,000 to $300,000. That's to provide appropriate funding for early voting and elections.
Yeah.
I said the city, I just gave some background. The next two are also for Registrar of Voters, 52360 and 52385. Medicare and Social Security, increase of 4350 and 915478 respectively. And that's just changes in fringe benefits or a function to changes in those three pay types that I discussed. Labor relations, contracted salaries going from 0 to 120,000. The intent is to segment contracted salaries from other services. Information technology, 56050. Computer equipment going from 400 to 450. 50,000 transferred from SMB for Barry Dunn study. Town clerk, 51100, seasonal earned pay again, going from 0 to 30,000. Same thing as labor. The intent is to segment seasonal payroll from full-time earned pay. Legislative department, full-time earned pay, going from 65,776 to 130,776. Change is 65,000. And then I'm assuming So do you guys want to give me a legislative intent for that?
Yeah, the legislative intent would be, to, add a position, a legislative analyst position?
Legislative liaisons.
Legislative liaison to legislative
Established.
services. And then you forgot to put in the increases for the other lines, right?
What?
The other increases that I had stated for the other lines, which comes out to 10,000 for, increases in membership fees.
Can you just do other services?
Well, you put it in other services, but, I don't wanna put it in there, because we have to encumber the rest of, what you call it. I hate to tell you, but this is the way it's gotta be, because I always get screwed.
So through the chair, can I suggest, because this is so far along?
Okay,
The others,
okay.
if-
Just add the money to other services, and then we'll break it out later.
If the chair, as you said, the other service account, honestly, each year always has 10,000.
Okay.
So I could, we could reallocate.
That's what I just said.
10,000 later.
That's what I said. That's what I meant. I said, okay, we'll do it later.
Thank you.
We'll do it later, Frank.
Okay. So I said to add legislative liaison for legislative services. Then you have the fringe changes as a result of that change. Health insurance, 18, going up by 18,273. MERV pension going up by 13,507. Social Security going up by 3,661. And Medicare going up by 856. And for all those, I would just say changes in fringe benefits or function and changes in et cetera, et cetera.
Yes.
Police Administration, 0125-56030, veterinary services going from 75,000 to 84,000. So it's a $9,000 increase, and the legislative intent is to ensure funding is available for vet services. Police Traffic, 01253, 51,000 full-time earned pay going from 919 to, and 919,209 to 922,099. That's a $2,890 increase, and that's to reflect the step increase to a data analyst. And the police department offset by decrease in the number of positions in PD. Fringe benefits for that, MERV pension and Medicare increased by $601 and $42 respectively. Same thing, changes in fringe benefits. Going down to Public and Facilities Administration, pay type 51,000, increase of 116,126. Proposal to add the office manager, but that's also, so proposal to add office manager, and then that's where the parking enforcement officer is going to come out of too. So that's why it's the office manager plus the parking enforcement act, plus parking enforcement. So the legislative intent has to be.
So, is that the 20,000 we talked about, is that being put there?
Should be. All right, so 20,000.
For the overtime.
Yeah.
So, we don't actually have a separate parking division in the budget, so they're in public facilities admin already. So you'd just be increasing public facilities admin OT. If you want to leave things alone, essentially we'll just earmark 20,000 of that for parking division. It's as though you essentially cut. There you go, Ernie. You got your public facilities cut. We got PD and fire. We couldn't figure out public facilities. We got $20,000 cut on their OT line. If you want to handle it that way.
Just so I'm clear, so public facilities admin OT line is gonna be untouched?
It would just stay untouched, and we would basically say the parking division up with 20,000.
With the idea that 20,000 will go to parking enforcement. Okay, so how is this office administrator position 116? I thought we were talking like 75.
No, so let me go back to the sheet.
Sorry.
We have to increase the public facilities because they don't have administrations.
Oh, they don't have an administration?
No.
Where do they have them? It doesn't matter where. Doesn't matter where you assign.
Well, most likely when they pay the person. No, well, we talk about it. All right, so let me just get to this question. So, full-time earned pay in public facilities administration, the 116,000 is the office administrator position plus the parking enforcement officer. So that's what the 116,126 is.
Oh, so you need to change the legislative intent to add.
Yeah, the legislative intent needs to be added, because I originally had it on my list, yeah.
All right.
You can't list when you're changing a single line multiple times, you can only list it once, because the council's power under the charter is a line item change, a single line item.
Okay.
That's right.
Yeah, no, me too.
All right.
And then fringe benefits, health insurance, MRF, Social Security, Medicare, uniform allowance. Those are going up 53,956, 24,131, 6115, 1430, and $500 all respectively. So those are the benefit adjustments related to that. Roadway management, seasonal earned pay going up by 140,000. And we utilize unused appropriations from FY25 to pay for additional staff. That is also, we transferred 50,000 from the overtime line, the seasonal line in the golf course. So of that 140, 50,000 is coming from that. And I think there's also a $75,000 and $15,000 decrease in a couple other facilities lines that are paying for that 140,000. So,
Okay.
Roadway management, Medicare and Social Security going up by 1,306 and 3,236 respectively, and that's just related to changes in fringe benefit. Golf course going up by 63,734 in full-time earned pay. That's to reflect employee in the golf course that was missed in the proposed budget. And then the benefits, MRF, health insurance, and Medicare going up 13,244, 11,250, and 866 respectively. Department of Aging, fringe benefits, health insurance, MRF, and Medicare going up 11,049, 8789, 155. I could just add that this was I could just add that this was to reflect an error in the proposed budget, to reflect the correction of an error in the proposed budget. State budget contingency, this isn't on yours because this is what you guys just talked about that I had left out by accident. But state budget contingency, it's going from -5 million to 0 because you guys closed that gap. And I'll just put as a legislative intent.
Yes.
Right, very last one on page 3.
That's not what's on our page, right?
No, no, you don't have this. That was the amendment that you voted that Jeanette made?
Right.
Oh, it's going on this one.
Yeah.
I was going on this one, okay.
Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, just a minute, Reverend Lee.
Okay. You said, wait a minute?
No, go ahead.
Oh,
Frank?
so far, before we go to the next page, so far we haven't, while I was home taking a nap, so far we are not adding staff and we're not giving any raises so far, right?
So far.
Okay, all right.
Well, wait a minute. Some people in here did, that we went through. I think we had to add the legislative department, which is our department. Public facilities, did we do something? We did parking enforcement.
Enforcement and office administration.
Right. Roadway, we did something.
So you guys want to know what positions you've added? Is that the question? What positions have we added?
Brad would like to know that.
Well, mostly I just want to know that we add in a position, period.
Yes.
And did we give it a raise, period?
So right now you have three additions. You have a legislative liaison for legislative services. You have a office manager and parking enforcement officer and public facilities administration. Those are the three that you've added, and they're no raises because they haven't been hired yet. So that you're hiring them at a base rate.
But we didn't do no raises for people and all that. The people that we brought on are revenue generated to bring more money into our city. The city council liaison person is to help our body do its business. But that was it. Those are the only.
I know what she for, do what they for. It's just that, well, since we done balanced the budget, I was just wondering why were we bringing on new people when we was trying to do that budget. That was my complaint from day one.
Because those departments were the ones that needed it the most to help us bring in more revenue. And that's why those departments got funded.
Okay.
All right, go right ahead. Go ahead, Scott.
Question. We talked about the city clerk software program. I don't know if we're really looking to move ahead with that, but it's not here, so. That would be a
Some money, Frank.
pure increase, so.
Oh, that's right, the city clerk,
That software program.
that software program.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's not on here. I just don't know if that's something we are serious about.
Can we put it in the ITS budget line?
I mean, I don't know if Curtis knows, I've never.
He does know about it.
He
He was
does?
on the phone with her.
He knows about
It
it?
was in the notes.
Yeah, he knows.
He was on the phone with her, according to the notes in which you.
Might I make a suggestion that we put 30,000? So by the time we get it on the books and all that, we're only gonna pay half a year on it. Does that make sense?
I mean, we really need it so we can do our job, man. So legislators can do their job.
My feeling towards it, I'll just say, is that I had an open forum for people to submit requests in the budget. It was open for 2 months. I understand things happen and requests come up, but, in that time frame, it's nothing against her, but we never got it, right? So, between, we got $10,000 with the with that stuff.
No, we're
These
not
are all
gonna
things-
we're not gonna add it in, we're
We're
gonna
not-
take it from the 115.
Yeah, okay, all right, so then that's
Okay.
good. But there's like some other things that we're saying we'll take care of within the budget and, if we keep adding.
Can I ask you a question? Can we figure out a way within the budget as it is now to find, those dollars we need to,
If we did this on the floor, you'd have to add it anyway, so do it now, just add it now.
Is that in now, the 50,000 you use that first?
Because it's gonna go on off the floor, we've got to add it anyway.
go ahead.
I just thought about a suggestion.
Nobody ever says no.
If the council intent is to definitely do this, another approach would be, let me work with Curtis. I know there's a little leftover money in some of those lines this year. If we can, I think we should be able to find money to start that process and commit a purchase order by June, if everybody's willing to do it. And Tom's just got to instruct them to go do that. I can find the money in this year's budget, leftover, some of those out. No, because some of them don't spend all their operating. I mean, the operating line is not fully spent
Right.
in ITS. So if that's
If
the
you
intent,
all-
and you want me to find it, as long as Tom says to Curtis,
Tom.
do it.
Tom, if Ken can find 30,000, he says he knows where it's at, to put it towards, our legislative, or city clerk, I'm sorry,
City clerk.
to, institute this, I think it's very important. Okay?
It's on the record.
It's on the record.
The next year we'll.
Well, listen, I share Frank's frustration sounds amazing. If anybody knew about it, you know what I mean? Like, we come,
But now you know.
the administration comes to a budget meeting and we find out from the council that one of our departments
the
wants to do
last
something,
thing
it's
from
kind of,
engineering at the 19th hour, and we got,
Listen,
you know.
revenue.
But no, I mean, listen, if the
$19,000.
council wants to, I think it
That's a big
sounds great, so we'll try to figure it out.
so you need to figure it out for us. Amy Marie?
Thank you. I know the ask was for 50 to cover the initial, so I want to make sure that that office is covered, but I want to make sure, since city clerk is the holder of all records, that they're able to give this portion on, or whether it's a line item or in her budget, on her line item, not ITS, that it can be done that way, because even though she discussed it with ITS, it should still stay in the city clerk's budget for that purpose, because that's who the record keeper is. So I don't want to lose that. She did request, she did her homework, she gave us the information, it should stay within that department. Because if we keep moving things around just for that, we're doing the same thing we do with bodies, and it shouldn't be that way. Each department should be in their own department. So I would say to put the 50,000 in for the first, that is needed, because then she doesn't have the money to pay for that cost for the initial startup.
Can you and Frank, I'm sure you'll be able to find it, and make sure it's in the city clerk's budget, okay?
It's gotta be on there, or to the chair, so that we're voting on that with the intent.
But I think what Ken is saying is,
Right.
do the money now, then we don't have to.
That's right, we do the money now, you don't have to go through that, because then he's
Well,
gonna go back.
in that case, we need 25 for next year.
Yeah, that's,
Right,
yeah,
we just
and
need
for,
25.
and for the
So why don't we
following.
put 25 in for this year?
Right,
Okay. Can we do that, Frank?
With the intent that finance, it will
I
take
found
care of the
$25,000 if you guys.
How much, Rick?
How much?
I think I found 25,000.
all right.
Kill another program that you guys hate.
What's that?
The open budget, open checkbook.
Bird
We'll
watching.
kill that contract.
Oh,
Spend the
yeah.
money on this.
Yeah, that doesn't work,
Please,
that
that's
hasn't
a
worked
good
in
one.
years.
That's
So
right.
it'll just be an even swap, that comes out of Curtis's budget anyway, so.
Okay,
And I think it's like
I just have to make sure. I
he
forgot
said
we're
it's about
supposed
30 something,
It's,
so,
yeah, I think it's.
So maybe we can make that work.
all right.
30,000 for the startup cost,
No, fine, I'll try.
because it's 55 for the first year, 30 to get going.
Right.
Then
All right, so we'll reach out to them and we'll figure that out.
Yeah, okay.
All right, that's
But we
good.
need- I think Councilwoman is right through your chair. We do need 25 for next year.
It's gotta be written on, in our paperwork.
Oh, no, so what we would do is, if we can, we'll kill the open so we don't have to pay that next year, so that would free up that.
She needs the 50 this year,
Yeah.
and then 25 next year.
Through the chair, the servicing would start till December, right? So the startup costs, we'll do the spring out of this year's money, where I know there's some left over. And then the per year thing,
Starting.
first year license will start in July. By the time they start this up, it's almost July already.
So if it's 26, the budget July 1st,
Right.
then we should have it in this, on this
No,
paperwork.
but that 26 is already in Curtis's budget to go and check it. So we just swap those two things.
Okay, and he has no other plans for this?
Nothing.
He says no, nothing whatsoever. All right, as long as we got that
But through the chair, just
understanding.
wanna make sure it stays with the city clerk's
Yeah.
office,
Right,
I mean, what we formalize
and
is that
she's in charge of that.
Once the thing is done, we can budget.
we could do a transfer between the departments to formalize it.
And that's formally done, it's gonna be done on the record. It's gonna be done, okay.
all right, next,
Thank you.
thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Library admin.
We're going, I think we were at town.
Library admin.
Library. All right, special services freeze going from negative 211,443 to a negative 138,140. That's a 73,303 increase. And so that's how the library is going to be trued up. General fund BOE administration going from a negative 32,275,602.30 to a negative 32,150,602.30. It's a positive, it's a $125,000 increase, and I believe the intent would be to increase the MBR.
that would be 3,000.
26, 27, right?
For FY '26, yeah.
125,000, okay. All right,
General fund expenditure decreases, benefits HR, it's going down by 150,000 for the budget use of internal service fund reserves. Pensions, 52519, going down by 40,000 to reflect limited use in prior year actuals. Labor relations, 56180, going down by 120,000. That's the segment contracted salaries from other services. Town clerk, 5100, full-time earned pay, going down by 30,000. And that's to, I'll just make it the intent to put seasonals to the seasonal line. That's what I put there. Minority Business Resource Office, going from 170,030 to $140,000 decrease. Most of it was for a disparity study in FY 2025, and then intends to move 50,000 to IT for a study in FY '26. The remainder is going to be reduced. Police Administration Management Service decreased to 250,000. Last year's appropriation was one time. Matrix Consulting Services are concluded. Police unassigned, full-time earned pay going down by 233,105 to reflect the removal of 3 civilian positions from the police department. And then 4 fringe benefits categories below that: health insurance, MERF, Medicare, and Social Security, being reduced by 126.24, 61,065, 2,781, and 11,895 respectively. Fire unassigned administration, contracted salaries being reduced by 25,000. I'll just say to true up to prior year actuals because they haven't used it. Facilities maintenance, Board of Ed building maintenance and supplies, reducing it from 150 to 0. I just said appropriations not needed. Facilities maintenance, contracted salaries going. These are 2 that are going to the seasonal line. So you got contracted salaries going from 15,000 to 0, and that's utilize unused appropriations from FY '25 to pay for additional seasonal staff. And then for roadway management and other services, you're going from 325 to 250. I'm going to just make the legislative intent the same for that because they're both going to seasonal staff. So it's utilize unused appropriations to pay for additional staff. Golf course, seasonal pay decreasing by 50,000. Shift other seasonal monies to roadway. Electric utility service decreasing by 30,000. I'll say to reflect new lease that has lessor pay for. Is it leasing? Is it lessee? Lessee pay for utility service. BOE debt service, $400,000 decrease to reflect actual debt service. The mayor's proposed budget reflected a date entry error. Other financing uses required reserve, decreasing it by $126,000, 054.78 cents. To utilize excess appropriations to close the budget gap. That's what I'll put there.
Can you repeat that, please?
To utilize excess appropriations to close the budget gap. And then other financing uses, contingency going from $1 million to $875,000. I'll use the same justification, which is just that I used for the MBR one, which is to increase MBR for FY '26. So that's what that $125,000.
And through the chair, Frank, and then also add a note for the legislative intent to use up to $625,000 for school district transportation.
because we used 25, we used 25, for 125 for the MBR. so it doesn't go, you know,
Is to use up to how much, 600,000?
625,
625,
Okay.
depending on state aid.
right, depending on state aid, okay?
All right, that was the last one.
Nope, you have letter E, which would be a combination of both. So, huh?
Of all.
Of all, of all.
So E would be the last page.
So typically, the way we've handled it in the past is, after all this is done, in addition to this, Nestor would prepare like a one-pager for you, and you would have A, B, C, D, and E would be the new total amount of the budget reflecting your changes.
Right.
So, I don't know that you know that yet. And Nestor never knew it this night either.
Yes, so
But he would add, it's kind of informational, it's just kind of a result of the other four votes.
My contribution to the city, I won't charge you for my services.
But through the chair, so this year's budget's not changing, because we're literally moving 5 million that's in proposed budget for other things. So the budget total is exactly the same. Our total budget's not
No,
changing.
the net of expenditures.
Wait,
The budget balance, or is the net of all expenditures and revenues? No, it's not. It never works out.
Reverend Lee has a question, go ahead, Reverend Lee.
Thank you very much. A civil position from the police department, is that somebody that's not a police officer? What is that? That's going back up to,
Civilians are not a police officer.
okay, so that's,
It's just a regular,
so that's just somebody regular, that's just somebody, that's somebody regular, that's just, not, that's somebody regular, that's regular in the police.
civilian is.
Okay, I hope one of them girls that, okay, thank you.
Let me just, because I know Fred's got to go, I think we still have enough here, right? Still have
Yeah,
four?
we do.
Okay.
Yeah, I paid all
You need to need a revised copy
Hey,
Through the chair, if this helps, the overall budget, so, and I apologize, I'm interjecting, but, so the overall budget is gonna go up by the total of the net increase in revenue and the net decrease in increase in expenses. Because remember, we had this negative in expenses. So if you look at the second page, you'll see that amount, 3,876,000. So that's the total of the change in the grand budget that's gonna be on each side.
all right, so can you all do us a favor? Can you all get us a copy? I mean, it's here, can y'all get us A, B, C, D, and E, so we can just vote on them?
With revision to the
With the
intent.
revision and the intent.
And
then
the amendment also.
With
the amendment listed on here also.
Yeah. So then that will be it, we take that vote, and y'all can, I done missed the Knicks game, I'm scared to look to see who won.
So,
I see how you're not in a rush.
It was bad.
so Ernest,
It's like that.
while he's doing that, then we have another.
Yeah, I'm recessed for 15 minutes. I'm hurt.
You gonna cry in the car? Cry.
Five.
Did we get me?
If it's more than five, what's the difference?
It's like the overtime budget.
It's like the overtime budget.
Ready?
All right, let's go.
Okay. We gotta exhibit this first.
With the amendments, so I guess.
No, everything's listed already.
It's already listed on
All
the
right,
chart.
so this is the clean one, all right.
I will exhibit proposed possible final change for the budget of 2026 at 05102025I.
Second, Amy Marie.
All in favor?
Aye.
I hope this is the last version. People over there thinking it is, so. Carry on.
Till Amy Marie finds a mistake.
All right, carry on, gentlemen.
No, I'll make, until I find, I can make the correction.
All right, oh, okay, you
The
check.
traditional way you do this is typically pursuant to your council powers in the charter, you take 5 votes,
That's right.
4 of which are really required by the charter, and 1 is
That's
just
right.
kind of a summary of what you've done.
So you gotta vote on each page separately,
Each letter.
each letter separately. So y'all put from A to whatever. you
It's
want.
already there. It's already been, I've been revised.
A to E.
It's labeled on the paper.
Oh, I got you, all right, Jeanette.
How many years you doing this?
Sometimes I'm getting older.
I know, we gotta get you.
Sometimes.
Yeah. All right, who's gonna make the motion on A?
I'll make a motion to accept general fund revenue increases, letter A.
It's been moved and properly second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Next,
Make a motion to accept total revenue decrease, letter B.
can I get a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Make a motion to accept general fund expenditure increases, letter C.
It's been moved and properly second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye. Make a motion to accept general fund expenditure decreases, letter D.
All in motion, can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Last page,
Make a motion to accept the Budget Appropriations Committee adopted budget, letter E.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
And please do note on this, the 644, 656, 495-20.
Let me, just thank you all and say that, those that participated, those that didn't. And so when they get ready to start running their mouth, I'll be the first one to say she can't do it. So you did a good job. I thank you all, my co-chair, for, us together with our council president, to get the numbers and to do some things. And, we did what we could do. And Ms. Marie?
Thank you. With this exhibit that we received, we need to have copies for all council members and the city clerk on Monday evening.
Tom, they know that you're gonna have copies for all the council people.
Plus the city clerk's office, city attorney, or the mayor's gonna meet with them. You make it print large so we can see it. Well, no, because he's always complaining,
He's not gonna read.
He
Trying to help him.
brought glasses to the last meeting.
He's not.
We're making progress.
Listen, please have a copy for Denise in large size, please, because a lot of this budget was not put in her
All right,
size.
I'm gonna turn it over to my co-chair, and then he'll get us out of here, let him have some say.
I always have something to say. I think that this is one of our better budget, and, we were fair to everybody on the same level. We got an A. I would have given you an A plus if it wasn't for the facility. So I didn't think we could have given them anything, but I'm going along with the budget, and I'm gonna vote yes on Monday night. This was one of our better budget. You got an A instead of A plus. Okay?
Thank you, Reverend Lee. Anyone else, council president, would you like to?
No. Thank you. I'll be my case, I'm sorry. I just want to say great job, budget committee and those that attended the budget hearings, and I want to thank Doc. I'll give her a shout out, because she used to kill us on the budget, but what she said today is exactly what we
we've been trying to explain to everybody, and, it's not that we don't wanna help the Board of Education, is that we should be holding not just ourselves, but those members that sit on that board just as accountable. So thank you very much for that, Dawson, for lifting that up. But another point that she made was true. We need to keep on top of these committee members, these, departments that have revenues, and when they're having issues, they need to come to us sooner, but we have to really pay attention to that today. As we all saw, we are losing a lot of revenues, because nobody's watching the school. Yeah, but we also have our own obligations, because economic development come before us, health comes before us. When we get our monthly financials, and we really need to do deep dives on our monthly financials in those departments that are supposed to generate revenue. Because, I mean, $8,000 for paying zoning and other fees is not enough. And then, you know, we're gonna have the PBR awards, the Pass the Buck Russ Awards. The department heads who pass the buck. So, I told the mayor I was gonna make those awards up. I just gotta get them designed, but I really wanna say thank you to everybody, thank you to the council. So Frank, let's give it up for Frank. Maybe people find a patch of gray in the right corner of his head, and you don't want to turn white a little bit. But next year we won't be so nice. Next year.
We're gonna be
Who
kind
gave it
of
to him this year?
Yeah, we did.
I tape recorded those comments, so.
Yes, Tom, for that.
No, I just wanted to say, I was gonna echo that. I mean, listen, I know the council deals with a lot of different city departments where we have a lot of issues, but we like to celebrate competence where it exists. And these two, Frank and Kathleen, are very good. For someone to sit here and basically type all these budget changes with great accuracy, and he's sitting here plugging it all into Munis to double and triple check it to make sure it's accurate to the penny, pretty impressive. That's not an easy thing to do what he just did, so very impressive for both of them. And saved you a lot of time, yes, saved me a lot of time because I want to go home. And I just want to say thank you to the council. I feel like we had a good year this year, in part because we worked out a lot of issues before we get the budget. I hope we continue to do that. Not everything needs to wait the budget season to fix. A lot more needs to be fixed, but thank you.
I just want you guys, please remember that if the state and the delegation brings more money here, that we want to make sure we can allocate for the bus, for the transportation. We've assigned some, but I want that continue to be followed up with, and the chairs, please follow up with that, because we're watching everything.
Amy Marie?
Thank you. I echo that too, but to make sure we can have money for the United States taxpayers in the city of Bridgeport. But I do want to say that we have a lot of changes in the departments with new employees or revised employees, returning employees that it should be across the board notice from the city council, what our policies and procedures may be of how they have the option. And we suggest that they do come before us, whatever committee it is that they need to, especially the budget, that door is open. So it shows that we are some sort of partnership where the communication goes, whether it's monthly, quarterly, and it should not be once a year, and then we don't see it until the last hour of the decisions.
I think that should come from the CAO.
Well, the combination, with the combination is the council president, so it shows there's some sort of partnership.
Because a lot of departments, listen to me, a lot of departments report to whoever the CAO is over them, and I'm sure we don't get the blessing. Departments will just show up. You know, and then we gotta take into consideration too, some of our behaviors. I can tell you, some of the department heads do not want to deal with certain households. Because they're rude, they're nasty. So I'm just telling you, because I'm here and I hear it.
Yeah.
And I'll say this, you get mad, get upset. The staff here, the department heads, they work for the mayor. He hired them. They don't work for us. I mean, they work in this department, but none of us hired them. Nobody, okay? But it's a two-way street. You can't have department heads to come talk to you when you want to beat them up. went off, was like, they could be in a meeting, and people just walk in like, that's not what we should do. So, Tom, could you instruct your staff that maybe we should meet with, let them know they have the opportunity to come, but it has to come from these guys giving them the okay, because no department head's gonna come, because the CAOs are gonna say, why do you meet with the council people? Without discussing it with me.
That's wrong.
Is
In
that
our
wrong?
council rules, it says we can call any department head through our body.
Right.
So we don't have to ask the CAO for permission, don't ever say so,
All
because
right.
that's in our rules. 'Cause
Okay.
we have subpoena powers.
Okay,
That's nothing else.
okay.
And I think you're absolutely right. Tone does matter, but the respect of our office matters as
Should
well.
have it too. That's
Because
right.
when we ask for things, it should be deliberate to us.
I don't disagree.
Isn't nothing wrong with talking to the department head, but I don't think that you should be able to go up in there when you get ready. I can't go in my principal office when I get good and ready, I got to.
No, what I mean by that, they don't have to ask the CAO to come before the council. We
They should
can
ask when they
ask them to come before us.
That's right. I know that piece, but I mean, because of some of the way council people treat them, may not like it.
And some of them be asking for thousands and thousands of copies. I want a copy of this and I want a copy of that. Well, then, if they do copies for all of us, when are they gonna do their job?
So, Tom, thank you, can I get a motion? That's right, Scott.
I'll be quick.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I do want to thank everyone on the committee. It's hard work. We all have strong feelings and opinions. We wouldn't be here if we didn't. There's a lot of compromise, and at this point, I think we all, feed off each other pretty well and come together. And at the end of the day, we all have kind of areas of interest. And I think we all make the city better because we bring those concerns to the table. We all want a better city, and that's what it's about. And I do want to say thank you absolutely to Frank, Kathleen, Tom, Anthony, Ken, thank you very much. I will say I missed Nestor this year, but I'm probably the only one. But he was a good guy to work with.
I gotta say, it was good to work with you. As usually.
Yep. He calls me in the morning when I'm not awake, but that's okay.
And custom.
But, this is a decent budget. It's not great, but I am glad we made some commitment towards education, and that's a big thing.
Yeah.
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second,
Everybody
All
have a
right,
good
good night, all.
Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day.